digital transformation. I've been an active campaigner on this issue for 8 years. So really welcome you all here today to this event. It's an international event. It's the first event of its kind ever been held. So we have experts, international experts from the fields of geology, from all over the world, from Canada, from the US, from Switzerland, from Norway, and so on. We also have many stakeholders from government, from government agencies. We also have affected homeowners, affected commercial property owners, and people from the community who have developed a network of support network to address some of the key issues that are facing all of the people affected. So, as I say, welcome you this afternoon. I think the key thing to say is that ultimately with this conference and this 3-day initiative, which has been very kindly funded by Luke, Ming's team and the EU, is that ultimately this is the purpose of this is to find solutions. You know, we need to start working together. We need to start identifying the challenges, and we need to try and work out how best we can move forward and how we can actually help those people who are affected as quickly as we possibly can with the best solution possible. I think in terms of the format today, I think that one of the key things is that this is an academic conference. It's based on science. It's based on empirical evidence. We don't want to have speculation about potential companies or individuals who have contributed to this crisis. We want to just see that this is a very constructive forum where we will seek to work together. So thanking you, and as I say, we'll speak to you over the course of today.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Joseph Morgan. I'm a Director of Software Engineering here locally in Letterkenny for the purpose of this conference and why I'm in front of you. I'm a Micah homeowner. I've been campaigning on behalf of my own family and others to try and come up with a solution that will work for all families. The third thread of the conference is going to be focused on EU regulation and legislation, which has been co-chaired by myself and by MEP Luke Ming Flanagan. We are also joined by Mrs. Debbie McCoy, who has joined us all the way from the States with her husband. Thank you, Debbie. Otherwise known as the Concrete Queen. So delighted to have Debbie here. Debbie is probably a number of years ahead of the experience that we're going through in Donegal and beyond in Ireland, and has a lot of experience in terms of lobbying legislators in and around the subject matter of deleterious minerals. So looking forward to hearing some of her experiences and some of her successes in informing policy. So thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to just take a few minutes to get ready for the first roundtable session. So we just want to bear with us for a few minutes, okay? Okay, the first speaker we have as part of this government session is John O'Connor. John O'Connor is formerly Chief Executive of the Housing Agency. He also was last year appointed by the Minister of Housing as liaison between ourselves, homeowners, and the Irish Government. So, and John has been instrumental in working behind the scenes and trying to effect a better scheme for homeowners. So, welcome, John.
Thank you very much, Eileen, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the invitation to speak here today. I know that the defective concrete blocks are affecting many of you in the room and many more outside the room, and it's an appalling problem, you know, that you have an appalling situation, and you know the effects on you and on others and families, you know, mentally, you know, I can only imagine how stressful it can be. I'm going to just give a very quick overview of the new legislation and some of the aspects of that, and then others will be going to cover the existing scheme and the engineer's position. So just let me give you a quick overview. Next slide. So just going to look at it from the homeowner's perspective, the role of local authorities, the role of the housing agency, and the role of competent building professionals, the main ones being engineers. Next slide. The key kind of documents that are now in place, the key items are the Remediation of Dwellings Damaged by the Use of Defective Concrete Blocks Act. So the Act, as you all know, was enacted last July, you know, and that's in place. But it's very important that the Act has not been commenced yet. So the existing scheme still is in place in Donegal and Mayo. There's regulations, there's various regulations now that are being prepared under the Act that are needed to be done before it can be commenced and the new system in place. And I'm going to come back to those later. There's the Irish Standard IS 465, which is currently being reviewed to look at, among other things, other deleterious materials other than pyrite and mica. There'll be scheme administration guidance documents issued. And the other one that maybe you're all aware of, but there's a new version of Your Questions Answered, frequently asked questions, that is now up on the department's website for anyone who wants to look at the answers they're given to various questions. Next slide. So I'm just going to give you a very quick overview of the legislation and just going to highlight some areas maybe of specific interest to you in the legislation. It's quite a large piece of legislation, but the main parts of it that relate to you and to the operational scheme is primarily part 2, which deal with the grants, deals with things from the homeowner's perspective, the role of the local authority, the role of the housing agency. The other ones I just point out to you, under part 5, there is a new appeal system in the legislation where any decisions have been made can be appealed, and there's an independent appeals board to be established. And the last one, just to point out to you, under Section 6 of the Act, there's various transitional arrangements. So in terms of what happens when the new scheme commences and how our current applications dealt with, or how they're currently being remediated, dealt with. Next slide, please. So next slide. The two sections, and I apologise now in terms of getting into the detail of the legislation, but the two sections particularly relevant to homeowners is Section 8 and Section 9. So the first in Section 8 is what is relevant dwellings, you know, what homes can apply into the scheme or are eligible under the scheme. So one, you have to be located in one of the designated local authorities. So under the new legislation, there's initially 4 local authorities designated: Donegal, Mayo, Clare and Limerick. The home has to be completed before the 31st of January 2020, and the home has to have damage caused by the use of defective concrete blocks. So that's in terms of the dwelling itself. And then in terms of a relevant owner is a homeowner, somebody who owns their home and owned that home before the end of January 2020. Somebody who inherited the home after that date. Now, in both cases, somebody it has to be their primary dwelling. And the other homes that are eligible are rental properties that were on the RTB register on or before the 1st of November 2021. So it's for homeowners, principal private dwellings and rented homes. You could potentially have two homes remediated, your own home and a rented home. Next slide. In terms of the grants under the scheme, the legislation specifically sets out the maximum grant, which you all know is 420,000. That's the total grant amount. And in addition to the remediation works, there's alternative accommodation costs up to a maximum of €15,000, storage up to a maximum of 5,000, and immediate repairs up to a maximum of 5,000. And then there is to be a set, under the regulations, there will be specified what the remediation costs that are allowable, whether it's remediation or rebuilding homes. This will be based on what's recommended by the Society of Chartered Surveyors, and that's currently being updated. So the regulations that will come in under that should be based on the revised recommendations from the SCSI. The next slide. In terms of what costs are covered, there's the approved remediation works, the professional fees, the alternative accommodation costs, removal and storage costs, essential repair, and the costs of disconnection, reconnection, and VAT. They're included in what's covered. Next slide. One item, just specifically under the new arrangements, which it's done under current arrangements. But the one thing a homeowner will have to have done is have a building condition assessment prepared. You will not have to have testing carried out in advance, which is very costly for homeowners. The upfront cost of the building and condition assessment could be 500, 600 euro, which can be recouped if and when you're approved into the scheme. So that's, as many will know, is a visual examination and report on the dwelling, and that will be prescribed in regulations. There is a building condition assessment template in IS 465, the standard, but there'll be a specific template based on that in the regulations that will be required to be used. Next slide. And the various remediation options are kind of outlined in the Act. Option 1 is the demolition and rebuilding of your home, and then options 2 to 5 will be various forms of kind of remediation action. The one probably best known would be kind of replacement of the external leaf of the external walls. And the Minister can prescribe other techniques or other methods of remediation if appropriate. It's probably unlikely initially that will happen. It'll be based on the Irish standard. Next slide. And then in terms of applying, won't be maybe significantly different from the current application process, other than you will not have to submit testing results, and again, is set out in the Act, but there'll be specific regulations that will set out what needs to be submitted. So it's details of the homeowner, details of the property, the building condition assessment, and other information. Next slide. So that's I just covered there the homeowner just perspective and some of the key elements of the legislation and what's going to be in regulations, and then the local authority and the local authorities will be still central to the whole administration and implementation of the scheme. So the administration is carried out by the local authorities, so they will be validating applications made to them. They'll be then referring those applications to the housing agency, and any decisions made by the housing agency will be notified to homeowners by the local authorities. In terms of grants being paid for the cost of remediation, alternative accommodation, storage costs, they'll all be paid by the local authority. And so for any homeowner, it'll be the local authority who they're dealing directly with in relation to the new scheme, as you are currently. Next slide. And I just mentioned, one area. The very first thing when you've lodged the application to the local authority will be validation of that application to ensure that all the information is in that application, that it's a relevant dwelling, it's a relevant owner, and then they refer the application on to the housing agency. Next slide. The housing agency now will be new, and their involvement will be new in the scheme that's been introduced, and they'll be agents acting on behalf of the local authorities. So applications received by the local authority and the building condition assessment report will be referred on to the housing agency. In the first instance, is to ensure the property has met the damage threshold that will be set, and decide whether it meets that threshold, and testing should be carried out. And again, homeowner will be notified of that decision. And then where it has met the threshold, the housing agency will be carrying out assessment and testing, using engineers, and making a determination on the appropriate remediation option, and the grant amounts will be determined by the housing agency. Next slide. And then just specifically, just kind of repeating that, the kind of really key sections of the Act are section 15, where the housing agency will make a determination of the damage threshold. That again, that threshold will be set by the minister under regulations, and the house will have to have met that damage threshold before kind of progressing. Next slide. And then section 16, then where an application is being further assessed, the housing agency will be carrying out assessment testing. Say they'll be engaging external engineers in relation to that work. But most importantly, from a homeowner's perspective, the housing agency will be determining the appropriate remediation option, or a combination of options, and they'll be determining the appropriate remediation grant for that property. And again, when the housing agency make that decision, they'll inform the local authority, and the local authority will inform the homeowner of that decision. Next slide. The other kind of really key role is the competent building professionals. That's primarily engineers. Currently, it's engineers carrying out this work, but under the legislation, particularly in relation to the initial building condition assessment, it can also be carried out by an architect or a building surveyor, that's deemed to be competent. When it comes to implementing a remediation option. If it's the rebuilding of a home, it could be an architect, engineer, or building surveyor overseeing that. But where it's a remediation option 2 to 5, that has to be overseen by an engineer. Next slide. In terms of the regulations, I mentioned before, kind of the Act, the new system comes into place. Regulations have to be in place, and they're currently being prepared. I understand the department intend to have those completed, and the minister have them issued before the end of the year. And they're going to cover issues such as the damage threshold, the building condition assessment form, the grant rates. There'll be a set of regulations, again, based on the SCSI recommendations. There'll be grant rates for whether it's rebuilding a home or remediation options. So they'll be very specifically set out in the regulations. There's a certificate of remediation, and that'll be very important for homeowners, in terms of particularly if they're selling your home in the future. The regulation will set out the assessment and testing that's to be carried out by the housing agency. It will cover the letter of assurance. This is the 40-year guarantee that has to be provided for any of the remediation options other than the rebuilding of the home. So there's various items in the regulations. They'll also then maybe in more detail cover the application process and what has to be submitted with an application. Next slide. There'll also be guidance documents issued by the department, in order to facilitate and promote a more consistent approach across local authorities in terms of the operation and administration of the scheme. And those guidelines, should facilitate and support homeowners, the housing agency, and professionals, in addition to the local authorities, in undertaking their work. So that's a very, very quick run through where the new scheme is at, and where the regulations are at. Just next slide. So just, very briefly covered some of the aspects that are covered in the legislation and are to be covered in the regulations affecting homeowners. I just outlined very briefly the role of local authorities, the role of the housing agency, and the role of competent building professionals. Next slide. So thank you very much. And at the end of the session, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. And just in relation to questions, John, I think we're going to leave the questions to the round table, because we have the round table after this government session, and we're going to be opening up the floor for questions then to keep to time. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you. Okay, would like
for the invitation to speak here today. I think it's going to be a very worthwhile event. Just speaking to some of the delegates earlier during the morning, it's clear that some ideas represent more advanced other jurisdictions where, let's say, the progress of remediation and consideration of what's going on is more advanced than here. So we can learn a lot from those jurisdictions. And I think we should use that opportunity today to progress everybody's understanding of what's going on and improve everything for all homeowners. So what I'd like to do today is provide an overview on the role of Engineers Ireland in the support of the implementation of the Defective Concrete Block Scheme. I'll also highlight some of the experiences of our registrants and how we provided that feedback to improve the scheme and some of the aspects of the working group that took place earlier this year. So the involvement of Engineers Ireland started in late 2018 when we were asked by the Department of Housing to establish a register of suitably qualified engineers to support the implementation of the then new scheme for defective concrete blocks. The operation of the scheme would be similar to two other professional registers that Engineers Ireland maintain. It's important to note that Engineers Ireland had no input into the scheme, so it was just handed to us. And Engineers Ireland undertakes this role on a voluntary basis, so we don't get paid to operate the register. Engineers Ireland is a professional body representing engineers and is not a government agency. So the call for participants took place in December 18. There we see it there. And I remember the call went out just before Christmas, with respondents due back in early 2019. Now, given that the standard was only dated November 18, I think the call for registrants and participants was very prompt indeed. However, it still took until June 2020 before the scheme went live. So that's a full year and a half later, for whatever reason. It's also important to note that as engineers are undertaking the assessments, the building condition assessments, they're not acting as assigned certifiers under the building control regulations. This is a different role entirely. So ultimately, the role of Engineers Ireland is to establish and maintain a panel of competent persons to undertake testing in relation to IS 465. This involves assessment of the competence of experts and looking for evidence of professional indemnity insurance. And the legal basis of this is handled in statutory instruments and also in the standard itself. The competency level is set out in the standard as a chartered engineer who has specific training. And as I said, we look for evidence of professional indemnity insurance. Bear in mind that the engineer can only assess for what's in the standard. So if it's not in the standard, it can't be assessed, it's not covered. And that can be, quite frustrating. A broader role of the engineer, though, and it's unwritten, but it is an important role nonetheless, is to provide feedback on the operation of the scheme to improve the scheme or highlight areas of concern for further consideration and action. And feedback can feed into the revision of the relevant standard, the operation procedures of the scheme, and other entities such as insurance areas or legal areas. This, as you will see, was an important factor in stimulating the revision and operation of the scheme and incorporation of many of the improvements in the revised scheme, which is presented earlier today. As this conference is focusing on the societal impacts of the defective concrete blocks, it's therefore appropriate to dwell for a few moments on the non-technical, or more importantly, human interactions at play. Typically, an engineer is engaged by the client or a homeowner, in this case, and advocates on their behalf. And this could be to build a house, undertake a project. But in the case of the defective concrete block scheme, the engineer has to engage with a range of other entities, county councils, testing labs, and so on. This is a complex situation. The homeowner is depicted at the top of this pyramid, but I'm sure there are many times when the homeowner feels as though they're at the bottom of the pyramid. From the homeowner's perspective, the engineer is probably the first person they've come into contact with concerning the problem in their house. From the engineer's perspective, the engineer wants to provide the best solution to the homeowner with certainty. There are so few engineers who are registered on the list that their phones are constantly hopping, such is the demand. Remember, there are thousands of houses for only 30 registrants on the scheme. And not every registrant is active in Donegal. But all of this has to happen within the legislative and standards framework, which neither the engineer nor the homeowner can directly influence. So in an attempt to solve a complex issue, when the boundaries are themselves complex and open to interpretation, for example, is it option 1 or option 2? And remember, all of this happens before a shovel goes into the ground. Nothing has been remediated, nothing has been fixed. This is all the preparatory work. And to use the Monopoly game analogy, we haven't yet passed go. So some of the operational feedback from our members. During the first year of operation of the scheme, some common feedback topics included the delay in obtaining test results, and this increased from a few weeks to several months. And in many cases, test results proved inconclusive, which indicated that other mechanisms of deterioration may possibly be at play. This could indeed necessitate the need for more structured investigation into the mechanisms of deterioration. Engineers have been asked to make recommendations of remedial works whereby the mechanism of degradation of concrete blocks requires further research. The scheme emphasised that the engineer should make a recommended remedial option that demonstrates the minimum feasible option. And this has changed in the later guidance. And this is forcing a remedial option that would include retention of block work where technical evidence may not support that option. Long-term structural performance of the retained block work was uncertain and possibly required further research. And this left a potential future liability and risk for the engineer, which is exacerbated by the fact that the scheme is limited to one applicant, one home and one grant. Homeowners understandably want certainty in the recommendations of the remedial option. However, in these cases, given the mechanism for concrete block degradation is not fully understood, but wording in the standard, including caveats, uncertainty has become commonplace among the homeowners. Engineers strongly value their professional indemnity insurance, which is essential to them conducting their practice, without which engineers cannot work. There was a perception that current structure of the scheme could give rise to claims arising on the engineer's professional indemnity insurance arising from a potential second remediation. Another aspect was that the engineer is typically paid to undertake an assessment and provide test reports. However, when the test report is submitted as part of the application, that then sometimes followed a lengthy dialogue back and forth between the homeowner and the county council and the engineer and the test laboratory. And this could be lengthy and certainly wasn't covered in the costs. The registered engineers we surveyed, who surveyed many houses with serious cracking, symptomatic of deleterious material in concrete blocks, have had insulation installed in the cavity since the freezing conditions of 2010. Some registrants had observed that there's potential for insulation to trap moisture, preventing the cavity from drying out and thereby accelerating deterioration further. There are concerns that the deployment of certain materials and processes in the retrofitting of dwellings may be causing unforeseen problems, which may necessitate future remediation. Engineers Ireland requested technical guidance on the process of materials suitable for retrofitting in these circumstances. Despite any limitation to the defective concrete block scheme, demand outstripped supply of engineers. Testing labs and administrative functions became overrun. Therefore, a different perspective on processing applications needs to be investigated to streamline processes and remove bottlenecks. An important piece of feedback from the engineers: after 6 months, we undertook a survey of the engineers, and registrants were asked if they had found deleterious materials in concrete blocks in counties other than Donegal and Mayo. And we asked them to please list the counties, the numbers of damaged buildings inspected, and comment on the extent of the issues. In brief, we got, I suppose, 3 main categories. In the Midwest, Clare, Limerick, Tipperary, registered engineers reported more than 80 buildings damaged by these deleterious materials. In the Northwest, including counties adjacent to Donegal and Mayo, 3 engineers reported issues in the adjacent counties from blocks sourced from Donegal or Mayo. And in relation to other counties, there are also reports from Louth, Dublin, Monaghan and Wexford. So Engineers Ireland, on the basis of this, requested the extension of the application of the grant scheme to cover dwellings similarly affected in other counties so that homeowners there are not disadvantaged. And this would require a potential amendment to IS 465 and to the Statutory Instrument 25 of 2020. And I think, again, looking at the human aspect of this, imagine if you're an engineer in one of those counties having to inform the homeowner that their property is affected by deleterious materials, when heretofore they may not have been aware of that. So in August and September 2021, a number of meetings took place on the operational aspect of the scheme. And in addition to some of the above points, Engineers Ireland recommended adopting a more centralised approach to the processing of applications. This would be especially important to ensure consistency of approach and economy of scale if the scheme needs to be expanded to other counties. We also proposed greater guidance for homeowners. This topic is complicated for engineers, so imagine what it is for homeowners. A key suggestion was to allow for a second remediation, which would alleviate much of the anxiety and risk for all stakeholders and facilitate more rapid progress. A working group was then established in 2022 to review the operational aspects of the defective concrete block scheme, and a number of subgroups are established to look at particular areas. Key points were the second remediation, damage thresholds, and time limits for commencing remediation works, which have been covered earlier. The working group created a number of subgroups on specific tasks, and these had engineers and other expert practitioners involved. This provided a real-world experience-led perspective to the revision of the scheme. Most, if not all, of the feedback and suggestions gained through the first year of the operation of the scheme from the engineers has been incorporated. Is it perfect? No, but I think it's getting along the road where we needed to go. We'll have to see how the new scheme operates in practice, but there's optimism that the new scheme will improve the on-the-ground experience of all stakeholders. More work is needed to provide a structured understanding of the mechanism of deterioration. And it should be possible, based on the number of demolitions and lab results to date, I mean, there's several hundred lab results from properties across Donegal, to provide some level of analysis and a set of graphs where we could plot, for example, mica content and moisture content on a graph and plot how far along the degradation path a property is, and therefore use this as guidance to act on remediation. The implementation of new registers with hopefully more numbers of assessors will be established. However, in all of these things, necessity is the mother of invention. And there are a couple of engineering firms testing innovative means of remediation, which may reduce the remediation times for homeowners and remediation costs to the state. So we should, I suppose, explore and embrace new technologies, new processes. The centralisation of much of the work means that homeowners will benefit from economies of scale and resources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Damien. Now I'd like to welcome Councillor Martin McDermott. Martin is the chair of the Defective Block Steering Committee at Donegal County Council.
Thank you, Eileen. I don't have a presentation. I'm just going to say a few words and then we can move on to the next section. Eileen, Joe, Paul, Anne, I think you need great credit for putting such a fantastic event together here for the people here in this county in particular. Today is about highlighting the situation that we're in and about bringing all the expertise, and we see so much expertise here today to the table so that we all can get an insight as to what this serious situation that we find ourselves in this county and a way forward that every homeowner that remediates their house, that fixes their house, can say that they can put their lives back together and say that the job is done, because at the end of the day, no one wants to remediate their home and have to come back at it again in a few years' time. Absolutely no one wants to be in that position. And I think that's important today, that we get that expertise and that science, and that we all, every one of us, can bring that and bring it together and make sure that the new scheme and the scheme that we have works for every single homeowner in this county. And I see Lisa home here in front of me, chair of the Mike Action Group as well, who again does fantastic work on a daily basis, helping homeowners. And I think, you know, they as well are another organisation that's very much part of our everyday lives, and trying to get this resolved. I suppose from our own committee here in Donegal, in the Mike Redress Committee, which we changed our name to the Defective Concrete Block Committee back a few months back, we are trying to push forward as best we can with senior engineers within the council, senior management within the council, and with department officials to try to make the scheme as easy worked as possible for the homeowner. And I suppose, let's be honest, over the last couple of years, it has been difficult. The process has been extremely red-taped. It has been extremely difficult for engineers, for homeowners, and for the council staff to work, because IS 465 as it stands, I think it's very, very clear that IS 465 as it stands is not fit for purpose. It is extremely outdated. It's something that needs to be updated urgently. And again, probably part of the discussions today with the professionals will help guide that in the right direction for the homeowners. And I think Damien here, when he was speaking, made a very valid point when he said, it's difficult for engineers. If it's difficult for engineers, imagine how difficult it is for the person sitting at home that doesn't even understand the process that they're getting into. And that's what we have. Lots of people, families, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, grannies, grandas, sitting at home in a situation that they find themselves where they should be putting their feet up and taking it easy, that they now have to start to rebuild a home. No one wants to be in that position. And I think it's important for us that we make that process as easy and as streamlined as possible. And I know John O'Connor from the Housing Agency is online here. And I would stress that to John to take that back to his own officials within the departments, that this process needs to be a lot more streamlined than what it is to date, because up to date, it has been extremely difficult from stage 1 through to stage 2, through to remedials. And there are a number of remedial options done. There's a number of people that has their houses fixed. There's a number of people that is demolished and rebuilt. And there's a number of people that have done remedial options. And it has been difficult. And I would stress that that process is made some way easier where possible. And last week, the council officials have met with department officials, and they come to an agreement that there could be a way forward for the 387 applications that are on hold in Donegal County Council since last December. And to be fair to the engineers in the council, I think it was right to put a hold and try and get the right outcome for homeowners. Because as I said at the start of this, it has to be the right outcome for homeowners. And there has been some movement on that, where other deleterious materials can be taken into consideration. And again, going back to the engineers, it's a difficult process for them to try to get the right remediation option when you have a standard that clearly is out of date. But I think over the next few weeks, from the council's perspective, they are going to be moving all those applications as quickly as possible. They have brought on extra staff to make that process quicker between now and Christmas. It's very important that we try to get people's money back, the people that came into the scheme after the 24th of February, that they get their money back, because everyone needs that 6,000 or 7,000 back that have been out for long periods of time. And also that people that have been waiting, for some people up to 18 months, to get a remediation option, that should have been a very simple remediation option, because there's people living in homes today that their house should not be lived in. And those remedial options have to be done in a lot quicker manner. It doesn't take a scientist to walk onto someone's house and see the way some people are living and not determine that that house needs to be demolished. It doesn't take a scientist to do that. So I think we need to make that process a lot more streamlined, a lot more easier. And, you know, at the end of the day, the heart, the simple fact of this is that we're dealing with people's lives. We're dealing with people's, what they've put their whole life into building their family home. And we have to make sure that whatever remedial options is done, that it's the right one. It's the one that stands over time, and that those people can hand their houses on to their sons or daughters or whoever, and they'd never, ever, ever have to come back to the nightmare that they're living in. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to our three speakers, and thank you, Martin, for that session. We've actually ahead of time, which is very unusual for these kind of things. So I think, Martin, you're a little bit of credit there, so thanks for that. So we're just going to actually get set up for the first round table. So we will just get ready to connect John back in. So if we can have people for the first round table, so maybe if Damien and Martin want to take their seats back down, we might just get everybody for the first round table. So we can have... No, you're second. Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah, you are. Those, and we have yourself, and trying to keep up here. So let me see, who else am I missing? I think that's it, actually. Who else have we got? We've got Anne, Damien, Martin, Lisa, and Angeline. Angeline, and then we've got John, who we're dialing in. Yeah, perfect. To the first round table session for today. It's not really a round table, but you get the point. So we have representatives here from, we have John O'Connor online again, and we also have Damien Owens, Martin McDermott, Anne Owens, Lisa Hone, and Angeline Ruddy. So we have people from lots of different key areas that are implicated and working in relation to or affected by the defective blocks issue. So maybe if we start just at the end and just very quickly again, for consistency, just give a couple of words about who you are and your experience around the defective blocks issue, starting with yourself, Martin, again.
Thanks, Eileen. Martin McDermott. I'm the chair of the Defective Concrete Block Committee in Donegal County Council. I think there's a few things that we need to be looking at. I think, as I said earlier, from our own perspective in the local authority, I think the timelines that we process applications is something that really needs to be looked at. We need to make sure that there's statutory timelines there for applications to be submitted, to be determined, and to be back out to the homeowner. I think there's too much open-endedness at the minute where it's sent in and there's too many freedom of information, or not freedom of information, FIs, flying in and flying out where it's coming back and forth to the homeowner. I think that needs to be tightened up where there's a timeline to get these applications determined, because people are waiting far too long to get their applications processed. I think that's something that needs to be very, very clear in the new scheme, very, very clear timelines that applications come onto the council, go through to the housing agency, back to the council and back to the homeowner in a specific period of time.
Okay, thanks, Martin. And maybe if we just focus on just maybe your name from going forward, from Anne, Damien and whatever, and just literally just a couple of words about your background on MICA, and then we can focus on some of the general challenges or key issues then.
Thanks, Eileen. My name is Anne Owens. I am a MICA homeowner with 5 other close members affected. I currently work as an information officer and advocate. I've been working in that job with a government body for the last 25 years. I was a founder member 11 years ago of the campaign. I am a former chairperson of the MICA Action Group. My background is in social science, and I'm hoping that this background has provided me with unique insight into the global impact of state failure in Donegal. Later on, I will be talking about victims of failure.
Okay, thank you, Anne.
Hello, my name is Damien Owens. No relation to Anne Owens beside me. And I was responsible in Engineers Ireland for bringing in the engineer scheme for IS 465 to implement the scheme.
Thank you, Damien. Lisa?
Hello, my name is Lisa Hone. I'm currently chair of the MICA Action Group. I found out that I had a MICA home actually less than 2 years ago, but I got involved in the campaign straight away because I'm not a kind of sit on the sidelines type of person. I just needed to know that whatever I was doing my utmost to try and contribute and also help people, because I see an awful lot of people who, for whatever reason, are very, very vulnerable. And that is of great concern to me, that, you know, there are some of us that can fight. And it's great to see so many people here in the room today, because I know that you are fighters. And I am a fighter too, and I will fight for you. And we have to come together, because do you know what? There's actually a lot of people, for whatever reason, they can't fight. So we have to take that on as well. And we have to take it to the government and let them know that they are still failing us.
Thank you, Lisa. Angeline?
Thank you, Eileen. My name is Angeline Ruddy. I am a teacher in Moville Community College. I'm also a MICA homeowner, and it didn't take a scientist to tell me that my home needs to be demolished. As a school, we're faced daily with the MICA struggles of the whole school community. I'm passionate about education, and I believe that our students are experiencing serious disadvantage by living in MICA homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Angeline. And last but not least, we're going to welcome John O'Connor. Is John O'Connor connected on again? Yep. Hi, John. Maybe just a couple of words again about who you are, about your background.
My background, I've got a construction background. I'm an engineer, structural engineer, but background as well. My role over the last year has been the link between government and particularly the Minister, Dara O'Brien, and homeowner representatives. So we did a lot of work to some success, but not as much success as we would have liked, particularly with Michael Doherty in Donegal, Martina Hegarty, and other representatives in Donegal and Mayo, with the aim of improving the scheme. I'd agree with a lot of the sentiments, particularly Councillor McDermott and others, in terms of this affects people's lives, very, very significantly, and we need to have a scheme, that works and works for for vulnerable people, and that we can, get people's lives, back in order. And we just need to keep working on improving the systems and processes that apply. I'll hand back to you, Eileen.
Thanks a million, John. That's great. Okay, so kicking off now, I'm just going to ask a number of questions. So the format of this is we're going to ask a number of questions to each of the panel, and then at the end we're going to open up, if we have time, then for questions from the audience, if we have time. Okay, so John, I'm actually going to start with you. One of the things that there are a lot of concerns about, that we've heard a lot of discussion about when you talk to people who are affected by this issue, is the housing agency coming into this enhanced scheme. So I know you talked a little bit already about the role of the housing agency and the role of the local authority and stuff, but I suppose I want to ask you the question directly. Do people have valid concerns about the housing agency entering this process? Does that mean, in your opinion, that we are going to see less option ones put forward, for example? Are those valid concerns? We've lost sound. We've lost sound. Hold on a second, John. We've lost sound. Okay, whenever you're ready, John.
Yeah, the advantage of having the housing agency involved is you'll get, a consistent approach across, all local authorities. The testing and assessment then, and the costs associated with that are removed from the homeowner. I think you'll find that the housing agency will act in a fair way. They will be using external engineers. There's not going to be internal engineers, and in the main, I would expect they'll go along with the recommendations of those engineers. It's important that they work well with the local authorities, but I think maybe just wait and see. I think it should work in a fair and a transparent way, and then it will help with efficiencies in terms of you have an additional support to the local authorities because they have difficulties resourcing the current scheme. So it should be of assistance, and I think just maybe wait and see. But the housing agency, I cannot see the housing agency kind of overruling the recommendations of engineers that they've, the external engineers that they engaged to do the assessment and recommendations.
Thank you, John. Another one of the concerns that we're hearing a lot on the ground is around this idea of the damage threshold. I know you touched on it a little bit in your presentation. So I suppose people are very fearful that if they have, let's say, minimal damage to their home, visual damage apparent, but yet let's say the lab reports show that they have significant levels of deleterious minerals, people are concerned that they will be excluded from the scheme. So, for example, let's say someone has minimal cracking evident, they don't meet the damage threshold. Does that mean you just wait another few years until the damage threshold? Did you satisfy the requirements? How's it going to work?
Okay, the first thing that is important, that there has to be visible damage, for someone to enter into the scheme. So there definitely has to be, some form of cracking. To have testing showing there's a problem isn't, currently sufficient in itself. There has been a lot of discussion about the damage threshold and a lot of representation from homeowner representatives in terms of the damage threshold that was put forward by the expert group earlier in the year. I'd expect it will be changed, and the damage threshold to get in, would both look at internal as well as external damage, and it will not. I don't expect it to be too high a bar of a threshold, but to be straight, that you need some level of visible damage and cracking in order to be able to apply and get into the scheme in the first instance.
I suppose one of the questions that I keep getting asked, and I hadn't really spoke to Joe about this in terms of the questions we were going to prepare, but one of the things I think that we are in the process at the minute of reviewing the IS 465, which means that we are considering including deleterious minerals such as pyrrhotite into the enhanced protocol. So what if in the interim period somebody has had an outer leaf replaced, and let's say in the future they have experienced cracking to either the outer leaf or the internal leaf following remediation of the outer leaf? How will the scheme look after those people, and what assurances can you give those people that they will be looked after under the enhanced scheme?
Eileen, is this somebody who has already remediated their home or somebody who's applying under the new scheme?
It's somebody who, let's say they're caught in between. So let's say they went through the 90-10. Let's say they accepted something out other than option 1, demolition. Let's say they got an alternative, options 2 to 5. They've remediated, they haven't demolished. What happens to them in the future? There are concerns now, what happens to me in the future if my home starts failing internally? So can we give them any assurance or comfort and that they will be looked after under the new legislation?
Okay. Well, firstly, in terms of someone applying under the under the new scheme and having a remediation, they will have that 40-year guarantee, which provides a level of protection to them. In terms of someone who's carried out remediation, there's already there isn't specific provision as it stands, if they have problems in the future. But I think that's something maybe that should be addressed, and and they should be given the same level of protection as somebody would if they'd applied, under the new scheme. I think that's something that maybe it's important, maybe that, again, I'll take it up, but also then homeowner representatives take it up, with the department and the minister.
Thank you, John, that's great. Well, no questions until the end. Sorry, Debbie. We're going to keep questions to the end, just so we can keep questions going for everyone, and then we're going to leave some time at the end for questions for everyone. At the end of the round table, yeah. Thanks, Debbie. So thank you, John. We're just going to ask questions to make sure everyone gets a question asked of them within the given time period. So thank you very much for that. If you want to stay with us in case there's questions at the end, John. Okay. So now if we move on to Damien, please. Damien, just the first question there is, what is your views on the defective blocks issue being prevalent in all counties in Ireland? There's an assertion that we may see this issue across every county. I mean, we have seen it already, 13 counties, including obviously Derry recently. We know that the Minister has made a call out for all of the local authorities in Ireland to assess their housing stock. Any views or any thoughts on the likelihood of that?
Yeah, as I said, when we surveyed our members over a year ago, the feedback was that there was a prevalence in other counties. And I suppose it was difficult for engineers to bring that forward. I think if you think about it, because they would think of the implications. It's also the implications for the homeowners. And I think moving forward on that, if the issue becomes more prevalent in more counties, I think it really behoves us to mobilise more efficiently to be able to, we should learn from the experience of operating the scheme in Donegal, which, it's probably in its current operation, has lacked levels of certainty, and then for the engineers, for homeowners, as we've heard, a lack of speed in completing applications and moving everything through the process. If this now becomes a nationwide issue and evident in other counties, we need to learn and make the whole process more efficient and more inclusive of other mechanisms of deterioration. I realise that may be uncomfortable in terms of additional costs for the taxpayer, but the problem isn't going to go away. It's going to have to be addressed. So we need to have a very robust and efficient solution to address it. Okay,
thank you, Damien. Another question is, one of the things we've been talking about for a number of years is the challenges facing engineers in terms of insurance. I think maybe, would you want to comment on that in terms of giving an absolute assurance to homes that are being remediated?
Okay, well, even aside from Micah, professional indemnity insurance is something that I suppose engineers they needed to practice, and it's something that they hold very dearly and protect it. So there's a number of areas where the defective concrete block scheme, I suppose, is impacted. One is if the engineer undertakes provides remediation, say a non-demolition remediation option, and a rogue block turns up a couple of years later, so there's another occurrence. What is the impact on the engineer's insurance? Now, the conventional wisdom is that the engineer is only responsible for the work they've undertaken. In other words, if they need air relief, then that's what's covered. But I don't know. It depends. It depends when you get into the legal domain as to where that would play out. And that's not some place I think either the homeowner or the engineer would really want to go. So the second aspect of the insurance is that for many engineers, the DCB work may only be a small portion of their overall work, and therefore they have to look at their other projects and other work and make sure they're not jeopardising the insurance for those projects vicariously.
Okay, so you see that there is a role for government in terms of helping support engineers with that insurance issue?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Damon. Moving on to...
Thanks, Eileen. Martin McDermott, you're my first victim. Martin, recently we've had announcements from Donegal County Council confirming that there has now been a level of agreement between the council engineers and the housing department around the inclusion of deleterious minerals other than mica. Can you elaborate or embellish that in terms of what does that look like now for a homeowner who, as an example, would have confirmed mica in the report, but also, as an example, pyrite?
Yeah, well, I suppose up to now, there's been a hold on applications since December. Part of that hold was because, come back to when this scheme opened back in June 2021, it was very clear come last December, after 300 or 400 applications, that we were dealing with other materials other than just mica. And I think, you know, a number of the engineers that have been working on the scheme were saying that throughout the process. But once the works and once the plans were sent to the council, once the paperwork was looked upon by the engineers, they were clear as well that IS 465 as it stood wasn't up to date in relation to determining applications within the council. The department wrote to back in December last year. We wait for months on a reply. As a local authority, we wrote again. We looked for a number of meetings. There had been a number of meetings throughout the summer, up until the end of October. At that meeting in the end of October, there was a move, let me say, by the department to allow the council to take into consideration other deleterious materials in their process. I think over the next week, I think hopefully this week, there's going to be a meeting between the council engineers and Engineers Ireland. I think Damien is setting up a meeting with the council, senior council engineers and the engineers on the scheme, so that they can clearly determine to the engineers what the outcome of that meeting with the department entails, so that the engineers that are working on the scheme can then put that into play. And some applications, a number of applications can proceed as we stand. A number will probably have to go back for a little bit more clarification. But the main aim in here is that between now and early January, that we can clear that backlog of 400 applications. There's about another 180 on top of that has come in over the last 6 or 7 months that we intend to clear as well prior to the new scheme coming into play in February. But I think it's a very important, it's very important. And I think it's a very important step that finally the department have recognised that there's other things at play here in this county other than just mica.
Okay, thanks, Martin. In that knowledge, and a nice segue in terms of the fact that you're hoping to clear a large backlog, and I would assume bring on a higher volume of new applications. Now that we expect more applications to come through, is DCC, Donegal County Council, are they set up to process a higher volume of applications, and are we Are there mechanisms and plans in place to avoid the delays that we've seen to date in terms of processing the smaller number of applications that have come through?
Yeah, well, as I've said earlier, there's no question. We have to hold our hands up here and say that the process has been far too slow. There's no question about that. And I think, what has happened over the last few weeks, there is extra engineers now working on the backlog of applications. They have brought in internal engineers within the council to expedite that process over the next 6 weeks, 7 weeks, that will move the stage ones that are on hold on. Come the new scheme, I think that, how the new scheme is actually going to work is going to be very, very hard to put together until the regulations come out in December. And I think that, I think people think that the local authority is involved in all this. They're certainly not. The regulations are something that's done by the department. There's no involvement by Donegal County Council in that. Donegal County Council is administrating a scheme on behalf of the department. They have, a protocol to follow the same as any other one, which they can't change. Believe me, there's been lots of times we would love to change it, but we can't. The council can't change it. But I think the regulations are a vitally important process that is to happen now. And the one thing I would stress to, I know John will take this back to the higher authorities, is that, we have learned over the last 2 years is that the process that's in place at the minute does not work. It doesn't work for engineers and it doesn't work for homeowners. And we have to get a better way of working that takes the real stress. And believe me, there's people sitting at kitchen tables crying their eyes out because of the stress that the process, not the tossing of the house, the process is containing. And that needs to be changed, and there has to be something done on that. And that's one of the things I think that needs to be looked at in the regulations.
Thank you, Martin. Moving on to Lisa. Lisa, congratulations in your new role as chair of Make Action Group, brave woman. My life's ambition is fulfilled. In relation to that role, Lisa, what's your assessment of where we are today and immediate priorities for Make Action Group?
I think my assessment, I don't want to dishearten people too much, really. The priority for MAG is just the same. The priority is to get homeowners who are affected out of this nightmare and be able to put this chapter of their lives behind them. And I suppose it's just disappointing that the campaign has been going for so long with so much assertion, so much knowledge. Government know all the facts, and yet still in 2022, we're still here with homeowners in unsafe houses. We're still here with no scheme in place. Why is there no scheme in place? This is utterly and totally unacceptable that the minister made an announcement last November and there still is no prospect of that scheme in place. It is an utter failure of government. And they're also failing the homeowners by not putting any provision for alternative accommodation in place. They know what's coming. There is a tsunami coming down the road. We have whole communities affected. We have whole estates affected. They know what's coming, and yet we still got this ostrich in the sand attitude from government. And, I applaud the people for bringing together this conference today. It's an absolute unique event. But the reason that this conference has had to be held today is because of government failure. It's because government has failed to do the research. Government has failed to do its due diligence. And government is still operating this kind of cross-fingers mentality with regard to people's lives and homes. And it just isn't good enough. And I think what MAG still has to do, unfortunately, we are still in campaign mode. It would be great to be beyond this. This is where we should be. We should be beyond this. This here now should be ancient history. We should have the certainty and the science and know where we're going. But it is the irresponsibility of government that they just won't go there. They have this self-enforced ignorance, indifference, and apathy, and they just will not take on board what they know they need to do. So I think, unfortunately, MAG's role is still campaign and to illuminate the public that the fact is mica homes, defective block homes, it isn't sorted. There is still work to be done here, because at the end of the day, we just have to still get people out of this nightmare.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. And now moving on to Eileen Roddy. Eileen, can I ask you if you can comment just generally on the impact the defective blocks crisis having on teachers and students? And I know you will cover this in your presentation later on, but just maybe generally, if you want to say a few words about that.
Well, I can focus first of all on our own school. And we know that a quarter of our staff are living in mica-affected homes. We also know that a quarter of our students, that's about 150 students that are in our school and are living in homes that are affected by defective blocks. I worked as a homeschool community liaison coordinator a few years ago, and it absolutely frightened me what I seen as I went from home to home. Families in absolute turmoil from various different life issues going on, and they were living in houses that were crumbling around them. I can remember putting my hand in the crack on an outer wall. My hand fitted through the crack. And I know that that family is still living in that home. And I know that they have never seen themselves as having an opportunity to access the scheme. This scheme requires so much money up front for everyone that it is an impossibility, and it's actually quite a white elephant for most ordinary families.
Thank you, Eileen. I suppose just leading on from that question, actually, if you can tell me what you think government can do, because we have government representation here today. What can government do to alleviate, in your opinion, the stresses that teachers, students are facing?
Donegal's substantial burden of deprivation has been long since noted and recorded. We know that 42% of people living in this county are not in the workforce. We've worked hard in schools to try and break that cycle and ensure that students complete their education. As at one stage, 24.9% of people in Donegal completed their education without any form of formal education. These people need a leg up, not another form of inequality slammed upon them. As our students come to school every day from mica homes, can you imagine the stress that they are under? We need to break this cycle, and we need support from the government. We need support in our schools because we're not coping with what has been thrown at us daily, and we do not have the skills to actually deal with what the young people are going through. We need this to end with this generation and not continue on for the next few generations.
Thank you, Eileen. Thank you. Moving you back to Joe.
Okay, last but certainly not least, Anne Owens. And I know you work in the citizens' advice arena, right?
Yes, that's great.
And so very much are at the forefront of social issues and see a lot of homeowners coming to you for support. So could you share with us the key challenges that you're seeing being presented by homeowners based on what you see on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I mean, just looking at it even in a more general way than that, Joe, there is just this serious lack of urgency. You know, this is a humanitarian crisis, but you wouldn't think it was. The government aren't living in these houses. We people here, we know this is a humanitarian crisis. I'm involved for 11 years, and I do not see the political will to change this. We've had the Vicky Phelans, we've had the Catherine Corlesses, and the government are continuing to fight the people rather than hold up their hands and work with us, because we know what needs to happen. But for whatever reason, the government take an approach that means that we have to fight and that is just, you know, that's adversarial, and it's very, very difficult to make progress when you're embroiled in that kind of a situation. People come to me every day and they are in despair. They are the challenges of the scheme, of understanding the scheme, of actually finding the additional funding that's required for the scheme. Let's be honest here, it's not 100% scheme, and many, many people will fall by the wayside. And I'm talking about the vulnerable. I'm talking about the elderly who can't release capital. I'm talking about people with children in third level who have to make a decision on whether they will let their child go to third level or whether they will fix their home. I mean, what kind of a decision, what kind of a position is that for people to be in? You know, and then it's a digital process. They have that. There's a whole generation who are in digital, who don't have the digital ability to negotiate the scheme, and they are going to need assistance from beginning to end. Now, myself and Martin have been working for the last 2 years to try and provide digital expertise, and after 2 years of a bitter battle to try and get a number of people there for people, we have been told several times that we will be getting 2 people with digital expertise, one for the Letterkenny area, one for Inishowen. Look, they haven't been approved yet. There's no feet in the ground yet. And we need that to happen as well, because that's something that's scaring people. It's the digital process in place. It's not for the faint-hearted. And I think even people with digital experience will find this difficult. We need more funding for counselling. I mean, Inishowen Development Company down here are providing absolutely brilliant services for people, but they need funding, and they need to know that that funding is going to be coming continuously as a live stream, that they don't have to go out and look for funding every time we need counselling, every time we need resilience training for families. You know, in a humanitarian crisis like this, we need adequate funding for years to come. Lots of people are excluded from this scheme. Business people are excluded. They need funding in order to keep their businesses afloat. Farmers need funding. Holiday homeowners that are left out, and it's arbitrarily left out. Accidental landlords, social housing, all left out of the scheme on an arbitrary basis. They need the scheme as much as we do. They deserve justice too. And just to finish off, Joe, we need rapid build modular housing. It can be provided at the drop of a hat for Ukrainian families, and that, believe me, is to be welcomed. But families affected by defective blocks need that as well. We need that to be put in place. And finally, in order for justice to be done, we need accountability, because accountability and justice are 2 very healing things. And so far, nothing has been done by the government to show that they are willing to provide accountability or justice. And before people can start to heal, that needs to happen, because we need to understand why this has happened, and we need to understand that it will never happen again.
Thank you very much, Anne. Okay, guys, good news is we are right on schedule. So we do have a few minutes. Just looking at the clock, probably about 7 for questions from the floor. Paul Dunlop, our co-coordinator, is Mike. Paul, have you got the mic there? Up the front, Debbie was first up. No, it'll get switched on as soon as you get to the person of the question.
One, two.
There you go.
I wrote it. The question is for you, John O'Connor. So you've wore many hats in this. You were a part of the working group with the 3 officials, 3 Mayo, 3 Donegal. You were also part of the subdivided group. You've been in the housing agency. You're a homeowner liaison. So you've wore a lot of hats. Actually, this entire folder is you. So this is all my research on you. So here's my question. As part of the working group, DOH had appointed in January 2022, which was subdivided into 3 groups and provided DOH with 2 letters in March and April. You were charged with looking into enhancing or improving or reviewing the second grant as part of the enhanced defective concrete block scheme. While you know today is about educating policymakers, homeowners, county council, and the media on an iron sulfide mineral paratype, reactive and oxidized, and in the stages of SMF, secondary mineral formation, integrate and thaumasite, which is the foundations, which, if the foundations are structurally damaged, will need to be removed. Many of the homeowners that DOH is urging DCC to push through are concerned that their home foundations may also be affected. Without requiring foundation testing, it won't be learned until after the demolition of the home. The second grant is offered to homeowners who opted for 2 through 5. But once the research is provided to the Minister of DOH, will option 1 be added to the second grant? You have it for 2 through 5, but say, because it takes about 10 to 15 to 20 years for foundations to start showing deterioration, whereas most of your homes in 10 years outside started to show the deterioration. 10 years from now, that foundation is going to start being affected. Now, it doesn't just affect the foundation, it affects the structure above. My daughter's chimney is hanging by a thread on her home in Connecticut. So the walls are cracking, the windows don't shut properly, the doors don't shut properly. So the foundation starts to affect the structure. So now these homeowners find out, oh my God, my foundation is starting to deteriorate and now it's affecting my home. You do not allow option 1 in the second grant. Somebody asked me today, what, your purpose for here? And I said, if you can put option 1 in the second grant, I've done my job. Oh, will you? Will they? Are they? All of the above?
Can we have sound to the laptop for John, please? Go ahead, John.
It's good to meet you, Debbie, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there to meet you in person, so we will have to meet up. In terms of the foundations, which is a big issue and has been raised as a big issue. If the foundations are a problem, they have to be replaced. Currently, NSAI, National Standards Authority of Ireland, have been asked to examine the foundation issue, and say if they are a problem, they should be replaced or remediated. And I would, recommend anyone who is demolishing and rebuilding a home, that their engineer examines, if they're not being removed already, examines the strip footings or whatever foundations are there, and if they need to be replaced, they need to be replaced. But I'll take back your comment then in relation to the question of the guarantee. And whether that should be applied to the option 1, and that the government should stand, if we're satisfied that the foundations don't have to be replaced, government should stand over the foundations. But thanks, and I'd love to talk to you, Debbie.
I'd love to talk to you too.
Thank you very much, John.
Just name a place and time.
I think we've time for one more, right? There was a hand down here, Paul. The man on the aisle, his hand up.
Hello, my name is Charlie Byrne. I'm an engineer on the Engineers Ireland MECA panel. The question is to John O'Connor, and it's around inflation. The SCSI's rates came out in February of 2022, and they were based on feedback from chartered quantity surveyors in 2021. So as we currently stand, they're almost 12 months out of date. Over that 12 months, The SCSI reported inflation for Connacht Ulster up to the end of June of 8%, and the feedback from practicing QSs in Donegal tell us that the expected outturn is going to be above 12% for the year. The Minister is allowed to revisit those figures every year on the anniversary of the regulations. So my question is, will those rates be revisited before the Minister now makes his regulations? Because if not, in 12 months' time, those rates will be out of date by 2 years and possibly could be in above 20%. Just as a follow-up to that, to also ask if the upper limit of 420,000 would also be increased for inflation. Remember, this 420,000 includes 30 to 35,000 of fees, rent, storage, emergency works, leaving about 390 or 385 for the actual building. Currently, the current SCSI rates would allow that to build a 245 square metre building. Applying inflation for this year would take that down to a 215 square metre building. So the question is, will that 420 ceiling also be increased for inflation? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. In terms of the first part of that, in terms of the rates, yeah, I fully agree with you. That the SCSI figures were done as it'll be a year out of date. Soon enough. Over the next number of months. So I think the Minister, should definitely take take revised figures from the SCSI in terms of setting the regulations. There would seem to be little point kind of producing regulations based on the rates back from February. So I would expect and hope that the Minister does take new SCSI rates and applies them in the regulations. The one thing, in terms of homeowner representatives could do is maybe a little bit of pressure on SCSI to go and prepare revised rates, which I understand they are working on. It's important that they're done, so the rates can reflect the current situation. In relation to the 420,000, the grant cap, I'm not aware that that's been looked at the moment, and it's something actually it's likely slightly more complicated for the Minister, kind of increasing that. In terms of the individual rates, the Minister has a lot of control on that in terms of regulations. But the 420. I'll bring it back to the Minister's advisor. At the moment, I haven't heard any discussion in relation to that being increased.
My name is Noel McGann. I'm also an engineer on the Engineers Ireland panel. My question is for John O'Connor as well. John, just in relation to research, why is it that the government can't be more proactive in actually engaging expertise, going direct to the experts, bypassing public procurement? This is a national emergency in terms of the amount of money that's being spent. There isn't a multinational company in the world that would spend as much as the government are about to spend solving this problem without knowing fully how it occurred. So why is it that we're so slow in appointing the experts? I mean, today's purpose later on is to talk about the science. Why isn't we don't have the answers already? We should have them by now.
I suppose, the government, we're putting a lot of reliance on the National Standards Authority of Ireland. So in terms of the research in relation to a particular, a range of issues that they've asked NSAI to look at in terms of the review of the standard and the issue of peritite and other deleterious materials, the issue of insulation, the issue of foundations. But I agree with you, in terms of we do need to do a lot more on the research side. Works are being carried out even currently, or houses are being demolished and rebuilt currently. We should use the opportunity, to do testing and sampling and build up our knowledge as much as possible. So the government, they have relied on NSAI, but I agree, we need to do a lot more on the research side and gathering information.
Thanks, John. Okay, guys, we are slightly behind, but not to any significant concern. So just to close up this round table, I want to thank the panelists for coming along and giving us their insights. And just to get us started in terms of the next round table, which is we're jumping straight into the science now, guys. I'd like to invite Professor Paul Dunlop, Dr. Andreas Lehmann, Professor Benoit Fournier, McGrath, Dr. Kurt Ashley, Thomas Campbell, Nick Scaloni, and Mrs. Debbie McCoy to the stage, please. It'll take us about 5 minutes, guys. Just turn it around. Thank you.
Okay, so is this microphone on? Yeah, okay, people can hear me. So welcome to the next session of this morning, which is, or are we in the afternoon now? Yeah, this afternoon, which is a round table session dedicated to science and engineering questions, okay? So we sat down last night and we had a look through some of the things that might be useful to start a discussion with. And then similarly what happened in the last session, we'd like to open up some questions from the floor as well too, if we've got time. So you all know me, I've introduced myself already. I'll be chairing the session and asking the questions. And I'm going to just hand it across to the panel who are going to introduce each other. And so you know who they are and what their area of expertise is and who they work for. So start off with you, Debbie, and we'll work across the floor that way.
Is this on? Yeah. Hi, I'm Debbie McCoy, better known as the Concrete Queen of Connecticut. I am a homeowner, well, I'm actually the lead advocate in the state of Connecticut and the United States. And I've been volunteering for 7 years, quit my job 2 years ago to help 2,100 homeowners apply to the captive insurance individually. So I've successfully had 2,100 homeowners apply and get into the remediation scheme.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. On? Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Owen McGrath. I'm a geologist with Geological Survey Ireland, and I lead the minerals program there.
Afternoon, everyone. Thomas Campbell is my name from TA Group. We're one of the chartered engineers working on behalf of homeowners in the affected counties, Donegal, Mayo, and Clare and Limerick.
Hi. My name is Andreas Lehmann. I work at EMPA. EMPA is a federal research institute in Switzerland. Since nearly 20 years, I'm doing research on concrete, mainly related to its durability, but I work with special mixed designs as well. I do fundamental research, but I do work as well that is application-oriented and specifically dealing with certain projects, being that tunnels or dams.
Hello, my name is Nick Scaglione. I'm president of my own company, Concrete Research and Testing in Columbus, Ohio. Got a background in geology and do petrographic analysis on concrete with a whole variety of different issues, but I'm involved with doing petrographic work on cores from the residential foundations in Connecticut and Massachusetts since 2008, and I've done hundreds of these examinations of those foundations.
Good afternoon, my name is Kurt Åsli. I am from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and I'm heading the research group working on mineral production. And my expertise is mineralogy and mineral characterization related to mineral deposits.
Good afternoon. My name is Benoit Fournier. I'm a professor in geological engineering, construction material at Laval University in Quebec City, Canada. My research mostly focuses on concrete durability and aggregates reactions in concrete. And I'm also involved in the process of standardization for construction materials in Canada.
Okay, thanks everyone. So you've got we've got a good idea of who does what on the stage here. So we've got a bit of sort of free flow questions, and we thought we'd bring this back to the sort of very fundamental issue here and ask Owen a question first. Is can you explain what is mica? What's pyrite and what's pyrite, and where do they come from?
That's a good question. They're quite common. They're minerals, so it's actually constituents in rocks. So if you think of a common mineral that everybody's aware of, would be something like salt. So sodium chloride is you get it in rock salt, and that's a example of a mineral. So mica is a very a platy mineral. It's a silicate, so the usual things that you have in rocks, and you get it essentially in two different types of rocks. You get it in igneous rocks, so you'll see it really commonly in a granite. If you go and look at a granite anywhere around that where there's granite building stones, you'll see this shiny platy material, and that's a mica. You get lots of different types of mica with different chemical variations, so you have muscovite and biotite, and the one thing they all have in common is that they're really formed of thin sheets, and those thin sheets tend to delaminate quite a lot. So you also get it, and in Donegal, where you often get mica, is within metamorphic rocks. So these are rocks that have been heated and squeezed and buried. So if you take something like a mudstone, which is a rock originally millions and millions of years ago, would have been laid down on the seafloor as a mud. So the same kind of muds that you see if you walk out in the estuary here today when the tide is out. And if those are laid down, the clay minerals in it can be squeezed and compacted and heated, and they can all turn into a mica. So that's how you get a metamorphic mica. And then within something like a mudstone, again, if you go out and walk across the bay, you'd probably get a pretty nasty smell when you put your feet in some of the mud, and that's a hydrogen sulfide, and the hydrogen sulfide gas. And so when we have sulfur in those kind of muds, anytime you get a little bit of metal that flows through the muds, the metal and the sulfur react together and they form metal sulfides. And so those metal sulfides are what we know as pyrite and pyrrhotite. So pyrite and pyrrhotite are both iron sulfides, where iron reacts with the sulfur. We also have things like galena, which is a lead sulfide, chalcopyrite, which has some iron and some copper, chalcocite, which is just copper, and there's loads of minerals like that. Sphalerite is zinc, but all of them have in common, they're essentially just metal bonded to sulfur, and they're quite common across Ireland, and you see them in you see them in Donegal, you see them all the way across. We've seen a lot of pyrite, obviously, on the east coast, and you see them in really strong concentrations where we have mines. So essentially, these metal sulfides are also what we're looking for when we're trying to mine zinc or lead or metals.
Okay, it's a nice, concise explanation. So, I'm going to open this up to anyone on the floor who wants to chip in at any time. So, we've had a good explanation of these minerals that we know have been found in concrete in different parts of Ireland. So, can anybody want to chip in? What do these minerals do in concrete? That's open to anybody who wants to take it first.
I'll start. So yeah, in concrete, if they're going to be exposed to moisture, it's an iron sulfide mineral. The iron will oxidize, just like steel. Steel oxidizes and rusts. The iron in the iron sulfide mineral will oxidize and expand and cause cracking in the concrete. Now, with an iron sulfide mineral, when that oxidation process occurs, you get a release of the sulfur, and that sulfur can get into the cement paste and cause sulfate attack of the cement paste, which weakens the paste and also causes an expansion of the cement paste. So you have an expansion of the aggregates, an expansion of the cement paste, and cracking.
Okay, Andreas, do you want to?
Yeah, I might add to that. The sulfur that is released as sulfuric acid, but it gets buffered immediately in the concrete, so it is still soluble and is able to diffuse through your concrete, and then it leads to chemical reaction with the cement hydrates. The cement hydrates are the products of interaction between cement and water. This gives the concrete its strength. And when this sulfur reacts with the cement hydrates, you form a new secondary mineral, heterongite, and later on thomsite. The first one leads to an expansion of the concrete, and the second one leads to a strength decrease.
Okay, that's anyone else want to chip in about that? What about mica then? No one's fielded that. So what does mica do to concrete, or during the concrete manufacturing? Why is it problematic?
Yeah. We had a big project in Switzerland. Actually, these were two projects, but just one had to deal with mica, the tunnel through the Alps, 57 kilometers long. There were plenty of mica there in the rock. That's why I did some research on them. Well, mica have a very high surface area. Think about these platelets. And due to this high surface area, they decrease the workability of the fresh concrete. So it's stiffer, less fluid than a mix without mica. But you can compensate this with adapting your mix design. Mica are able to decrease the compressive strength of your concrete to a certain degree. However, this largely depends on the size of the platelets. If the platelets are large, you have a more pronounced decrease of compressive strength. If they're very small, the effect is not as pronounced. Mica platelets that you have here in the concrete blocks are small, so their impact on compressive strength is relatively small. And later on today, I talk about the effect of mica on frost.
Okay, thanks. Does anybody want to add anything? Do we move on to the next question? We'll take a question from the floor in a second. So we've got a few through, and then we'll come back to you if that's okay. So I guess if these minerals we've talked about are known to be harmful in concrete, I mean, have limits been set for them? I mean, there's probably different for different countries, so maybe we could get a different perspective. But that's open to the floor. Owen, do you want to comment on that? Are there limits to?
Within the standards in Ireland for aggregate production for concrete use, there isn't a limit on mica. It's up to the competent person to assess whether it's suitable or not. There are very hard limits on pyrrhotite and pyrite, and instead of actually counting or trying to measure directly how much pyrrhotite or pyrite or other sulfide is in the aggregate, what we do is we measure the total sulfur, and we use that as a proxy then to assess how much pyrrhotite or pyrite is in it. So that actually will measure the pyrrhotite and the pyrite essentially together. So if we have pyrrhotite and we know there's pyrrhotite in the rock, then the limit is 0.1% total sulfur.
Okay.
If it's in excess of 0.1% total sulfur, then it's deemed not suitable for concrete production.
So I mean, that's quite specific, and that's been around for how long?
That's been along since 2002, I think, was 12620.
Okay,
the
so
European
that's
standard.
EN 12620. And what's the Irish equivalent of that?
The Irish equivalent, there's a recommendation document called SR16, which is guidance for how to implement 12620, but with the total sulfur limit that says the same thing, that says 0.1% where there is pyrrhotite present.
Okay, so there's a limit for that. So I know we've talked about this before, because Andreas, you've done research in Switzerland that has set a limit for mica. Can you comment on that?
Yes, we have a limit for mica that is 5% mass percent of the aggregates. The way the analysis is done here in Ireland, the volume percentage of the mica in the concrete is determined, and this 5 mass percentage is about equal to 10 volume percentage in the cement paste. So this is about what you have in average in the concrete blocks. However, we can use even more mica than 5%, 5 to 10%, if the concrete producers show that the concrete still is able to meet the limit criteria, like strands or frost resistance or whatever. So we have these rules there. And well, we have made good experiences with that. And we have very harsh climate in the Alps, and these are the areas where we have high mica content in the concrete. We have hundreds of structures with a high mica content. Frost damage, 0.
Well, I mean, that's very interesting. We can come back to that in a second. I mean, Benoit, you're working in Canada. You've had a very serious iron sulfide problem with pyrrhotite. And you have been involved with standards, isn't that right? So maybe you could talk a little bit about that, because it's related to what we're talking. So how has your scientific analysis and working with aggregates with this problem helped Canada?
Yeah. Well, that's a very good point, because we started to face this issue with sulfide-bearing aggregates at the beginning of the 2000s. Late 1990s, and then at first the issue was treated locally. I mean, in terms of treating the structures, since we have a builder's insurance for the 3 to 5 years after construction. So that was dealing with most cases that came out at the time. But then one of the big aspects was to make sure in Canada that this would never happen again, that we would never have this kind of issue elsewhere in the country. So we were lucky enough to have access to some grant programs from the federal government and the provincial governments. So we were able to actually start research trying to establish new test methods, because the existing test methods were not necessarily adapted to evaluate sulfide-bearing aggregates. So we worked at trying to establish new test methods, and the results of the research, since we were involved also in standards committee in Canada for concrete aggregates, we were able to implement the results of research into the national standards. So we're still working on it. That's something that takes time, because it's nice to develop a test that you can do in one lab, in a university lab, but you have to be able to make sure that all the labs who will be normally able to test aggregates across the country will do it properly. So it means that we need to run some intra-laboratory studies and so on. That's part of the standardization process, and we're through that right now, organizing interlab studies with about 20 laboratories across Canada, trying to make sure that we have all the data for the test methods to be reliable at the end, to be able to evaluate potential reactivity of new aggregates. So the research, the good news is that there is a way to implement the results of research into standards and standardization process, and our experience has been very positive in that sense.
Well, that's really good to hear, because that's something that we need to be doing now here in Ireland, as we know. So, I mean, you mentioned this very briefly because you were dealing with stuff in Switzerland with cold climates. I mean, Canada's a cold climate, Norway's a cold climate. So, I mean, have you any experience with living in these cold, harsh environments? How concrete that's got high contents of mica, how does it hold up? How does it withstand repeated frost cycles? Because it's been deemed to be an issue here.
Well, I just can tell you that for Switzerland, as I mentioned before, we don't have problems with frost damage, even with concrete that has the double of mica content you have here in the blocks. Of course, this type of concrete is a higher quality compared to what you have in the blocks. But well, in the Alps, you have temperature cycles going from +10 at the day to -20 in the night, and well, on some structures you see some very slight surface scaling, and this is something typical for frost damage. Frost damage leads to so-called scalings. This is surface parallel cracking, and all the homes I've seen here, the images, they have cracks perpendicular to the surface, which completely contradicts frost damage. So our experience with mica and frost is it's actually no problem.
Okay, is there anything from the
maybe I can add?
Side?
Yeah, I can add also in Canada we have a very harsh climatic condition, and we do have issues with frost susceptible aggregates, but most of the aggregates that show what we call pop-outs on sidewalks and pavements, they are actually shaly limestone. So they're totally different rock types. The mineral types that are involved and are present in those rocks are nothing to do with basically with the mica, as you know it here. And in general, the key is quality control of the aggregates. So when you want to use an aggregate for concrete production, there's a bunch of tests that you want to run, and most of the time our experience is that when those aggregates will fail or pass the test, those tests are reliable enough to tell you whether the aggregate is good or not good to be used in concrete. So if you have a high mica content granitic material or other type of material like that, it may actually fail the test, the physical test that we're going to do prior to their use in concrete. And this is how we control, to some extent, the quality of the aggregates that go into concrete production.
Okay. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to follow up on what Benoit was talking about, I knew one question you were talking about asking was just, what is the quality of the mica? I mean, the quality of the aggregates that are being used, in this, in these concrete blocks. And it's a phyllite that's comprised predominantly of mica, and as Benoit was saying, I mean that type of aggregate typically won't pass standard physical tests. There are standards in the EU standards that it has to pass LA abrasion tests, micro Duval tests, which are these physical tests, a freeze thaw test through magnesium sulfate, and if that aggregate would have been tested properly, it's very likely it wouldn't even pass those tests. So
that's very interesting. I mean, I think everyone, maybe Barb, Debbie, has actually been looking at samples. Well, I know Andreas and Nick has looked at things in detail. Maybe Kurt hasn't, obviously, because you'll see some tomorrow. Benoit has been looking at some from yesterday. I mean, from your understanding of what you've seen in detailed petrographic analysis and SEM work, do you think that, what do you think of the quality of the aggregates that you've seen being used so far?
Well, the phyllite is surely an aggregate.
Is your mic on? Point it straight at you.
Yeah, no. Sorry. The phyllite, this is surely a pretty weak aggregate that most likely would fail the test, as Nick already said. So we have a limit of inappropriate aggregates that can be used in concrete, and this is 5%. So if you have more than 5% phyllite in an aggregate mix, it wouldn't most likely pass the standard.
Okay. Do you want to comment on anything that's happening in Ireland about that? Other than what you said earlier about the standards, no? We'll come back to Frank. You can ask that when we finish up. We'll finish up these, but you hold on. We'll get you one from the floor. Is that all right? Yeah, good man.
Hey, Paul. Yeah, just on the standards. One problem in the U.S. that occurs is that some governmental projects, highway projects, large commercial projects, they have specifications in the project where the aggregates have to be tested for all those tests, right? So it's unlikely that you'd use a poor quality aggregate for those types of projects because they're required to not only test them, to show all the test results prior to that concrete being placed. Whereas in the US sometimes, but they get away with using it for, say, smaller like residential projects where there's no specification for that project. So, in those cases, sometimes people can possibly use lower quality aggregates. So, that's the situation here. I'm sure there's no, specification on I don't know about the aggregate that was used for these blocks.
All of the standards that Owen had mentioned,
Well, yeah, the standard makes a certain set of recommendations, and for specific tests it has limits which you have to be under, and for other tests it has declarations. So you have to do the test and make a declaration, but not necessarily be within it. For example, for grading, you have to declare how you graded it and how you sorted it out and what specific sizes you're producing, but there isn't any limit to say you have to use this size or you can't use that size. So you have a 10 mil or a 20 mil or a 30 mil. So the standard has a range of different things, some of which are recommendations and recommendations for methodologies, and some of which, like the total sulfur, are very hard limits, and beyond that it's just not suitable.
I have a question. Do you have a cognizant department for mandating GSRs, geological source reports, and analysis, sulfur analysis? So for anyone that quarries,
no.
Before they source that quarry, there's no cognizant department mandating GSRs?
No, the geological reports are required for only if you're producing material for use in concrete. That's when you need to bring a geologist in. So if you have a quarry and you're just producing general fill, you don't need a geologist report at all if it's not going into concrete. So it's only if it's going into concrete or if it's going into subfloor fill, which was the problem that we saw in Dublin on the East Coast.
So, we could have avoided all this if we were testing quarries, correct? I mean, pretty much, if we were testing quarries, because right now in Connecticut we're testing quarries, and you either accept the aggregate, reject the aggregate, or you limit it. You limit the uses. You can use your quarry to produce sand when it snows. That's it. Do they have those three things? I mean, seriously, do they have those three things? That, do you get a letter? Because we have what's called an aggregate approval list. And in New York, they have it on their database, and everybody that's a quarry owner wants to get on that. They want to get on the aggregate approval list, and they get a letter from the geologist that reviews these GSRs that says your aggregate has been approved, and they have it up and it's framed and they're very happy, and they literally get in line to say, here's my test results. I'm proving that I'm an excellent quarry producer and I'm not improperly sourcing aggregate.
Yeah, no, we don't have anything like that. So the Geological Survey doesn't see any quarry reports. The quarry reports are just a requirement for producing material on the market that is to a European standard. And so those are standards that are applicable across Europe. So within Ireland, if you want to produce material to the European standard 12620, then you must have a geologist's report, and that geologist has to come in, has to assess your quarry, and has to assess the product that you're producing as well.
And so we're doing that. You see the map in front of me? There's 13 counties out of 26. Ireland has an iron sulfide mineral. The iron goes to rust, the sulfide goes to dust. Have you held those blocks in your hand and squished them? You've got dust. So my point is, if we were testing every quarry, not every quarry per se, but every quarry that sources aggregate for concrete, and we test it and it's over the 0.1%, then we are either rejecting that quarry or we're limiting that quarry. So that, you know, I'm hearing everyone talking about, oh, we're gonna add 2.7 billion, we're gonna add some more. It brings me back to the 3rd grade when we read this story where a woman had a cup of tea and she put salt in her tea instead of sugar. And she went around from house to house to house and said, oh my God, I have salt in my tea, what should I do? And they added more and they added more. And at every house, they added more stuff and the tea became a goulash of distaste. So they finally got to the last house and it was a young person. And they said, why don't you just dump the tea out? So why don't we just dump the quarries that are sourcing iron sulfide minerals, pyrite and pyrrhotite, and limit. I'm not asking people to close the quarries. I'm a person that wants to work with everybody, every industry involved. So don't close the quarries, but limit them. Say to them, okay, you cannot sell for aggregate.
Yeah, you've got to move on. Okay, thanks. So, I mean, that's good points. So, I mean, we have people from, scientists from Canada and Connecticut here as well today who've been dealing with a real problem issue in foundation concrete. And we have, and it's an unknown here because it's not been tested. So, given your experience of basically dealing with pyrrhotite and really strong, good quality, high quality concrete in Connecticut and Canada, do you think that we should be testing sort of foundation concrete here in Ireland if it has pyrrhotite in the aggregate?
My answer is absolutely, because so in our case we had the quote opportunity to just before demolishing some housing foundations, we had the opportunity to have some meter-sized blocks extracted from those housing foundations, and we have established an outdoor exposure site where we actually have inserted some stainless steel pins, and every year we measure the expansion of the blocks, we measure the development of cracking, and over the past 10, 12 years, we have, and my colleague Jose will show some graphs tonight in the presentation, but we have really monitored serious expansion with the concrete, but obviously the concrete was extracted from its environment because most of it was in the ground, but still, it showed that there was a potential problem, and it's a question of time and exposure. So when you place that concrete under conditions prone to the development of the reaction that was explained by my colleagues here, then the reaction will develop. It's a question of time.
This is a very important question. We're going to come down to the floor, Lisa. You got to. So we're. This is sort of for everyone here. on the table. We talked about this last night. We want to have time to ask people in the audience questions. I mean, one of the main reasons we're motivated to bring a team of scientists together, and we've got Robbie Dunn on the floor as well too. He couldn't make it up in time to join us. Is that it's clear that we need to do research on this issue. I think everyone knows that, and that the schemes seem to be well ahead of what's actually understanding what's happening in the concrete. So we're need to get back to the foundations here. Excuse the pun, but what are the big research questions in this Irish defective concrete problem for us that would need to be tackled? And that's opening to everyone on the floor. And we've got Thomas here, who's an engineer on the scheme. You're dealing with homeowners who have got questions. And there's other engineers in the audience as well too. You're trying to deal with homeowners' decisions, and they've got multiple deleterious minerals, but we've got a standard that doesn't deal with them. So, what are the big research questions that are needed for everyone to try and move forward?
If I might just jump in there first, and the geologist on the other side might be able to jump in after me. So one of the reasons, obviously, I'm here today, and I've been working with Andreas and Paul over the last couple of months, is in relation to the operation of the scheme and how us as engineers can advise homeowners to the best of our ability with the information we have. So I might just kind of break it down into 3 items quickly. The first one is more related to Donegal in terms of the further information requests that we were receiving from Donegal County Council in terms of internal damage, cracking, where we were recommending homes for demolition. One item that seemed to be, well, I won't say ignored, but maybe not taken into consideration is the compressive strengths of homes, in particular the inner leaf. So I'd just like to say to, I suppose, the decision makers here that regardless of mica or peritite or deleterious material, we can't forget the compressive strength results we're getting back. The second item is really in relation to the science. So we found very quickly with the test results we were getting back that something else was amiss, or something else was happening with the test data or with homes. Information we're getting from homeowners was that houses that we went to in say March, April, and 6 months later when we were doing the final report, they said their homes had continued to deteriorate. So, and that was outside a freeze-thaw period, so something else was also maybe adding to it. So this leads us to the issue of peritite in Donegal, but also I'd like to highlight there's a difference of opinion in relation to framboidal pyrite in Mayo and the other counties. So I suppose plead to the policymakers that we need to research these both areas. And I suppose that's why we made ourselves available and provided all the test data to the expert group, to the Housing Agency in February. We spoke on behalf of the homeowners at the Oireachtas in June, and what we worked with Andreas and Paul here with a presentation to the NSAI in September, because all those have to lead to engineers being able to sign off and give some sort of assurance at the end. What are we actually signing off on? What can we stand over? And unfortunately, for us as engineers, the scheme is ahead of the science, but I realise as you as homeowners, we can't wait for another 2 years for the science, so we need to try and work together to get a solution.
Yeah, I mean, just on the back of that comment, GSI did open up a tendering process for the research on concrete products for Ireland, and after the March seminar that many people probably saw, we were at the European Union presenting some of the science at that. We led a research consortium to bid for that research, and we found out, I think it was the end of August, that we were successful and we're part of that. So many of the speakers that are up here on tonight, and actually you'll hear later on, are actually going to be doing fundamental research, particularly looking very strongly at pyrite and other issues in concrete. And that research will be used to feed into the IS 465 review. So at least it started. It started a little bit late, but we're hoping that'll start quickly. And we've met with GSI. Myself and Andreas has also met with some of the technical committee and NSI Technical Committee 63 to try and outline what the work packages would be, so we can get the science right this time. We don't want to be nobody wants to be back here again trying to review standards in 2 years' time saying the thing has failed. So this is a really good opportunity to try and get IS 465 right for engineers and for homeowners, and also for the government, so the right decisions are being made. But no, with that in mind, like, what's the sort of crux research questions we need to address, Andreas? What do you think?
Well, of course, we know that pyrrhotite is an issue. We will surely have to look at more houses. We need urgently information from the foundations, because imagine you demolish a home and you rebuild it on a foundation that will expand 10 years later. And obviously this costs more money than if you would have done it right for the first time. So we need decisions that are based on facts. What I have seen here in Ireland, a lot of decisions have been made on suggestions, assumptions, and wishful thinking. I mean, this is not sustainable, obviously. Of course, there is this problem with scheme is ahead of science. And yeah, probably science has just to confirm the steps that have been defined, but probably these steps have to be adapted as well, going along with the increasing knowledge.
Okay, that's grand. So look, we're sort of running out of time, and we want to open up a few minutes for questions. So I know Joe's rolling with the mic there. Go ahead there, Joe. Frank, you have a question there?
Question I have, why do you need IS 465? And there's an engineer sitting up there. Now, I've extensively researched this. I've wrote to Dr. Lehman, who kindly wrote back to me. I've wrote to you, Paul. I've wrote to everybody in the country. My father's test results, which you have, are the first in this county to show the sulfate attack on a property. And what is in my father's property is pyrrhotite, rare pyrite, minor pyrite, chalcopyrite, and marcasite, thomsite, etrigingite, and the secondary formation of gypsum. Now, based on that, his engineer recommended full demolition to the foundations. Now, I have a problem with that, because the engineer should have told him if he is entering the scheme, which he's not, he's going to be the first proper case against the state when we get the foundations results back now, which were cored in May last year, or May this year, where those results are imminent. But why do you need IS 465 when the standard states clearly in 12620 and SR 16 that anything above 0.1% of reactive iron sulfide minerals means that that block should not be sold to the open market? Now, GSI should be telling people what the standard was before 2002, but also that market surveillance and building control has been non-existent in this county in particular and all over the country since the self-regulations came in 2001. Now, I don't know how many times people have to realise now that this is not a MICA issue. These experts have written extensively for the last 10 years about the effects of deleterious materials and reactive iron sulfide minerals. Now, it goes back to the very beginning of this campaign. The first engineers that got involved in this did not test for everything.
Go on, try and ask a question.
Well, the question I have is to the experts, and in particular the engineer, why do you need IS 465? You only need it to enter the scheme.
Let's deal with that then. That's a good question.
Under the defective concrete block scheme, they developed the IS 465 standard for the sampling and testing of the blocks. I suppose it's one way of abstracting the data. You mentioned the property that was damaged. I suppose, how did we know what caused the damage before it was tested? So the testing procedure is IS 465.
But, excuse me, can I just say this? Yeah. IS 465 asked to look into the nature of the problem. In Connecticut, our governor asked us to look into the cause of the problem. And the first thing we did was tested the quarries, period.
I've just got a quick related question to you. So we're just about to embark on some research, hopefully, once that kick starts. How much has been funded? How much research has been funded?
Okay. So in Canada, they received 5 million. In Connecticut, we started with 1 million, and now the US government just added another 4 million through NIST. So we've got 5 million, Canada's got 5 million, and Ireland has, zip.
Nick, do you want to talk there? Yeah, okay. This is the last comment. We're going to wrap up here after this. Go ahead.
As far as the I-465 testing, I mean, I don't know a lot about that, but what's interesting what they did in Connecticut was initially to get the foundation paid for, to get your foundation replaced and paid for by the government, you needed to get the foundation tested by petrographic analysis and show that it had the pyrrhotite and was the problem. But eventually, over time, they recognized that, hey, you know, foundations don't normally show pattern cracking for shrinkage crack. I mean, shrinkage cracking, you get vertical cracks, and this pattern cracking is occurring, and these horizontal cracks were obviously not that. They're obviously related to the expansion of the aggregate. So eventually, they just went to, you no longer need to get your concrete tested. If you have an engineer that can come out and they can look at your foundation, and they say, hey, this is, you know, definitely related to the expansion of the aggregate due to the pyrrhotite oxidation, that was good enough. So it's kind of interesting how they evolved and no longer required that testing, right, Debbie? That's what pretty much.
I think one of the fundamental things that you did, you got the testings done first, so you had a fundamental understanding from the science what the problem was, and then you just follow what the thing looks like. We have to wrap this up, people. So look, you know who we are. Oh, we've got a question from the floor, right? Okay.
Elvin Thompson, Supermix Concrete. We supply glacial aggregate. So I would like to ask the panel, how is all aggregate from gravel liable to get contaminated with pyrite? And another question which I'd like the panel to answer, does extra cement and the concrete annul the effects of pyrite?
Okay, so what can read that question again there, Eileen?
The second part of it was, does additional cement and concrete, does additional cement nullify the effects of deleterious minerals?
Was it deleterious minerals or was it pyrite?
Well, I suppose in general, do you want to talk just about, in general?
Okay.
Well, I can comment on that. When you have mica, you can compensate the effect of mica by increasing your cement content. However, in the case of pyrrhotite, you might just retard the reaction. You can't prevent it.
Eileen, you need a microphone because there's a huge hole. So
Well, yes. I mean, you see this from the foundations. I mean, in the concrete blocks, the damage shows relatively fast. In Connecticut, it takes something like 20 years. Of course, it's not the same aggregate. But if you have a denser concrete, the reaction is likely slowed down, but you won't prevent it if there is enough excess of moisture.
Okay, so just to clarify, and I think we're going to have to conclude then, just to clarify what you're saying, Andreas, we're saying that additional concrete, putting into concrete
additional
products,
cement?
Additional cement does not counteract the effect of pyrrhotite, or that's what you're saying? Because there has been a lot of speculation that additional cement would counteract it, and you're saying it would not?
No, it will just make the reaction slower.
It would just take longer to appear. Yeah, perfect. Okay, guys, I think we're going to have to conclude.
Okay, that's grand. So look, we'll, you know who we are. If people want to come and talk to us after this, we're floating about. But thanks for listening to us.
Okay, we're break for 30 minutes. We're back at 4:30. Okay. We can come back. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. This is what we call the multidisciplinary session this afternoon, and in this session we're going to cover what we call the societal impacts of the defective blocks crisis. So we have multiple stakeholders and speakers here this afternoon. So I'm going to kick this off. My session and my presentation is around the lessons that should have been learned from pyrite or pyrite heave, and how have these lessons impacted upon the mica or the defective blocks crisis. So what you see on the screen now is a chronology of, let's say, events in terms of the pyrite or the mica journey over the last 15 years. So you can see that, for example, issues of defective homes came to the fore, where a number of homes in North County Dublin presented with significant crack into their homes in 2007. There was a significant number of families came forward, and there was estimates in the early days of about 20,000 homes that were thought to be affected. But more latterly, we found out that the applications that have been made are less than 3,000, and of those, around 2,300 have been approved. In 2012, the Pyrite panel was set up. This panel was set up to understand more about the pyrite issue and to make key recommendations to avoid anything like this happening in the future. By 2013, the government set up what was called the Pyrite Resolution Board, and in the same year, and that dealt with obviously the pyrite issue and predominantly the Leinster area. In the same year, we started to see the issue of defective blocks emerge in Donegal and also in County Mayo. And in the same year, Mica Action Group was set up to seek redress for families that were affected by this issue. By 2014, the Mica Action Group really started a concerted redress campaign. And we undertook a survey of affected homeowners in the county. And the first public meeting was held in November 2014, where we had about 350 people turn up. And the same year, in December of that year, we were afforded a meeting for the first time with the Department of Housing, where we presented findings in that survey, and we indicated that this was a much more widespread issue, and it was no longer anecdotal, but we had significant evidence to suggest that this was very widespread in the county. By 2015, we finally got the first Minister for Housing, which was Minister Paddy Coffey, to visit the county and to visit affected homes in the county with us. That was part of the concerted ongoing campaign for mica redress. By 2016, the government finally set up an expert panel into the defective blocks issue. The expert panel met with members of the Mica Action Group, including ourselves, and other key stakeholders in the county and also in County Mayo. By 2017, we saw a report published by the department. The expert panel report indicated and found that the blocks that were used in the construction of our homes and other properties were unfit for purpose. They estimated at that time 4,800 homes to potentially be affected in Donegal, with another 345 thought to be affected in Mayo. By 2018, the government finally announced that they would deliver a redress scheme in the form of what we can now call the 90-10 scheme. And they also announced and published the IS 465 2018. And again, this protocol was a protocol that was used to deliver consistency across assessment and remediation of homes in the county. By 2020, we saw the actual defective blocks grant scheme open up to the public for applications in Donegal and Mayo. But by last year, we started to see very significant issues emerge with the actual scheme itself. And we saw the very concerted campaign for 100% redress. And at the end of last year, the summer of 2021, the government set up a working group to help come together families and government representatives to work through the issues of the scheme. By this year, the revised 2022 legislation was signed into law, and we are now looking at a minimum of 6,000 homes believed to be affected in the county. Another number of counties have come forward. In actual fact, there's now 13 counties thought to be affected. So looking back to the pyrite, or what we call the pyrite or the pyrite heave cases, you can see here with the map Ireland, you can see predominantly the issue pertains to the kind of Leinster area. So you have North County Dublin, Offaly, Meath and Louth, and I think there was also issues in Tipperary, but predominantly it was in the Leinster area. One of the things I think is really good to draw attention to is if we go back to the report that was published by the Pyrite panel in 2012, and the chair of that panel, made a statement in that report where he said that from a public policy perspective, what happened with pyrite should not have happened, and there are important lessons to be drawn from the experience. He said that we hope that this report and the recommendations we have made in it will not only assist you in dealing successfully with the specific problems caused by pyrite, but that they may help prevent such a problem ever arising again. And that's very significant and poignant because that's 10 years ago. The panel also concluded that at the time there was not an effective testing and inspection regime in place in quarries to identify the presence of pyrite or to ensure that the hardcore material being supplied was of an acceptable quality. Up until 2020, the cost to the Irish state of the pyrite or the pyrite heave issue is estimated to have cost the taxpayer in the region of about €140 million. So now we move on to the mica or the defective blocks issue, and you have to ignore I'm not very good at graphics, so this might be hard to decipher, but I think you can see very generally that the issue has affected a significant number of counties in the country. So if you look at, we have Donegal, we also now have Derry, Mayo, Sligo, Clare, Limerick, Tipperary, Wexford, Louth, Meath, Dublin, Carlow, Leitrim as well, thought to be affected. And again, there was a call by the Minister last year where he asked that all of the local authorities across all of the 26 counties look at their housing stock, examine their housing stock to try to ascertain whether or not any additional counties are also affected. So again, we expect that these will not be the final numbers. So if you look at, in terms of prime time of an investigation that was undertaken in 2016, and we look at a quote from Rita O'Reilly in that documentary, she said that after pyrite, bad building control has come back to bite us again. And again, we say that in the report of the next year, the blocks were found to be unfit for purpose. Additionally, from that same report in 2017, they themselves, the government, in their own report indicate that there were many incidences of building failures or severe non-compliance concerns which followed the 2008 collapse in economic and construction activity. So by their own admission, they had failed significantly in terms of their own governance. So the key objectives of this research is to better understand what recommendations came from pyrite or pyrite heave, what lessons were learnt by government, were these lessons or recommendations acted upon, and how has government management of the pyrite or pyrite heave crisis impacted upon or contributed to the mica or defective blocks issue. In terms of a methodology, a critical case study approach has been adopted, and that really we're looking at a single case study design, and we are looking at a critical case, and we also are looking at it from a longitudinal point of view in terms of the case study approach. In terms of going back to the report of the Pyrite Panel from 2012, and again, just remember this was a report that was undertaken after the emergence of pyrite in the Leinster area. The Irish government appointed a panel to investigate the pyrite issue, and they subsequently published a report, and in that report they made 24 recommendations. And what I've done is I've extracted a number of those recommendations that I found were very pertinent and that really were worthy of consideration in relation to how they have management this crisis. So remember, this is from 2012. This has nothing to do with the mica or defective blocks issue. So the first of the recommendations is recommendation 9, and they talked about that there was an absolute urgent need for Home Bond to re-engage and facilitate remediation. Now, Home Bond is a structure guarantee insurance body for the Republic, and obviously they are supposed to step in if there's any structural defects in homes. They didn't do that with pyrite, and they recommended that in future they should, and they should stand over any of these structural defects. Recommendation 10 talked about that there was a need for engagement by the insurance industry. The insurance industry again walked away. They did not provide insurance cover for people that were affected by pyrite. And again, the panel said that it's really important that there is engagement with the insurance industry and that this issue needed to be resolved. Recommendation 11 from 2012 in relation to pyrite talks about the funding by mortgage providers, that the banks and those people who are providing mortgages to these homeowners who are affected by pyrite, they needed to engage, and the banking industry needed to step up and to provide support to families. Recommendation 12 pertained to the role of government. This recommendation states that the government need to take the necessary steps to ensure that, firstly, those who have responsibility for the pyrite problem should bear the costs of remediation. They also said that remediation needed to be carried out in a timely manner, and that the comprehensive measures are put in place to minimise the risk of this or similar problems occurring in the future. Okay? Recommendation 17, it's about enforcement of building control legislation. They recommended that building control was too lax, and they recommended a strengthening of building control practices in relation to such an issue such as this. Recommendation 24 is about dissemination of important information, and that the government have a requirement or a need to ensure that they disseminate information in an effective and an efficient manner to ensure that all the information reaches all the relevant people in a timely manner. So, very quick run through, but general conclusions that can be drawn from those recommendations is that the Irish government failed to implement their own recommendations that they took from Pyrite. Now, these are recommendations that are written in their own reports, and that they have not addressed these recommendations in relation to the defective blocks issue. And I'll just go through them very quickly to explain to you exactly why. First one we touched upon there was Home Bond. Again, they're the insurer against structural defects. 10 years later, we see that Home Bond was once again allowed to walk away. They have abdicated all responsibility. We know that this happened previously in the case of Pyrite. It begs the question, why, if government said that this had to happen 10 years earlier, was this allowed to happen again? The insurance industry. The insurance industry 10 years later, in the case of defective blocks, once again failed to offer insurance cover for homeowners or commercial properties. There was no government intervention to ensure insurance cover for those affected. Mortgage providers. Banks and mortgage providers did not support families, again in the case of defective blocks, and in terms of the testing or remediation of these homes. No government intervention happened again to ensure banks were supporting those affected. Now, importantly, the role of government. The companies or stakeholders responsible for the MICA defective blocks issue have not been investigated and were not forced to contribute towards the cost of remediation of affected homes. That's hard to take for us families who are affected by the defective blocks issue, and particularly because 10 years earlier, in their own report in relation to Pyrite, they themselves said that that is what had to happen if this were ever to happen in the future. They talked about the implementation of the scheme. Again, they talked about it had to be expedited, it had to be done, lessons had to be learned from Pyrite. The implementation of this scheme took years. We started lobbying the Irish government in 2014. The scheme came into place in 2020. You know, everything about this scheme is complex, everything about it is arduous, and it really is not good enough. They should have learned the lessons from 2012. And the last one, comprehensive measures have not been put in place to minimise the risk of this or similar problems happening in the future, and that's possibly one of the most concerning. Enforcement of building control legislation, again, their own recommendation said that they had to enhance building control legislation, but in actual fact, based on their own report in 2017, where they looked at the defective blocks issue, not only had they not enhanced their building control legislation, as opposed to further enforcement of building control legislation as was recommended, an opt-out clause was implemented in 2015, which in their own words acted as a retrograde step. That's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that they said in their own recommendations and they took a backward step. Dissemination of information, a government-led centralised system was not set up, and also calls for the last number of years, particularly through Anne Owens, for an on-the-ground facilitator to help people to navigate this very complex process that has fallen on deaf ears. We were told last year in the working group that they had approved a facilitator or multiple facilitators on the ground. It has never happened, and it begs the question as to why. Do they not want people to access the scheme? Do they want it to continue to be complex? So, second conclusion in relation to, you know, the inadequacies about and the oversight of government, what we can see is that many of these recommendations, they were not acted upon. No lessons seem to have been learnt. And it can be speculated that if they had acted upon these their own recommendations, the scale and the impact of the MICA or defective blocks crisis could have been significantly curtailed. In the case of more recent properties that were built, in fact, it could be speculated that many of these could have prevented it from happening. So, concluding remarks, we have to ask the question, is there or was there a genuine will at government level to implement these recommendations? Given the cost to the Irish state for Pyrite, which is currently estimated at 140 million, and for MICA defective blocks, which is currently estimated between 3.2 and 5 billion euro, why was lip service paid to the serious issue? The impact of this governance failure will be felt for many years to come in terms of financial cost, but was equally concerning as a cost to those families and commercial property owners in terms of the stress, the trauma, the adverse physical and mental health impacts. This is much more difficult to quantify and to accept, given that lessons should have been learnt years earlier. It is recommended that in the future, if anything like this is to happen, government need to demonstrate a genuine will to act upon its own recommendations in a timely and sensitive manner. Finally, and importantly, a public inquiry needs to be held into this issue. We need to understand, and we deserve to know, why did this happen? What key factors and which stakeholders contributed to this crisis? And how can we be sure that nothing like this ever happens again? Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Anne Owens.
Thank you, Eileen. My name is Anne Owens, and the title of my presentation today is Victims of Failure. I had a long think about this because this is a wide open subject. Where do you begin and where do you end on the subject? And I'm famous for talking. I'm not a scientist and I'm not an academic. I'm a MICA homeowner with 5 close family members affected. All my family, all my direct family are affected. I've worked and I still work as an information officer and advocate for the Citizens Information Service, and I've been working for this organisation for the past 25 years. There is never a day goes by but I don't have multiple inquiries from very distressed people about the defective concrete block issue and the MICA scandal and what it is doing to these people. I'm a founder member of the MICA campaign and I'm a former chairperson of the MICA Action Group. My background is in social science. I hope that this background has provided me with unique insight into the global impact of state failure of a systemic level in Donegal at least. I looked at the Macmillan Dictionary for a definition of what a victim is. So a definition of a victim from the Macmillan Dictionary says, a person who has suffered from someone's actions. This simple sentence describes the thousands of people who've been impacted by the defective concrete blocks scandal. Affected homes no longer have a value. They are difficult to insure. They are impossible to sell or use as collateral to release money. Remediated homes realise about 1/3 of what the relevant market value should be. And I checked this before, I checked this when I was doing my research. So if you're selling a MICA home, it's worth about 1/3 of what the proper market value should be. That's if you can sell it. Mortgages and insurance companies still demand payment with little empathy, engagement, or flexibility historically demonstrated. Banks and insurance companies have been the only winners in the scandal, and no one has ever even suggested that these parties be levied. Even with the existing scheme in place, finding the additional necessary financial resources, because we all know this is not a 100% scheme, and finding the necessary resources to replace a home will be impossible for many homeowners. And think of the elderly who can't release capital, who are too old to get a mortgage. Think of those dependent on social welfare payments or on marginal incomes. Just think of the ordinary people in our community who work in shops, who work as carers, marginal incomes. Those with dependents at 3rd level education who must make a choice. Do I educate my child or do I repair my home? I mean, what kind of a choice is that? When the enhanced scheme was launched, Minister for Housing stated, listen to this, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good, referring directly to the financial and other shortcomings of the scheme. So there is nothing in place, no force majeure scheme or natural justice for affected homeowners who just won't be able to get that extra 30 or 40,000. You know, we really need a scheme that runs alongside the existing scheme, even if it's a means-tested scheme, so that people, you know, can, in force majeure situations, can access natural justice. I mean, the people who are going to fall by the wayside are they are the most vulnerable people in our society, and that makes me sad. Under financial victims, don't forget that we must include business people who make their living through rental properties, Airbnb, rent-a-room, offices, showrooms and warehouses, as well as farmers whose farm buildings are crumbling. People like this have been deprived of their very livelihood. And we can also count in holiday homeowners, unregistered second homeowners, accidental landlords, homeowners from across the border. It's all in the news right now, all arbitrarily excluded from the scheme. But really, why? On a whim. They require natural justice also. Excluded also are social housing tenants, and these are the people that I would talk to more often. The people who are living in damaged and dangerous social housing, and significant capital will be required from the Department of Housing to replace social housing. Until then, the most vulnerable in our society will continue to live in intolerable and dangerous homes. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, expounded in 1943 and just as relevant today, suggests that the home is a primary or basic need, providing security and safety, control and order. Homeowners living in defective homes have had these most basic needs denied, and their opportunity for self-realization or just to live their best lives have been compromised. Homes have become an embarrassment and a source of shame. What child wants to invite his friends over to a Micah home? What parent wants to own a home which shouts failure? Homes are cracked, cold, leaking. Doors and windows don't close. Homes are cold, damp and miserable. Many homeowners battle with infestation of mice and rats. Homes are deteriorating insidiously and becoming unsafe. I want you all for a moment to consider a client of my service, a woman with a teenage family who is undergoing treatment for cancer. She comes home from chemotherapy sessions each week to a home which is literally falling apart. The yard is littered with debris, the wall insulation is exposed, and water is penetrating. The house is cold and damp, she cannot heat it. My client has been advised by her oncologist. She must avoid stress at all costs. Can you imagine that? While her family live in a house which is now dangerous. Or what about the parents of the child with autism? The parents who don't get to sleep, whose child does not understand danger, who is a flight risk. On wet and windy nights, this family have buckets to the ready to catch the rain that is driving through their home. What sanctuary, safety, or comfort have these people whose home is a ticking time bomb? When families are left with no choice but to abandon their home, they will be competing for a place in the worst housing crisis in the history of the state. For generations, the Irish took for granted affordable, plentiful housing, and our citizens had one of the world's highest rates of home ownership. Families of defective homes face the bleak reality of rental shortages and soaring rents, on top of having to have their homes repaired or rebuilt. As part of the state's humanitarian response to the Ukrainian crisis, the government is rolling out a rapid build housing programme to provide accommodation to 2,000 Ukrainians at several sites in Ireland, and I welcome this. However, defective homeowners, also victims of a humanitarian crisis, must be offered temporary homes under the defective concrete block scheme. Whole estates are affected, not just single homes. Homeowners living in a terrace or in a semi-detached home have no idea of how the scheme will work with the practical realities of being attached to another defective home. Where does this leave thousands of homeowners who live in estates? Will these estates become the ghosts of the future? Families have shared with me their sense of hopelessness, feeling unsupported, angry. Fathers particularly have relayed feelings of having let the family down. Stress on the family unit has led to marital breakdown, anxiety, lost days at work, negative thinking and victim syndrome, depression and suicidal ideation. I hear this every week. Donegal is facing a tsunami of depression and mental health problems as the MECA scandal deepens. Children have not escaped. The children who are being raised in defective homes, who are not permitted to kick ball against the gable wall. The children who are moved to different rooms or a different house on a stormy night. The children who have grown up witnessing the impact of the scandal on their parents. Families have been robbed of their sanctuary, their true north. Videos on social media show houses who, in the words of the homeowners, are built from gravel, not blocks, who are trapped in the application process. Families who plan to rent a house for Christmas so that they can cook their Christmas dinner without having water leaking through the switches, without having wall-to-wall mold where the smell in their home is overpowering. Winters are a source of dread as families put emergency plans in place to abandon their home during storms or flood, while the government displays a lack of empathy and urgency. Families are experiencing respiratory problems caused by exposure to mold, damp, and cold. The defective concrete block scheme is a complex digital scheme and not one for the faint-hearted. A generation will require practical logistical support to access the scheme. The Department of Housing, after almost 2 years of relentless lobbying, have finally approved funding for just 2 facilitators. Homeowners presenting to my workplace express a sense of being overwhelmed, of not knowing where to begin, of being afraid of what the future holds for them. Until government acknowledges their role in permitting and perpetuating a system of self-regulation in the construction industry and targets culpable manufacturers, taxpayers, and they are also victims, will be obliged to contribute towards a blank cheque to pay for the violation of the construction industry and the folly and lack of foresight of the government. It is only through walking in the shoes of homeowners that we can fully understand the impact of living in a defective home. It is harrowing to see at first hand a copy of a family's emergency plan. outlining in graphic detail the role of families, first responders, the fire brigade, ambulance, and Gardaí in a situation of catastrophic failure. And I'm sorry, I feel so emotional. It is not unreasonable to suggest this will happen. Far from it. This family will make the ultimate sacrifice for egregious state failure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Eileen Doherty.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Doherty. I am a mother of 3 and I am a school teacher at Moville Community College. Our forever home is slated for demolition due to defective blocks. We do not know how much longer we can stay in this home. My son is 10 and he makes it his business to regularly measure and monitor the ever-widening cracks. He confidently assures us that we're okay. We're okay unless that €1 coin falls out of the crack. I wonder what will happen when he realizes that I've already removed the €1 coin and replaced it with a €2 coin. That means the cracks in my home are in excess of 26 millimeters wide. My 10-year-old sleeps under that crack. I am not alone. Over a quarter of staff in my school and around 150 of our students are in the very same position. Most families are not in a position to pay their mortgage, pay for rental accommodation, and gather the lump sum up required to access the demolition and rebuilding of their homes. Interest rates are rising, the cost of living is constantly increasing. The expense of the MICA homeowner is constantly exacerbated. The current redress scheme requires so much money upfront that it is only for the financially well-off. Not everybody can avail of it. In our schools, everyone is talking MICA. It's in the classrooms, it's in the staff room, and it's in the corridors. There is not an English essay that doesn't have the mention of MICA somewhere in it. French, Spanish, and Irish teachers no longer ask students to describe their family home, as it has caused so much upset for the affected students. Every time a humanitarian crisis is mentioned, the MICA catastrophe is at forefront. It's on our children's lips. It's on our staff lips. There is absolutely no escaping it. Guidance counsellors report needing more time for career guidance as they provide MICA counselling to so many students. Trying to motivate these students to a positive future is next to impossible. Our guidance counsellor warns of what's coming down the line. She says, this is just going to explode and no one is planning for it. Students are choosing not to go to college to fix their family home. Students are not choosing their destiny on their preferred choices, but on finances. And parents are using college savings to fix the family homes. As homeschool community liaison, I've visited many homes that were absolutely consumed by MICA. I met families challenged with illnesses, disabilities, mental health issues, and unemployment. These are now the families that are affected by this catastrophe. Some still don't even realise their fate. Others have so many other issues going on in the family home, they are not able to take it in. Initial research from one of our feeder primary schools indicates that 80% of their families live in houses affected by defective blocks. Where is the accommodation for these families going to be found? Do we really accept that mobile homes, converted sheds, or other such temporary dwellings are an acceptable solution for young families growing up in Ireland in 2022? Children raised in secure and stable home environments have a greater probability of success in education. There is a direct pathway between living in decent, stable homes and students experiencing positive educational outcomes. The fear of becoming homeless has been noted to have a detrimental impact on children's education. Already, some of our students have studied for their leaving certs in dreadful conditions. One was in a cramped temporary home, too small for their large family needs. Two, while living in a converted shed. Another in the confinement of a mobile home in Donegal weather. Another was in a cabin looking out at the hole in the ground that was once his home. Let's face it, hundreds of students in Donegal are sleeping in mould-ridden houses with drafts, going to bed every night, listening for the cracking and the falling masonry. This pattern will continue unless it's addressed. Hearing you have to knock down your forever home drives most people into the 5 stages of grief. At first, the denial, the shock. The anger, the testing. Bargaining soon follows. And for some, it leads to depression. The lucky ones eventually reach acceptance of their fate with a little bit of support. We have seen an increase in absenteeism due to stress and illnesses as students study in cold and drafty rooms. One student tells me that she shoves pens in the side of the window to stop the breeze from sweeping through the room as she studies for her exams. Heating a mica home during this current crisis is absolutely impossible. One student describes living with mica as an app that's always open, continuously running in the background, never leaving you, and never turning off, affecting every aspect of your lives, even as you sleep. One member of staff has 3 siblings. She, along with the 3 siblings, are in houses that have to be demolished. Another member spoke about his fears as a piece of masonry skimmed past his son's head while cycling his tricycle over the summer. It's completely changing the typical student conversation, and not in a healthy way. Primary schools, where children should be playing hopscotch, report that students are playing mica protest marches. Many of our children with special needs live in crumbling homes. A hoist is used by one child, and that hoist is attached to crumbling blocks. They have no option but to remain in the crumbling home. Their needs are so specific, and there is no opportunity of them ever finding alternative accommodation. Another family has purchased 2 mobile homes. They care for 2 children with profound needs. This type of confinement is inhumane, and the upheaval throws our most vulnerable children into absolute turmoil from lack of routine. Parents are breaking down at parent-teacher meetings, blaming themselves for their poor children's attainment, saying we've so much going on, trying to get our house sorted, we never have time to help with schoolwork. Another parent tells of how her son has developed severe asthma as a direct consequence of living in damp, mouldy mica house. In science class, a student tells how he gets scared when he has to plug in his phone charger, as sometimes water comes out of the socket. How can students receive an education with this all-consuming distraction going on around them? How can we support them? How can we get support? How can we help students look after their own well-being and instill values of fairness and justice when this is being allowed to happen to them? The whole matter is compounded by the level of disadvantage in our community. In my 30 years teaching, I have never seen anything impact on the entire school education like the stress and turmoil caused by living with defective blocks. Donegal's well-documented substantial burden of deprivation has been exacerbated by defective blocks catastrophe. Historically, early school leaving has been an issue in our community. JESH and school completion programmes are addressing these issues. But now the potential to progress to third level is a major concern once again. The scale of disadvantage experienced by students living in crumbling blocks is off the Richter scale. They cannot access the education system in a meaningful way. I have a significant concerns for the life chances of these students affected, as inequality after inequality is stacked upon them and no one seems to care. How can my school and my colleagues promote equality of opportunity for our students? How can we help them reach their full potential in lives? The defective blocks crisis will continue to affect students in Donegal for the foreseeable future. To date, we have received no extra funding. We have received no extra support to ensure equality of access of education. We have received nothing for the already occurring fallout. The trail of destruction that we are already seeing in schools is shocking. And we have far from reached the epicenter of this humanitarian crisis. The bottom line is, our schools do not have the resources to cope with this. Imagine, many of our students have been living in the shadow of Micah all their lives. They know nothing else. We hear daily, "Miss, what's the point in me studying? It's not like I can ask my parents to go to college. It's just not an option." Some students are not accepting college places because they cannot add to the family's financial worries. Rebuilding the family home is the priority for all families. Others are choosing courses not on preference, but on costings. But the most difficult part of all this is families have put their lives on hold for years, and there's still no end in sight. The students' concerns are never ending. Their questions are very real. Where will I live? Where will I study? Will I still be able to attend the same school? What if we cannot get accommodation near the school? What will I do if I'm not living close to my friends? Will we ever be able to afford it? Should I quit school and help fund the rebuild? How can I give up my part-time job to study? We need the money for the rebuild. How can I choose college over a home? One student tells me she studies in her bed as they can no longer heat the room. A mother cries as she is packing up to move out of the house at Christmas in hope her son will be settled in a new school in time to do well in his exams. Another student comes to school daily tired, as he sets an alarm for the early hours of the morning in a chance of getting some quiet time in their cramped temporary accommodation to study before their house wakens. Another describes the smell of a claustrophobic shed converted into a makeshift home. These students are disadvantaged and they know they're on the back foot. Depression, homelessness, fear of mental health, they're all intrinsically linked. The National Educational Psychological Services are already bursting at the seams. Donegal ETB has asked the Department of Education for extra support. We need to have a plan in place for these students, but it has fallen on deaf ears. COVID did not impact upon my students the way the defective blocks crisis already has. The perfect storm, feeding inequality, marginalisation and deprivation, will put many challenges in the way of effective teaching and learning if they are not addressed. These families have already paid too much. The negative impact of defective blocks will span for generations if we do not address it instantly. I urge, we must become proactive. Listen to the voice of the students, teachers and school. Get a plan in place and support these students before we lose some of our great minds. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Angeline. Excellent. I'd now like to welcome Eileen McLaughlin-Long, who I accidentally missed a minute ago and gave Angeline her place, so apologies about that. So this is Eileen McLaughlin-Long, and she is an affected homeowner, and she's going to tell you her story and how the mica defective blocks issue has impacted her family. Okay. Just a wee note here, the hotel has mentioned that somebody with the registration 221DL991 have left their there's hazard lights on, and the lights are left on. Another car, 12DL2826. So if any of those cars belong to anyone in here, if you want to just go in case your battery runs flat. Okay?
My name is Eileen Long. I live in Inch Island with my husband Stephen and our 3 children. In 2004, we started to clear our site, and in 2005, we built our forever home, which was ready just in time in March of 2006, a month before our wedding. All seemed well in the 10 years that followed. We were so happy and proud of our home. We sacrificed on nights out, clothes shopping, holidays, etc. But for us, it was all worth it because our home was the most important. We noticed cracks appearing over the years, but put it down to settling cracks. As time went on, the cracks were escalating, getting wider and wider on the outer walls, which were smooth plastered. The word mica was becoming more common. So about 6 years ago, Stephen chipped off a square of plaster, and the block behind crumbled to pieces with his fingertips. We knew without a doubt that our home had mica. Stephen would try to fill in the cracks as best he could to keep the water out, but this proved a futile task. 3 years ago, we finally got the money together to proceed in getting the core testing done. Within months, the engineer had the results back, in which he told us he found to be shocking. The internal core sample was 2.7 Newton. The external below ground level was 1.7 Newton, and there was 9% level of mica. There was also levels of pyrite and pyrite. This was classed as a full demolition. This news was absolutely heartbreaking and soul-destroying for all our happy memories over the years. And our home had to be knocked to the ground. We were numb and completely broken. But the one good thing we took from it was it brought us closer together. We knew it was going to be a long and tough road ahead. We had to stay strong for our children's sake. Mica was destroying our home, but it was not going to tear our family apart. Our oldest child, Tiernan, will be 11 next month. It has been impossible to hide mica from him, as the cracks are all over. When he was 8 years old, one night he came downstairs and he overheard us talking about how much it was going to cost us. The next day, he handed us his money box and said he would help us to pay to fix the house. Now, what 8-year-old child should have to be worrying about bills? That is our job as parents to carry that burden. On windy nights, Tiernan will still come down to our bedroom. He won't admit it, but we know he is scared of the house collapsing. Soon, our daughter Samara will be turned 7. 2 summers ago, we were outside, and it got my attention when she was staring close into one of the big cracks. Here's the conversation she had with her baby doll, Emily. "I'm sorry you can't have a sleepover tonight because the house might fall down. and we will get our leg broken or our brains broken. Then we will get deaded, as she explained in her 5-year-old language. She then said, but you can stay next week when the man comes to build our new house. There's a picture here that shows Samara looking up at what should be her bedroom. She's scared to go into this room as it is cracked straight through to the outer wall. The window can't open because the outer window band is buckled out. Samara is sleeping downstairs in the nursery bedroom and keeps begging us to wallpaper this room with unicorns and rainbows. But this wall also has cracks in it. Our little girl is missing out on the chance of having a princess-like bedroom. Our youngest child, Matthew, turned 3 in August, and he started to put his sentences together recently. And he said, "Wall all broke, Daddy fix it." And this was so tough for Stephen to hear. Matthew got a toy tool set for his birthday. And one day he came outside with his yellow hard hat on and a plastic saw in one hand and a plastic hammer in the other. And at the very corner of the wall, he started sawing at it and pieces were crumbling off. And then he tried to hammer the pieces back on, and he became very upset when he couldn't do this. For us to gather the money for the core testing and for all the further expenses to follow, Stephen had no other choice but to cash in his pension fund early. In doing so, he lost a substantial amount, but there was no other way. We then, down the line, had to purchase a second-hand mobile home, which needs a lot of work done to make it habitable. We thought it would be best for the children to stay on site so that they would have their familiar surroundings, their outdoor play area, to run around the garden and to have their bikes, etc., close to the shade. But on the downside of this, we'll be built so close when the house is demolished, and the kids will have to watch every part of it. And I'm worried how this is going to affect them. When I was almost 19 years old, I was in a crash and sustained a crush fracture to a vertebrae in my lower back. Years later, I used the compensation money to invest in our house, which contributed to approximately a fifth of the build. And this allowed us to have an extra bedroom and an extra living space. Now, most people in their mid-20s would have had a great time with that money, going on holidays, etc. But instead, I chose to invest it in our dream home. At least some good was going to come out of the constant back pain. A home that I could be so proud of. And I look around at our home now and I just think, what a waste of money. It's certainly not a house that I can be proud of. And even now, 22 years later, I still have ongoing back pain. It's something I just have to learn to live with and adapt to. And the one saviour to ease the pain in my back is a hot bath, which I take almost every night. But when we move to the mobile home, there will be no bath, and I'm dreading to think of the pain ahead. 8 years ago, my daddy passed away, and then 2 years later, my mum passed away. Both of them were struck down with, too soon with debilitating, crippling diseases with no cure. And all we could do was watch them deteriorate before our eyes, and there was nothing we could do. My mother was the victim of the hepatitis C scandal, another needless tragedy over incompetence and negligence on a government's part. Both my parents died far too soon, and they should have been with us for many more years. Like our home, it should be standing strong for many more years to come, but it has been struck down with the crippling disease of mica with no cure, and all we can do is stand back and watch it deteriorate before our eyes, and there's nothing we can do to fix it. With both my parents gone, I also grieved for my home house where I grew up, and this made my home in Lynch Island all the more important, as now it was the only place I could call home. But Micah has taken that from me now. A home should be a warm and safe, comfortable place, a happy place to relax in and to spend time with family and to make great memories. But living in a Micah home is like being trapped in a prison with no escape. It's like living in a rented house, pointless to decorate as it's not your own, and handing out dead money. Trying to heat a home that has mica is impossible. Good money thrown to bad. Our two heating systems have become old after 16 years, and they're very temperamental now. But where's the point in replacing them? To have to rip them out when the house is demolished. We can't use 2 of our bedrooms, as one is badly cracked and the other is crammed with extra furniture. Boxes all over, half-packed. It's like living out of a suitcase, trying to find things. It's absolute chaos. It's a feeling of being so stuck, living a life in limbo, a never-ending emotional roller coaster. It's exhausting. It's almost 2 years since we were approved for the house to be demolished, but we're no further ahead. Myself and Stephen are DIY enthusiasts, and it's a hobby we both love and share together. But for years now, there's no point in doing anything. So instead, we focus on doing work out in the garden. But will the diggers and lorries destroy that too when the house is demolished? Even all our garden walls are riddled with mica. All our hard work for nothing. I have absolutely no desire to even sweep or mop a floor anymore, and this gets me so down. My home that I once took such pride in, now I don't even want to live there anymore. I've lost all heart, and this leaves such an emptiness in me. The gable wall that is worst affected is deteriorating rapidly, and we've been advised to replace it, as it's becoming increasingly dangerous. The whole corner is badly twisted. The gable wall is buckling further out, pulling on the inner wall. This wall supports 2 steel beams, 59 foot long. We do not have any further funding for this work to be done, nor do we have the money to go forward to apply for planning permission or for architect fees. The current scheme as it stands, with a cap of 420,000 to remain as it is, still leaves the majority of families with a deficit running into tens of thousands of euro in rebuilding their homes. Taking into consideration that families are still paying their existing mortgage with ever-increasing interest rates and the current cost of living crisis that we are being faced with, this is not plausible. The government are also failing to take into account the rise of inflation, which is resulting in astronomical price increases in building materials and labour, yet the cap remains the same. Where is the logic in this? The cost of demolish also has to be taken from this. A further punishment for us homeowners for something that is not, never was our fault. The severe financial pressure is unbearable. It has been stated by government that we must keep in our foundations. Anyone with an ounce of common sense will know that this is a recipe for disaster. I will not accept this, that me and my family will be put through the devastation and heartache of having to demolish our home to be expected to build on foundations of defective concrete at the risk of this nightmare happening all over again. No way. Those of you in government, I ask you, is it not enough that we already have been accepted for and paid once for planning permission, yet now you're expecting us to pay for it again? You've stated recently that no planning permission will be required for modular homes to be built in Ireland for refugees, yet you expect us to pay? Where are the modular homes for the mica families in desperate need of emergency accommodation? You government stood only last month and stated that it is our moral obligation to take more refugees into this country, yet you cannot, or should I say, you will not look after your own people. Where is your moral obligation to the mica families? Let me ask you this, government. Is it moral to have children in this country living in fear in their own homes, waking up during the night crying and squealing for fear that their home will collapse on top of them? Is it moral to have people living in houses with cracks so wide that the wind and rain come in? Would you want to get up during the night to mop up water and then get up for your work in the morning? Is it moral to have children freezing cold in their homes, for a mother to have to double clothe her children because the windows need to be kept open day and night to let in fresh air, to try to avoid breathing in the effects of toxic mould, which is damaging so many people's health? Is it moral for children to have to miss out on so much of their childhood because their parents are barely able to keep their heads above water, scrimping and saving so hard for huge bills that they should not have to pay? Is it moral for students who are away at college all week to have to come home at the weekends to lie on a sofa or a mattress on a floor in a sitting room as their bedrooms are not fit to lay in, making parents feel like absolute failures that they're letting their children down? Is it moral to drive people to such severe mental pressure that they feel so hopeless and badly depressed, some people contemplating suicide, pushing couples so far over the age that their marriages break down and families are torn apart? Is it moral that people who have worked hard all their lives, paying taxes to this country, are now not able to enjoy their well-deserved retirement, but instead are faced to live the last stage of their lives in a cold, crumbling mica home? I tell you now, government, your idea of morals are far and beyond different to mine. I'm a firm believer in standing for what is right and for speaking the truth. I stand for integrity and for people to take accountability for their actions. Government, you caused this situation because of gross negligence and incompetence in failing to carry out the rigorous building regulations that should always have been in place. And now here we are, thousands of mica families having to live a life of complete and absolute hell because of it. You have created a humanitarian crisis, and yet you continue to sit back. Shame on you. It's long overdue for those responsible to be held accountable once and for all. Do the right thing. Give us closure. Give us our lives back. Build us our homes and allow us to finally live in peace. On a last and final note, I personally want to say a huge thank you to everybody here today and to each and every single person for such great dedication and tremendous hard work that you've all put in to help us families in the mica campaign and redress, and for all the work that you will continue to do. We will forever be in your debt. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well-deserved standing ovation there to Eileen, because I think we can all hear the emotion and it's the difficulty and opening up about the personal impact that it has. So thank you so much for sharing that with us, Eileen. Thank you. I'd like to now welcome my colleague, Dr. Karen Kirby. She's a senior lecturer in psychology from Ulster University. Thank you.
I just... Okay, good evening, everyone. My name's Dr. Karen Kirby, and as Eileen has explained, I'm a senior lecturer in the School of Psychology in Ulster University. I'm also a practitioner psychologist as well, and my area of expertise would be in mental health, but also understanding child and adolescent and adult mental health and developmental trauma. So I'm going to talk this evening coming from, I suppose, a more academic, maybe science perspective. I think some of the things that I wanted to talk about this evening have already been highlighted by these amazing people who have discussed their very real experiences and that they have had to endure over the last number of years. Eileen asked me to come along this evening to talk, initially invited me to a multidisciplinary group and I suppose it was also about planning the conference as well and what I would speak about. Eileen started to tell me a little bit about what families have been experiencing in terms of mental health impact. I then went off to try and find out a little bit about what people might possibly be experiencing. Began to look and do a literature search, could find very little, I suppose, published information apart from what's been reported in the media. Went a little bit further to try, and I contacted my colleague who's here today, Dr. Justin McLaughlin, who's also a trauma researcher. We wanted to find out what's out there in terms of how this actually might be impacting people. We found that, yes, we know that there's some literature out there about poor housing, but listening to Eileen and also listening here this evening, this goes far beyond poor housing. This is more because of the scale of what we're talking about. We started to see that there might be potential trauma that people might be experiencing. So mental health, depression, anxiety are one thing. Fear, living in fear is one thing. But experiencing trauma or complex trauma is quite another more significant and serious issue that we believe and we think that people might be experiencing. So along with my colleagues, you can see in the slide behind, I also consulted with Professor Jamie Murphy, who is a trauma researcher in our department. And after some consideration, we started to put together what we think might actually be happening as well for people, along with my colleague, Dr. Rachel McHugh, who is here this evening, and Dominic McSherry as well. So we started to try to understand, well, when you look at natural disasters that people can be experiencing, for example, like fire, flooding, earthquakes, conflict, war. I'm presenting here behind me, some of the literature that's reported on that, homelessness or financial hardship. We have been informed by the literature that there's definitely a trauma experience that happens to people that experience something like this, or anything that's listed here. And there's key themes when people experience trauma, and that is if they experience what's called displacement, where they're forced, something that's happening to them that's out of their control, or they're forced to do something that they don't want to do. But also disrupted living as well is another feature of people who may be experiencing potential trauma. So this is where our thinking was going, and we started to try to put together some of our thoughts around this. But when we started to hear some of the stories that Eileen was telling us, we started to think that what's happening with the defective block and the crumbling homes that people are experiencing, it was likened to watching an earthquake in slow motion. And that was a term that Eileen had used. And it really struck a chord with some of the psychology researchers that this really is akin to potentially a natural disaster. And I think we've heard here this evening that very clearly that it is. So again, in some of the things that we have reported, focusing specifically on mental health, the media reported this is the things that we could find. Ireland's mica scandal is causing a mental health tsunami, which we've just heard Anne referring to the very same term, as homes are crumbling in front of families' eyes. Other media reports, mica families are living, they're experiencing a living hell and they're still suffering. The mica crisis is, again, and the media reports refer to humanitarian crisis. Now, this is what we as researchers, this is what we were going on, because there's nothing still published at the minute in the academic scientific literature about defective blocks, and that's anywhere in the world. But for the first time, we're starting to see that this is very much related to a potential trauma and humanitarian crisis together. Again, you've heard what's been highlighted here, over 50% of people feeling unsafe in their own home. That feeling of unsafety is particularly important in terms of what we're referring to here, trauma, living in constant fear, which we describe as the development of chronic toxic stress. Other statements like nightmares are thinking that something's going to fall off the house and hurt your children. That means that the person is constantly vigilant, constantly having to check, be hyper-vigilant, checking, worrying on a daily basis. The other media reports were highlighting the chronic psychological toxic stress starting to affect people's physical health. I'm a health psychologist and researcher, and I have some information that I can share that if someone is experiencing chronic toxic stress, it does start to affect people's physical health, not only their immune system, it can affect heart disease, diabetes. People who already have physical conditions will make those physical conditions even worse. One of the other things I found in the media, again, which has just been highlighted here this evening, and I suppose this slide doesn't really do that justice anymore because the stories are so harrowing, and what you yourself has highlighted about what the school children are experiencing is really, really, really upsetting to hear that their education is being impacted by the constant, living in constant toxic stress. And I'd also mentioned just there about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I had also thought about this. This is one of the psychological theories, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And just if I can explain what it is, the diagram behind me. Basically, a person. So if you think of a young person or some of these young people that you've just described there, you want them to reach to develop what we call self-actualization. And that means that they become the person that they're supposed to become, that their talents, anything about whatever they're meant to be, has its chance to thrive, okay? But that can't happen. So at the top of the pyramid here, you'll see what self-actualization is and what every parent wants their child to achieve. But that cannot happen unless the bottom of the pyramid is in place first. So the bottom of the pyramid here describes you need to have your physiological needs met in terms of breathing, food, water, all the rest of the normal physiological needs need to be met. But the second thing on the hierarchy here is safety, okay? So all of us human beings need to feel a sense of security and safety, and that very much involves your own home and feeling safe and secure within your own home environment. The next is love, belonging, and esteem, and then you can reach what we call self-actualization. I've highlighted safety here. This is missing for the people that are affected by defective blocks and crumbling homes. This is absent, and this will affect people's development, children's development. It will affect their mental health, their well-being, and their potential to grow as human beings. So this is a humanitarian crisis whenever we put it in context of psychological theory. So we've set about to put a study together so that we can investigate this and find some to really get a sense of the scale of the problem. So to date, there's no research has investigated. We have media reports, but no research has investigated the context and the psychological consequences of disrupted living and displacement, and that's being forced to be removed from your home, but also where things are out of your control. And this is caused by the gradual property decay that we've highlighted here. More specifically, no known research has been conducted to investigate the mica defective block property crisis that has befallen the thousands of people, not just in Donegal, across Ireland. And again, spanning across 2 decades now, it's described as an earthquake in slow motion. It has resulted in widespread fear, panic, psychological distress across the general population, not just a small group of people. So, as I said earlier, psychologists, we are suspecting that there's a potential link with trauma here. And given that trauma, related psychiatric diagnoses such as post-traumatic stress disorder, complex PTSD, acute stress disorder are commonplace amongst displaced communities. This is what I've highlighted earlier, people who experienced floods or earthquakes or of the sort. And given that other more commonly occurring disorders like generalized anxiety and depression and severe mental health problems like self-harm, and we've heard suicide mentioned here already, have emerged also, we think it's really important and prudent that we investigate this and understand the psychological consequences that have happened due to disrupted living and displacement in this very unique context of property decay. So again, as I said, we suspect that people are living in environments of chronic toxic stress. Again, this is a mixture of fear, worry, anxiety, depression, and even worse, again, experiencing potential levels of trauma. And people are in fight or flight pretty much every single day. And I've just heard, we suspected this, but I think it will be very much confirmed listening to the stories that we've heard this evening. They are unbelievable and they're harrowing, and they very much map onto presentations of trauma that we would see in clients that we work with, but also in the scientific trauma literature. But again, there's a slow trickle-down impact on parents. So very strict parents who are experiencing chronic toxic stress, this trickles down in their parenting as well, and how they are trying to manage and live and rear their children. And again, as I said, not only on their psychological health, but also on their physical health too. And again, for children, if parents are quite stressed, then their social environment is stressed, which can affect the child's potential to develop, as I said before. One of the pieces of research that we published recently was talking about adverse childhood experiences, and we tried to implement a trauma-informed school program. But one of the things that's really important, that if children are experiencing chronic toxic stress, it really impairs their ability to learn. So in actual fact, it changes your neurobiology, and it affects your ability to concentrate, focus, your memory. So a child who's really trying to learn at school and have to come home to an environment that is suffering, they're living in fear, it really inhibits their ability to learn. So it's going to affect their educational prospects too. So we have submitted a PhD proposal whereby we would like someone to study this for 3 years. We're hoping it will be selected and advertised and that we may have a chance to study this really properly and have some of this published. One last thing I wanted to highlight again is another psychological theory. It's called Brofenbrenner's ecological systems theory, which is one of the most accepted explanations regarding the influence of social environments on human development. And you can probably just about see from the diagram here, it's really looking at a community from the child being in the centre and everybody that surrounds the development of a child. So the reference is it takes a village to rear a child. But in this context, the theory, what I'm trying to get across is that the environment that you grow up in affects every single facet of your life. So our concern really is not just for the adults, but very much for our children and how this is affecting them. So the social factors determine your way of thinking, your emotions, how you feel. It affects every aspect of a young person's development. So the project aims, we would like to measure the full scale and the true nature of the impact of mica and defective blocks affecting our homeowners and their families. The project wants to use a survey methodology, and we want to investigate the chronology, the context and the experience of mica defective block related to property decay, and also explore what's happening to our children and our families, the society, and also the general psychological impact. We will also be exploring some particular factors that we think are related to trauma and complex PTSD, and I think I've heard some of them even being talked about here this evening, that being entrapment. I think one of our speakers referred to that, feeling a sense of entrapment that you can't do anything about it, you're stuck in the situation that you're in. Defeat, that you're fighting against a system that's not working, the government is not supporting either. Perceived burdensomeness as well, thwarted belongingness, and an intolerance of uncertainty. Hopelessness has been highlighted, and I've heard that mentioned here this evening as well. But there are some people who are coping with it and trying to deal with it. So we want to understand what might actually support people to be resilient amongst what they're experiencing as well. And we'll conduct some focus group interviews with people too. So we're hoping that's going to happen, and we hope that the outcome of that and the publications of it will go towards really enhancing the voices of the people who have spoken here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. I'd now like to welcome my colleague, Joe Morgan. Joe Morgan is actually this evening going to take the place of a commercial property owner. Can we just get this? Yeah. So one of the key groups that we know are affected are property owners, but there are significant concerns around property owners coming forward for multiple reasons. This commercial property owner, business owner, basically has submitted his presentation or speech anonymously, and that in itself tells you all you need to know. And Joe was very kindly agreed to read it out on behalf of this business owner from Donegal. So I'd like you to just take some time now to listen to what Joe has to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Evening, folks. So like Eileen said, guys, this is not my story, so I'm just going to read it verbatim. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organisers for giving me this chance to speak today. My name is blank, and here begins the problem. Today, and for quite a number of years now, I and the business community who have defective blocks are the anonymous. My story is not much different to any of you here. We have all been dealt the same cruel blow in life. However, I must keep mine a secret. I must not tell anyone. I am a commercial business owner. In total, I employ over 40 staff. My business relies on my building being in pristine shape. My building sells my business. The better my building looks and feels, the more business I can do, which in turn creates more hours for my staff. Does my building have mica? Even being anonymous here today, I'm afraid to tell you what it does. That it does. If you ask the public, my neighbours, they will tell you I have mica. Why am I so afraid to say this? Why am I so afraid to speak out? It's simply because of fear that I will lose insurance cover, create concerns for my customers, and thus damage my business. In my business, I often wonder if anything ever happens in the building and I go to make a claim, will the insurance company pay out? Will they come to me and will they say, does your building have mica? Could this be a way of getting out of the claim payment? If this happens and I am personally liable, why am I paying insurance if this is the case? I still need to protect my customers and my assets, one of my unanswered questions. This is a family-run business. We invest our profit back in the business and invest in the local community through staff employment. I feel so isolated at times. I do not speak to my children about this issue, even though I know they are aware of its existence. Like myself, my wife and I have many sleepless nights. Our plan was to create a successful business and maybe someday sell it on as a going concern. Each and every year we pay taxes on our profits, PRSI, VAT, and our full rates to Donegal County Council. Many years ago, before mica had consumed our lives, we had suspected there was a problem with the blocks in our buildings. I spoke to a local contractor who advised replacing the outside wall as the structure did not look good and cracks were getting wider. This impacted the visuality of the building and would impact on customer confidence. The contractor agreed to take on the job. He then came back a week later and said the local company who supplied the original blocks would offer a deal to replace the blocks at half price. The contractor stated that part of the conditions of the reduction in cost that I would agree not to speak to any media outlet of this offer or the deterioration of my blocks. I asked the contractor if I should be concerned about using the supplier's blocks. He simply said to me that there would be no safer blocks in Ireland at this stage, as the company would be ensuring that if mistakes were made in the past, they would be rectified now, and nowhere in Ireland would I get a stronger block. These words I can still hear clearly. We started the first phase of replacing the outside leaf back in 2014. We did not have enough funds to finish all the walls at this stage. 3 years later, we started phase 2. In total, we spent just under €100,000. It was hard spent. It was hard spent as this money could have been used to expand the business and create further employment. When I stand and look at the external walls this week, I can clearly see my worst nightmares happening all over again. Some of you may sit here today and judge me for using this company again. I'm neither a builder nor a contractor and was assured that these were the safest blocks in the market. This work was paid for by the company and myself and my wife personally. We've since made a large investment in the development and expansion of the business. Our staff numbers have grown significantly and continue to do so since the business started. So where am I today? Truthfully, I am in ill health. The doctors are telling me that the stress that I'm under is accelerating an existing medical condition. I love my work, I always have. This stress is a different stress. It's the hidden stress. I've spoken to local county councillors about the rates I've been paying and explaining the situation. Even if this money could be collected and I could use it to replace the external walls, which would be a minimum, which would at a minimum keep my business going, keep people in employment and ensure a future. Myself and my wife had set up a fund to repair the walls again. However, this fund has now been eaten into by the unsustainable energy costs that our business has been met with in recent months. As a product, our business is successful and we have sustained all things thrown at us from COVID, massive energy cost increases, staff cost increases and price increases. Each of these obstacles were met head on by ourselves with hard work and keeping a tight eye on daily projects and costs. However, I know the blocks will continue to deteriorate. This is one battle that me and my family are not going to win on our own. We need help. we need assistance, and we need it urgently. But when I'm living in fear of telling the truth and I can't reach out, where is help going to come from? If I'm to close my business for any period of time, it will not survive a closure. I cannot knock the building down. I do, however, know that if I get the external walls sorted, then I can continue. However, to survive, this needs to be done urgently. I continue to be a taxpayer, a net contributor to the state, a ratepayer, and an employer, but unless any assistance by way of grant aid to repair my building, my business will not be able to provide finance to the public purse or jobs to the locality. We all know of schools, public buildings that are affected, and we know that we, the taxpayer, will pay for these buildings to be fixed. During COVID, unsecured money was granted to businesses to ensure jobs were saved. The issue of support in this manner was not considered a viable option previously, but exceptional environmental factors demanded government intervene to support business. Without doubt, this was the right decision, as businesses would not have survived. This was due to the common sense and unthinkable approach adopted at the time. What happened during COVID was not the fault of the people. What has happened with MICA is not my fault or the fault of my fellow business owners. In today's world, where tech companies announce tens of thousands of job cuts, we, the SMEs, will continue to pay our bills, employ our staff, support the local community. I don't want to be here today saying things I don't mean. I'm not here to dramatise the situation. I genuinely speak the truth. Without action, my business and that of other businesses will cease to operate. I've spoken to many businesses in the same situation. Businesses have no choice. Businesses are afraid to draw attention for fear of losing insurance. Hopefully someday soon, I will be able to speak about the M word publicly and ask for help. The help to keep my business alive, to keep jobs in our community. I want to stop living in fear, worrying that sometime soon my business will get exposed. Simply, I want to stop living this lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And again, I mean, for me, when I received the speech from the commercial property owner, I was really shocked. You know, I don't think that commercial property owners and businesses have had enough airtime. They haven't had a voice. The reason they haven't had a voice is, as Joe has articulated through that speech, is that they're very fearful. They're terrified to say that they have defective blocks in their buildings for fear of their insurance being pulled. And an instance and the situation which Joe read out in that speech, that particular property took the option to, at a discounted rate by the supplier of the blocks, to have their blocks replaced. And their worst nightmare has been come to fruition, and that these blocks are also defective. I spoke to the property owner this week, or the business owner, and he said to me, I'm looking at a gable of my business, which cost me €43,000 3 years ago to replace. 3 years ago. And these blocks are now cracking. These blocks have been tested. These blocks have been tested in compliance with AS 465, and he tells me that they are showing deleterious minerals in those blocks. Now, the implications of what he's saying are grave. The implications are grave. Are the blocks that have been put out onto the market in the last 3 years still containing deleterious materials? That is where we are. We still have not received assurance that we can confidently trust. You know, I think when John O'Connor was speaking earlier, one of the key themes we've spoken to government representatives about over the last 12 to 18 months is the fact that there is no trust. We as homeowners really have no trust in the government wanting to deliver a genuine scheme. We certainly don't have any trust in the quality of construction products that have been brought into the market. So I think this particular case that Joe has kindly read out, and the business owner has kindly written for us to read out today, is very, very concerning. And, you know, so I just wanted to just add a few words to that. So thank you very much, Joe. I'd now like to welcome Denise. No, sorry, Declan. Declan, see, I'm not looking at the schedule. Apologies, not my forte, working out the schedule. So Declan Meehan, if you want to just come forward, Declan, thank you. Sorry, Denise.
Good evening, folks. I'm very conscious now that we're getting into the later part of the evening, but just to, I suppose, what I want to talk to you about today is around how MICA is currently affecting only came maybe last year when I was first getting involved in the campaign on behalf of the community centre, and then had a bit of an epiphany at one of the marches and was like, oh, I need to stop putting my head in the sand because actually it's affecting me too. So coming at it from those angles, but tonight I want to focus on how it's affecting community buildings. Before I go on, I just feel like I have to acknowledge the previous speakers. It's an honour to be on stage with such amazing activists, but also to be in a privileged position to be able to share this story alongside the amazing stories and deeply personal stories that have been shared so far this evening. I think that we all owe a massive debt of gratitude to people on either side of me here who have campaigned relentlessly on this issue, but also who have given themselves over personally and their own deepest and most personal stories, which are the most effective way of campaigning, but come at a huge cost to people. So just to acknowledge that and to thank people on either side of me this evening as well before I go on. I'm struck as well by sitting there listening to those speakers that, you know, I see some public reps here this evening, and hats off to those who are here. I'm grateful to those who have come out this evening, but there are an awful lot of them who are not here. And the stories that we've just heard as part of this session in particular over the past hour or so should be compulsory attendance for every public representative on the County Council, for our TDs and senators, and also for the representatives from the Department of Housing and also the Cabinet. Before I go on, what I want to kind of preface this piece with is to say that I think it's a given that homeowners are and should be the priority when it comes to redress and when it comes to what we've heard about over the course of today with regards to natural justice, whether that is in terms of redress or culpability and holding people to account. What I'm talking about is something that isn't as important, because absolutely the humanitarian issue regards primarily to housing, but that this is something that I suppose also contributes to the MICA and defective blocks issue, not just in Donegal in the northwest, but across the country as well. So not as important, but certainly very crucial. And it also highlights for me, when we went public with this as Rye Community Centre back in June last year, it highlighted for me that there are people sitting across the county who think that MICA doesn't affect them. Some of those people haven't come to the realisation that they have MICA themselves or defective blocks and that they're affected by that, or that they're not aware that there is vital infrastructure in their communities, whether that is community buildings or whether that's public buildings or whether that's commercial buildings, that actually is affected by defective blocks as well. So defective blocks, deleterious materials affects absolutely everyone, and it's vital, I think, to impress that, the importance of that upon everyone as much as we can. So just to give some background to Rye Community Centre and our experience with defective blocks and where we are with what is, I suppose, a non-existent campaign in some ways. This year, 2022, marks the 10th anniversary of the opening of Rye Community Centre. It was built and opened in 2012 after an absolutely enormous effort from that community, by that community, living in and around Rye. For those of you who don't know where Rye is, it is between Ramelton and Rathmullen in an absolutely beautiful part of the county. And it serves as the beating heart, that community centre serves as the beating heart of that rural community, but also as a vital piece of infrastructure for the towns and villages around it, including Ramelton, Rathmullen, Milford and Carrickeel. So it serves an awful lot of people. The reason it has been so successful over the past 10 years is that its catchment area needs it. and it has benefited massively from it as a result of that. But to go back to 2012 and to look at how that project came about was the vision of a voluntary committee, as it always is with projects like this, who were extremely motivated and passionate about delivering a top-class community resource for the locality in such a rural area, and also bearing in mind, as has been pointed out as part of some of the presentations, in a deprived area as well. I mean, you look at the public deprivation index for this county, and it's very difficult to find areas, electoral districts or electoral areas that are not deprived and considered as such. So this is a very important project. It was a passion project of a few very committed people. It was before I came into the area. I see my colleague from the committee, Fiona, down here, who is one of the main drivers behind it. But it is testament to how driven they were that this project came to fruition and has been a roaring success since. Not because they stepped back once the project was delivered, because they kept at it and they insisted on meeting the needs from the ground up, from ground level up, to ensure that the community centre was not a white elephant sitting in the middle of the countryside, but was something that was used on a daily basis, and that has been the case since then. With these projects, an awful amount of effort goes into it. We, Rye Community Centre, received funding through LEADER, which is a European fund on rural development, administered by Donegal Local Development Company. So there's public funds from European funding as well. In addition to that, a large amount of match funding had to be sourced. So a huge amount of work went into fundraising and also very kind beneficiaries who provided interest-free loans. And only last year, Rye Community Centre became debt-free from having paid those off. And it was only last year that I suppose the full realisation set in that actually Rye Community Centre was affected by defective blocks. So it's very disheartening, obviously, for the community that built it, the community that uses it, to come to this realisation that the community centre that is so vital potentially might have to be closed, might have to be rebuilt, or that during preliminary works, remedial works to be put onto it, that the community centre that is ordinarily active 7 days a week almost would be put out of action. So it's just talking about, I guess, the impact that that has on local communities. And again, this community centre serving quite a wide catchment area. In terms of the wider picture around what other community facilities are affected across the county, since June 2021, I had kind of put out a call when I was on Highland Radio for other community centres to contact me so that we could sort of start to make some sort of a campaign that maybe we could eventually take once homeowners were sorted out. Well, obviously what a laugh that is now in hindsight, of course, but 10 community centres in total have been identified so far. Now, the majority of those actually don't want to go public about admitting that they have defective blocks for the exact same reasons that Joe read out from the anonymous commercial building owner. They're petrified that those community buildings are going to be closed due to a lack of insurance. What we have done in Rye Community Centre is that we've gotten a survey carried out, and we're locked into doing that now on an annual basis to ensure that the building is structurally sound. We have a programme of works that we're waiting on to be confirmed to actually carry out over the coming years to be able to make the building structurally sound on a more permanent basis. But again, obviously, there's no redress scheme for this. The other buildings that are affected by this across the county, other community buildings, very few of them have made any progress or taken any steps towards anything. That's not any fault of theirs, but with no clear pathway on how or why someone should do that, it's not exactly an option that is readily available to them. So all the evidence that we have is very much anecdotal. It's based on a very small sample. And again, it comes from sources who are not always willing to open about it. But I suppose just to clue people into what exactly does this mean. For Rye Community Centre, over the past year and a half, since we kind of realised for sure that we were affected by defective blocks, we started going after funding to concentrate on developing parts of our campus, for want of a better word, to develop the outdoor parts of that. The reason being that if the community centre is ever put out of action for whatever reason, that we still have facilities that the community can use outdoors. So over the past year, we have developed an outdoor play area, an outdoor sheltered area for classes or for gatherings. We're developing a community garden in another part, and we've also secured funding for an astro pitch and walking track, which we hope to progress at some point next year after securing funds through Sports Capital. So that's kind of where we've put our effort into, as well as looking at the centre and as well as, I suppose, examining ways in which we can preserve the facility as much as possible without denying the community access to it. But it is a constant concern. It's a constant concern for the committee. The committee is all voluntary, as you can imagine, the same as it is in any community centre up and down the country. And it's a concern with regards to withdrawing services for the local community. And over the past 2 years in particular with the pandemic, we've noticed and we've seen very clearly in all our communities the negative impact that the closure of public facilities and community groups has on the community as a whole, but on people's mental health in particular. So we're very concerned about the ramifications of any withdrawal of services in the rural community, in our rural community. What options are open to us? We have gone to a number of funders and we've discussed this. I have contacted the Department of Rural and Community Development to highlight this with the Minister's Office and with officials there. And the response has been, as you can imagine, less than satisfactory. What we've been told is if you want to do remedial works to the building or for anyone else who wants to do that, you can apply to funds like LEADER in order to carry out those works. The issue with this is that there are so many demands on LEADER funding. We're in between 2 tranches and programmes of funding at the minute, which is the European Rural Development Funds that comes through the local development companies, and that there's already been a reduction for the next 5-year cycle of that LEADER fund. What we would love to see, obviously, is a specific community building redress scheme that would address this and allow remedial works to be carried out without digging into pots that other community groups could be availing of as they are entitled to do. So the options that are open to us are limited, and the Department of Rural and Community Development has not engaged with us fully on this at heretofore. Just in terms of community response as well, Anne was up here earlier and had mentioned that there were 2 community-based posts that would be funded by the department that would be based within Inishowen Development Partnership and Donegal Local Development Company. That process is ongoing and waiting to be finalised. I had sight of the job spec of those posts just this week, and for me it is absolutely disgraceful what they expect the community to take on. These roles are enormous. The job descriptions are unworkable. Each one, which again, one is for Central Donegal and one is for Inishowen, would represent the work of 10 people easily each. You're talking about supporting people through the application process. You're talking about advocating in support of people who are vulnerable or marginalised. You're talking about signposting them to other ancillary services that can support them. You're talking about helping them identify housing. All of these tasks are individual jobs themselves. To have 2 posts for the entire county and for all of that body of work is not workable and is not enough, and shows that the calls that have been repeatedly made by the MICA Action Group, by public representatives and by other activists to empower communities to be able to help people in the communities to navigate the system and the processes of the scheme have fallen on deaf ears, and that all that we have received and all that has been proposed heretofore is a tokenistic gesture to act as a buffer between, I believe, the County Council and the public, and to try and make it easier to signpost into these positions rather than taking responsible for themselves. There is enough burden on the community. We see that Inishowen Development Partnership have launched a body of work which has been absolutely pivotal in supporting people across Inishowen who are dealing with defective blocks and living in these houses. There's enough of a burden on community groups as it is, and trying to put this additional without resourcing it properly is not acceptable, all the while still not accepting the fact that there needs to be some form of financial support to be able to make community infrastructure stable and safe for the communities that use them. What next then for this campaign, if you like? I think that those of us who are involved on a very micro level are all kind of concerned with our own community buildings and trying to preserve them for the community and to make them workable and make them safe and maintain that safety and maintain that access. In terms of a collective campaign, I believe that we're quite a bit away from it, not least because of what I said at the start, where most community groups are very reluctant to come forward publicly about the state of affairs in their own buildings. This obviously just leads to bigger problems down the line. It means that more money will be required to repair these buildings when eventually that work has to be carried out. But what we're hoping is that because the bulk of these buildings have been built using European funds, that it will in some way tie in with the European petitions and that process that's undergoing with the assistance of Luke, Ming, Flanagan as well. So in terms of what we do next, as I say, the options are very limited to us. But as everyone knows here, it's an incredibly important piece of work, the whole thing, not just homeowners, but also agricultural buildings, commercial buildings, community buildings, the entire thing. And I think that while homeowners are absolutely the priority, 100%, we need to also have something working in the background where we're tackling the other issues as well so that we can come together on these really key issues. What I will say again, and just to kind of, I suppose, to wrap up, is that the community buildings that we have provided a vital lifeline through COVID and coming out of COVID. We've noticed them whenever they have not been there. We've suffered from them from not being there. What we're concerned about is that insurance will pull the pin and that these buildings will be put beyond use and will be lying empty. So that's something that we have to work towards and work against, working with funders, working with statutory bodies to ensure that that doesn't happen. I'll finish up, and I just want to really pass on my thanks to the organisers of today's event. I think that it's an unbelievable opportunity for people to come together. I think it's an unbelievable opportunity for those of us who are coming in to listen to other people's stories, to listen to the science, to listen to the issues that exist as they are, and to, I suppose, reinforce the campaign and to reinvigorate it somewhat. So what I would say is a massive thank you to the organisers, but also if anyone is out there who wants to get in contact about community infrastructure and community buildings, to please get in contact with me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Declan. And now, last but certainly not least, I would like to invite Denise McCool from Inishowen Development Partnership. Okay.
Bring it up. Yeah, I do, yeah. And I'm last, you'll be glad to know there's no one else, I don't think, after this. There's this break. There's a break. Okay.
So left and right will go forward and left will go back.
Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. My name is Denise McCool, and I work with the Inishowen Development Partnership based in Buncrana, but a remit for the whole of Inishowen. I've worked closely with a number of people on this stage behind me as well, and it's great to have the opportunity to come and meet with you this evening and kind of tell a little bit of a story, I suppose, in light of how hard the journey has been for many people, about how the community have responded locally to try and be there and support the community that are going through this terrible crisis of mica. Just so you know, I think most people know where we are, but just in case there's anybody outside the county here, I suppose it's not about Inishowen Development Partnership. This story is about the wider community sector in Inishowen who have come together. Inishowen Family Action Network is a group of organisations that are across the community sector, the voluntary sector, the statutory sector, and also schools and youth sector. So we've worked a lot with the local schools. The story that Angeline told has been shared in some of these meetings as well. I know from working with primary schools as well, they would say that they were seeing this come up in terms of the drawings that children were doing. They were drawing cracks into their pictures of their houses. It was really just present in everything that was going on in the community. So this sector decided it was time to sort of see how do we support our neighbours, our friends, our colleagues that are living with mica. So out of that, the IFAN the network decided that it would be really important to set up a subgroup that would look at mica specifically. and give time over just to focus on MICA. There was about 20 organisations came together in June or July of 2021, and the idea was to see how do we kind of make a positive impact on such a negative story that is part of our community. So a number of organisations, I'll just show you the list there, that got involved, started to meet regularly and look at, well, what are we doing, what's happening in the community, and how can we respond locally. I suppose just to acknowledge in particular, TUSLA came on board with us and really supported the initiative in terms of the ideas that were coming forward with the community sector and how they could work with families. And that was, they were part of the IFAN network already, but they really decided that this was something that they also needed to talk about within their work as well. The Family Action Network members, there was family support workers, there was counsellors, there was volunteers, there was community groups, and as I say, the schools got involved as well. I suppose the broad aims were just to help people affected by MICA. Very simple, nothing complicated, in terms of being very focused on their mission, to provide opportunities for quality of life during this process. It was really understood that this was a long journey for people. I mean, I was just saying to Eileen that we sat having coffee many years ago and I was trying to get my head around what is MICA. Little did we know that would become the story not only of Inishowen but Donegal, that everybody knows what MICA is. But back then it was really trying to gather the data and see, you know, how many people were affected. So I think one of the things was when people are in a stressful situation, they often cannot source the information. They're not sure where to start. So you're just almost frozen by I suppose, the scale of the problem. So we wanted to make sure that any information was available, could be shared out. We have a directory of local groups as well that are involved. And then it was also about identifying the gaps, which are many, and how could people step up and do things in the interim when there was nothing in place. We also heard the voice of local families who were part of the groups, and many people, as was highlighted earlier, are also, you know, working with their colleagues who have MICA, working in schools, their neighbours have MICA. So it was really about listening to that voice and really looking at it from a family support and mental health and wellbeing side of things. We were trying to stay separate and distinct from the campaign work and really focus on just that respite and support and the other side of it, the kind of the quiet, I suppose, crisis that's happening as opposed to the public housing crisis, to look at what is going on in people's lives. So looking at the impact on adults in terms of stress. And then I think the big one that people have talked to already was the form filling process, which was equally stressful, on top of discovering that your house is MICA, to realise that to go through the process was as harrowing as to live with the fact that you have MICA. So the first thing we did was a couple of surveys locally, which focused on families, households affected by MICA, and then the agencies and organisations that wanted to work with them and looking, well, what do you need to be able to help people in this crisis? So we got feedback on that. I'm not going to go into the details of that, but we at 107 households came back to us with what they needed. And also the key things that came out of that, which came up tonight in terms of what people are talking about, that need for personal supports, counselling, coping skills, CBT, things that will help people just get through the whole situation. And then the focus on their children as well. People were, you know, as parents tend to do, think about the children before they think about themselves. This was coming up, the feedback from home schools who are involved with us, saying that children are trying to protect their parents and parents are trying to protect their children. So they're trying to hold each other and they think they're not sharing the stress, that they're trying to be protective, but the schools were saying they could see it every day. Children were coming worrying about their parents, and parents are coming telling the family support workers that they're worried about their children. So it was that thing of everybody looking after everybody, but not having the conversations together, because it was in a protective way that people are trying to be there for their families, you know. And then I suppose looking at practical supports, form filling and scanning and the IT side of things. So I suppose those were the three things we looked at, and then the organisations came back with what they thought were, you know, about listening ear, being able to really hear what people are asking you, to be able to deal with people who are in traumatic situations, and looking at training supports for them as well. The first step we took in response was a number of seminars. We did Managing Anxiety and Stress for teens and young people and adults with Christina Corbett, and also Elizabeth McQuaig ran a number of workshops. We had done some of these in the past, just generally, but when we organised them for the MICA families, the response, we had over 500 people booked for Elizabeth's workshop, which just shows you the scale of the response and the concerns that people had, and that was online. I think people also liked the anonymous piece with the workshops being online, that they were kind of not as comfortable walking into a room to talk about these things, but they really responded to having a space to come to that they could listen and hear and get some practical tips on anxiety and managing anxiety and looking after their own health. We also had a member of what we call the MICA community at this stage come to us and say that they had reached out to Coleman Noctor, who has a podcast and is an author and psychotherapist, and he was willing to come on board and have what he's called an asking for the parents session. So we organised, along with some of the MICA leaders, identified families who are willing to come on and have sit on a panel with him, and that is available online, and it's a very powerful piece as well, to listen to. I can share it out through Eileen and others, but it was a real time. I know you were on that. You were on that, just looking around me. Eileen, were you on that? No, on the podcast with Coleman, yes. So a number of people here have spoken at that as well, and that podcast is a really good space to sit on your own and listen to what people are saying, because I think it resonates really well. I think one of the things that people were finding was that while the crisis is huge, people felt it's only me that's not coping as well as others are, and it was just allowing people to have that space to hear others feeling the same way about what was going on for them, It was good for tips and advice as well, so he's put in a few kind of practical things in the podcast that are worth listening to. So obviously counselling has come up earlier tonight as well about the need to have a space to go. A lot of families and siblings and neighbours all are where you'd normally go to have your chat and talk to somebody was not available because everybody was in the same space. So that ability to have a neutral space to go to and do a couple of hours on your own and talk out things was seen as really important. So we have a free counselling service through the supports that are available through the community sector. Two local groups, Lifeline and Moville Family Resource Centre, are organising those. They have locations across 3 areas. They do it in Buncrana, Carndonagh and Moville. What was coming up, even from people who used that support, was saying that they felt really guilty, that they felt they shouldn't be taking away this service from somebody else, instead of saying, no, you're absolutely entitled to use the service and see it as a strength rather than a weakness. I mean, this ability to have a space to go and have that time out and talk through what's going on for yourself is really important. And I think that's always coming up as well, that people just feel guilty about the whole situation and that they're not coping well enough. So just to say that is there, it's a free service. It's available to adults and children 7 years and up, and people who have used it have found it really valuable and a short-term intervention, and it's just something to know that you have a right to, and to make sure you can access it. Just ring IDP to actually book in if you want to do that. And then there's also an online new service through mymind.ie that is online counselling, and that's a free service as well for MICA families that's out there. People talked earlier about community resilience, and this again was a response from what people were hearing through the community sector and through the statutory sector and the school sector, that they wanted to get some training around this. We ran 4 sessions, or four-week sessions with Sarah Cook and Una Cullen. The feedback from these sessions has been really positive in terms of what people took away from it, in terms of just building their own, I suppose, survival mechanisms and looking after their, recognising signs of stress in their body and taking time out to look after yourselves. As they say, it's only when you look after yourself that you can look after others. I suppose this is just to give you a flavour of the types of activities and supports that are being offered by the community sector across and is shown as a way to support families and individuals that are, I suppose, in the situation with MICA that they are. There's art therapy available, there's craft workshops, time out for people, there's digital skills for young people. The school, actually Moville Community College, are linking in with a course called 7 Habits for Teenagers, and again that's about giving people that community resilience training at a local, I suppose, youth level. The idea of bringing people together too, just to be able to chat it out and have your peer support with you, those kind of coffee mornings and sessions to come together so that people aren't feeling isolated and know that they can talk to others about what's going on is really important. There's music and art for well-being. There's been group therapy. So there's lots of options that are being provided locally through small bits of funding and through volunteer activities provided by the community sector. Two of the community groups came up with the Peace of Mind plan. I think a couple of people might have mentioned it earlier, but just the scale of the issue and the need that sometime during the night somebody will have to just leave their house to be prepared for that. So this was very thoughtfully put together in terms of the practical advice and tips for people that might have to just take up and during the night. I think, Anne, you were talking about the seriousness of yeah, yes. So it's trying to respond to what people are identifying individually and collectively in their community. And then lastly, one of the things that came out of it was this idea of having a week of solidarity and support for the, I suppose, the families that are facing mica in the community. There's awareness that many times people are not on social media and aren't feeding in through that information side of things, and that it was really important to be aware of what's out there. So there's an interagency event on the Thursday, December 1st, but during that week, all the community groups around the peninsula are also hosting different activities and workshops and coffee mornings, just ways to have people be able to drop in, have a conversation, connect with each other, and look at what supports are available for people as they go on this rather an unnecessarily long journey that they have to do through the mica process. So there'll be a number of, on the Thursday night, there'll be, as I say, all the agencies are coming together so that there's a one-point space. There'll be a bit of coffee and tea and all that, just to give people a communal sense of the community being with them through this process, that they're not in this alone. So that's me, just to give you a quick flavour. I hope it is ending on a positive note based on how many challenges are facing people, but just to know that the wider sector, it's almost like, to me, it's a community trauma as much as an individual trauma. People are really wanting to be there for people to be able to step up and do their bit and support families through this hard time, and just realising that it's something that we all have a part to play, that it's not something people should face alone. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Denise. I know we ran over a little bit. I think we got started a bit later. So just to say that we're going to take a break, but I just wanted to just say before we take a break for a minute, for everybody to get a chance to get a quick cup of coffee or whatever, we often refer, in that session, we talk about mica. We all know it's not just mica, but I think we also have to recognise, for anybody who's involved actively in the campaign over the last number of years, the defective blocks crisis is synonymous with the term mica. So we're not going to stop using that term. So if anybody wants to correct us, we know that it's not just mica. So I just wanted to make that clear before we get to the science session and they say, guys, it's not mica. We know. Okay. But on that note, I just wanted to say, if we just take maybe a 15-minute break, if I can ask people, please try to come back for 7, because we can't afford to just keep losing more time, because Joe will actually be asleep by the time we get to his session otherwise. So if we can just try and be back punctually for 7, please. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, just have your attention. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming to this this session, which is, as you can see, is titled the Scientific Insights into Defective Concrete. We've assembled some of the sort of best researchers in the field who deal with defective concrete from around the world. We've got people from Ireland, Canada, United States, Norway, and Switzerland. And we have a lot to learn here in Ireland in terms of how concrete is being impacted by different minerals. And so a lot of homeowners have a lot of questions about actually what's happening to the concrete. So hopefully tonight this is a chance for you to see up front what's happening on the research front, and to also have an opportunity to engage with scientists who are at the forefront in this field. So I want to start off with a little bit of good news after the last session. I mean, this whole issue is a completely heartbreaking issue for many people. And one of the things that we've been really highly motivated as scientists is we need to try and get scientific research into this matter, because what we've seen on the ground, particularly here in Donegal, it's a very evolving situation, and it's not just simply a case that mica is causing concrete to crack apart. And we'll hear a little bit more about that. So as research scientists, we've been trying very hard to try and bring a group of people together who have got really good, strong expertise and international track records in research in concrete, and who've got the credibility to tackle a large-scale project. And Geological Survey of Ireland in the summertime or in the springtime had a research call under their defective concrete products as part of a multi-framework tendering process. And most of the people who are speaking tonight were actually selected as part of that to do research. So most of the people who are here tonight will actually be working on the ground in Ireland fairly soon, sampling concrete and trying to analyse what's actually going on within the cracking mechanism. And we have been working with the Technical Committee TC 63 in the NSAI. We've had negotiations with them already last week to try and see what sort of work packages and what are the main things that we need to get going so we can get answers fairly quick. And the research that we'll be doing will be used to inform the IS 465 protocol that's been used to test people's homes. So hopefully that'll kickstart off. And without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to our keynote speaker tonight, Andreas Lehmann from EMPA in Switzerland.
Well, thanks a lot for the introduction, Paul. Welcome. So, as already mentioned, or that you can see from the program, the title of my presentation is The Mica Crisis in Donegal, a case of internal sulfate attack. Well, first I would like to acknowledge my co-authors. These are Barbara Lottenbach, Beat Münch, Thomas Campbell, and Paul Dunlop. Thank you for your contribution. The outline of my presentation is the following. First, I'll give a short introduction to the subject. Then I'll go into the microstructure analysis of the concrete and compare the results to a data collection of the TA group. I will talk about the effect of mica on concrete and the probability of frost damage before I end with a summary and an outlook. Now you know all these pictures, so in principle I don't have to show that, but I would like to point out a couple of things. First, the cracks that we see in the outer leaf, they run perpendicular to the surface right into the blocks. And all sides are affected, although the south and west is affected more. And typically we see that we have cracks extending from the bottom up to the roof, and here in connection with windows or doors. And of course, when you have a very severe case as here, you have cracks all over. And concrete can disintegrate until it's really completely crumbling and can be taken apart easily by hand. So that's what we start with. Now, what did we do? What materials did we use? What methods did we use? So we took cores from 4 affected houses, strongly and weakly affected areas of these houses.
Scanning electron microscopy with energy dispersive X-ray analysis was performed. This is used to measure the composition of the concrete components. And then we determined the sulfur content present as sulfides in the concrete. And thermodynamic modeling was performed. We consulted certain data. This was the data collection from TA group. And we used some meteorological data available from the web. So I reference two standards. One is the EN 12620 on concrete aggregates that was put into effect already 2002. And I will refer to the IS 465. We heard about this already, assessment, testing, and categorization of damaged buildings incorporating concrete blocks containing certain deleterious materials. First, I would like to explain and mention a couple of terms that I will use repeatedly in the presentation. The first one, we already heard from that, are the sheet silicates. We have two types, muscovite and chloride. We use them as a simplified term, just mica. Then we have iron sulfides. We have the pyrrhotite, that is a relatively unstable form of iron sulfide. And we have pyrite, that is a more stable form of iron sulfide, unless it's present as rhomboidal pyrite, like in County Mayo, then we have increased reactivity as well. Then the concrete, of course, is built up mainly by concrete aggregates. And then we have the cement paste. The cement paste is the reacted form of cement and water consisting of the so-called cement hydrates. And I would like to mention the most important ones. This is the calcium silicate hydrate, the so-called CSH. I will use this abbreviated form in the following: portlandite, monocarbonate, and monosulfate, and primary ettringite. Then you have secondary sulfates that can be formed in concrete when it comes into contact with excessive amounts of sulfur. This is secondary ettringite. The primary is part of cement hydration, is harmless, but the secondary ettringite is not. You have thomsite as well and gypsum. Okay, now let's jump into the subject. These are cores that I have studied. So on the left-hand side, you see a cut core. You see as well the render on top of on the surface, and the second core was taken into a crack. And you see this crack is really perpendicular to the surface, runs right through the core, okay? And while preparing the sample, I saw that this strength loss that is often described, that the results in these low compressive strands, it affects the entire cross-section, which means you do not have like here a weaker zone than here. Everything is weakened. This is very important to know. And you have occasional pore fillings, like this here. You see this whitish dot. I will come back to this later. Now, what you see here is a concrete block under the electron microscope, or a section of it. So what do we see? Well, we have plenty of mica. These are these platelets of different sizes. We have here a pyrrhotite. And I have to mention the brightness you see is dependent on the density of the components. Actually black, these are the pores filled with epoxy. And the pyrrhotite here, this is the densest material, that's why it's the brightest. But very important here, you see these darker bands in the pyrrhotite. This is oxidized pyrrhotite. And one important thing in this entire microcrisis as well, that concrete can carbonate. What is carbonation? Carbonation is the uptake of CO2 by the concrete, and the CO2 is uptaken from the atmosphere. This is a natural process, and in principle, it's completely harmless for your concrete. But I'll come back to this later. Now, what happens if you have pyrrhotite oxidation in the concrete? We have two things going on. The first one is the formation of oxides and iron oxides and iron hydroxides. You know this as rust. This process here is linked to a volume increase. I will not go into it because in the next presentation of Nick, he will show plenty of images. The second thing that happens, you release sulfur, and this reacts with the cement hydrates, and then you have internal sulfate attack. But now, when you have such an oxidized pyrite, the question is, where did this occur? Did this occur in the geological formation? Did it occur in the stockpile, or did it occur in the concrete? When it occurs in the concrete, we have this sulfur release and we have internal sulfate attack. Now I would like to jump to this picture. I mentioned this pore filling here. This is an electron microscopy image of this pore filling. You see these nice needles. This is high magnification because here you see these are only 5 micrometers wide. As a comparison, a human hair is about 60 micrometers wide. What is this stuff here? This is thomsite. What does this mean? When you have thomsite, you have a severe case of internal sulfate attack. So only this pore filling shows us in principle what's going on. However, you can't rely just on an occasional pore filling. What is the glue of the concrete? It's the cement paste. And when you really want to know why a concrete loses its strands, you have to look at the cement paste, not at the pore filling. And what you do is you use so-called point analysis of the cement hydrates. The cement hydrates are all in between here, the aggregate particles. So you have to do point analysis there. And because the cement hydrates are so small, you usually not measure the pure phases, but you measure a couple of phases. So you get a mixed result. What you do then, you use so-called atomic ratio plots to see what is present. This is somewhat difficult to understand, but I will show the same thing in images later. So you do this point analysis, and then you have such a diagram showing sulfur to calcium ratio as a function to aluminum calcium ratio. Here are the pure phases indicated by red dots. Portlandite, the main phase CSH, monocarbonate, monosulfate, primary ettringite, thomsite, and gypsum. These are the single measurements, and this is of a sound concrete. Now, let's have a look what this concrete here in the background looks like. So we do the same type of analysis, and you see all these black crosses. They're located at a different points than the sound concrete. Two things stand out. First one, you have plenty of new points here around ettringite. So this is secondary ettringite formation. If your concrete has this, it experiences concrete expansion and cracking. The second thing that stands out, you have a lot of points here just above thomsite, which means you have thomsite present with intermixed gypsum. If you have this, you clearly have a strand loss of your concrete. Now let's have a look how this looks like in images. So this is again the same location as before. Here in the corner, it's the original electron image. And here, this is a phase map, actually an element map of sulfur. It shows you where is how much sulfur at this location. The brighter the color, the higher the concentration. And of course, the highest concentration of sulfur is in the pyrrhotite. But you see all these patches here, they have increased sulfur content as well. When you do other elements, element maps like silicon, oxygen, and so on, you can produce so-called phase maps. That's what is done here. So now green are just the aggregate particles. Orange is the pyrrhotite. Yellow is the CSH. And now you see you have these patches of ettringite and you have patches of thomsite. This is clear. This concrete has severe sulfate attack. Just another example. Again, the image made with the electron microscope. Sulfur distribution, you see a lot of pink here. And when I do the phase mapping, we see all of this is thomsite. if I would go and pick out this particular part of the concrete, I could smear it between my fingers because the strength will be completely gone. I will quickly talk about the sequence of reaction here. And this is done by thermodynamic modeling. What you see here on the left-hand side are the cement hydrates in their original state. And then I add pyrrhotite to the system, and from the left to the right, I let it oxidize and release sulfur into the concrete. Now please have a look what happens to monosulfate that is originally present. When sulfur is released, its amount gets smaller. However, you have the formation of secondary ettringite. So this is phase 1, the expansion phase. When all the monosulfate is used up, then you start to form thomosite by further sulfur release. So this is the second phase, the strength loss phase. And of course, superimposed to that, you might have the formation of rust from the pyrrhotite. This leads to additional volume increase. Now, let's have a look what happens when we carbonate such a concrete. So we go to this situation. This is the next slide, the situation as it was before. And now we carbonate our concrete. So let it take up CO2 from the atmosphere. Look what happens to thomosite. If we go further to the right-hand side, we see that this carbonation boosts thomosite formation. And now, what is very important, if your concrete is completely carbonated, ettringite and thomosite will be gone. So the only sulfate mineral left is gypsum with some calcite and amorphous phases. And this gypsum is the only indication or witness what has happened before. And often the concrete blocks are studied in this situation. And it's not easy to show with this what has happened before, okay? Now, we measured as well the sulfur content, as I have mentioned before in the methods. So these are the different homes, A, D, P, and for home E, we have sampled 8 locations, okay? Now, this is the sulfur present as sulfate, which means pyrrhotite and pyrite. It ranges from 0.37, that's the lowest value, to 0.7. You actually can back calculate this to volume of pyrrhotite, so then it's 0.6 to 1.2. Now, if this pyrrhotite and this sulfur can cause such havoc in concrete, are there no limit values of it? Yes, we have heard this before. The EN 12620 clearly states special precautions are necessary if pyrrhotite is present in the aggregate. If this mineral is known to be present, a maximum total sulfur content of 0.1 as sulfur shall apply. Now, if you look at these numbers up here, that's 4 to 7 times above this value. So what we essentially have here is a violation of a standard that has been put into effect already back 2002. And of course, no standard is of any use if it's not enforced, okay? It's not just a point to have standards, it's to enforce and to live them. Otherwise, they're absolutely useless. And one thing I would like to mention in these reports, usually pyrrhotite contents with a volume percentage smaller than 0.7 are declared minor. If you look here, these houses, like this one, falls apart. This one will be torn down. It's minor. No, it's not minor, okay? Now, internal sulfate attack in Donegal homes is a proven fact. But here I investigated just 4 houses. And the big question is, are these 4 investigated houses representative for the situation in Donegal? And here we can come to the collection of data done by TA group. So these are data from 91 homes. All of them have iron sulfates. 10 have minor amounts of pyrite, 7 have minor amounts of pyrrhotite, 74 have appreciable amounts of pyrrhotite, and from these 74, 58 come from the same quarry. And I have to mention as well that from these 17, actually 10 are from this quarry as well, okay? And this shows the limitation if you just analyze one particular core for one home. This is clearly not sufficient. Now, I would like to talk about the cracks shortly. You see here the crack is given in width and how they are present in the outer leaf. Okay, this is no surprise, that's what we know. However, we have cracks in the inner leaf as well, okay? And about 26 homes have cracks in the inner leaf between 1 and 2.5 millimeters. That's no piece of cake. Now, why is the outer leaf more damaged than the inner leaf? And here I would like to show you in a scheme how we have an interplay between carbonation and pyrrhotite oxidation. So this diagram shows the relative kinetics, reaction kinetics, so this is how fast a reaction proceeds, as a function of the relative humidity. And you see here, pyrrhotite oxidation is slow at low relative humidity, and then it picks up and reaches a maximum at about 90% relative humidity. So when you have a high moisture content. Carbonation behaves differently. You have a maximum here at about 60% relative humidity. And I mentioned before that carbonation can boost thomosite formation. But this is actually when you have the situation here. However, when you have the situation in the inner leaf and you have a fast carbonation and a slow pyrrhotite oxidation, carbonation reduces your potential for expansion and damage, okay? And the outer leaf is in this area, which means pyrrhotite oxidation is fast, carbonation is slower. So here we have a higher potential. And if your inner leaf is completely carbonated and you have little pyrrhotite oxidation, the danger that it really fails is considerably reduced, okay? Now I would like to start to talk about mica. We have the mica crisis. So this is a high resolving image of a concrete block. You see here the individual platelets. So this is only 5 microns, so they're apart less than 1 micrometer. You see some stuff in between. These are the cement hydrates. They reinforce the space between the mica platelets. And I really would like to point out, muscovite and chloride are non-swellable. So they do not show a volume increase when coming in contact with water, because this has been claimed here in the situation in Ireland. But this is just not true, okay? They're stable in volume. Now, but what does mica to concrete? Mica decreases the workability due to its high surface area, and it reduces to a certain degree the compressive strength of your concrete. What this diagram shows here is the compressive strength as a function of the mica content. And mica platelets have been added in different sizes. In relatively large platelets, so 0.5 millimeter to 1 millimeter, and you see a considerable strength decrease. However, if you have very small platelets, like here, the strength decrease is limited. And these 2 mass percentages, they are about the same as 5 volume percentages in the concrete blocks. So typically the average value is somewhere at 9% volume percentage of mica in the blocks. Now, the effect of these platelets in the blocks, they are typically below 100 micrometers in length. Is not to be expected to be very big. Sometimes they're even much smaller. Now I would like to reference to an interesting study done by Xing, 2014. What they did, they produced mortar and used a reference without mica and then with mica. So they saw a compressive strength loss of 11%. Then they used the same concrete without and with mica and exposed it to a typical frost test. So, which means they first immersed the samples for 1 week, then run 50 frost cycles to -20 and measured again the compressive strength and looked at how far this compressive strength has been reduced. So without mica, they observed a strength decrease of 1.4%. With mica, 2.2%. Difference is 0.8%. That's nothing. And you compare it to the strength, sorry, that was by far too fast, sorry. So the effect of mica on frost resistance is considerably lower than on compressive strengths. And this mirrors what we see in the Swiss Alps. We have hundreds of structures with high mica content. Not all are such nice structures as at Gunter Bridge, at an altitude of 1,500 meters, really exposed to the elements, showing absolutely no damage in spite of the high mica content. Now, can the mica lead to damage in the concrete blocks? So when we look at IS 465, it says excessive quantities of free muscovite mica in aggregates can render the blocks susceptible to freeze-thaw degradation when saturated. Okay, saturated is an important point. I have to add that the type of concrete present in the blocks is typically not frost resistant, so it will fail a typical frost test. And this is the case with or without mica. It's just not the type of concrete that is frost resistant. But when it fails a test, is this the reality? No, it isn't. The reality, we have different boundary conditions. So what do you need to cause frost damage in a concrete block? Obviously, you need sub-zero temperatures and you need the high water saturation. Why always this high water saturation? The reason is water does not freeze in concrete at 0 degrees when it's not saturated. This is nicely shown by this diagram. So this is the temperature, and each peak shows when water freezes in concrete at a certain relative humidity. So here, when you have saturated concrete, it freezes at about -1. If you only have 97% relative humidity, it freezes at -4. When you go to 94%, -10. And when you go lower, the freezing point goes even down further. So this is an important fact to know. Water in concrete freezes not at 0 degrees if you're not saturated. So when we look at the situation in Donegal, where do we have the best boundary conditions to cause freeze-thaw damage? So we know we need high water saturation. So let's have a look at the rainfall pattern, okay? So this is from 98 to 2000. Here you have the highest amounts of rainfall in Donegal. Now let's have a look at the number of days with frost. So bluish means plenty of frost events. So this is here. Now if we overlap these two things, the expected area of damaged homes should be here, okay? And where are they in reality? Here. So the match between the best boundary conditions for frost and the affected homes is 0. Another thing here, this scheme shows the cross-section to a home here. Plaster, outer leaf, insulation, inner leaf. Very simplified. And a colleague of mine run a modeling. So these are temperature cycles going from +6 to -5.5. Blue is here. So I show this. Blue is here. Green is here, and red, this curve, is here. Now you see you have a strong gradient in temperature, okay? So if you have -5.5 at the surface, you only reach 1.5 here in the inner part of the concrete block. This means as well, if you, for example, have a temperature just of, let's say, -2.5, frost does not even reach your concrete, okay? And if you don't have complete water saturation like you achieve after 7 days of immersion, and I think the homeowners would have noticed if their home would have been immersed for 7 days, then you can't cause damage. Now I just would like to show, if you still have this frost ingress, you have formation of ice. And this ice formation leads to this type of cracks, parallel to the surface, okay? This is typical called a scaling. You find this in any textbook dealing with concrete. However, that's what our cracks look like, perpendicular from the surface going right through the blocks. So the crack pattern completely contradicts frost damage. Now to the summary. So the analyzed concrete blocks, they suffer from internal sulfate attack triggered by pyrrhotite oxidation with sulfur release. We have a first phase that is leads to the formation of ettringite, causing expansion. A second phase that leads to thomsite formation, causing a strength loss. And then we have the carbonation that can boost thomsite formation. And at the end, only gypsum is present as the only witness of what has happened. So the extent of these phases can depend, of course, on several things, like the amount of released sulfur, amount of pyrrhotite oxidation, concrete quality, and exposure, mainly relative humidity. I showed that the potential for damage in the inner leaf is lower than in the outer leaf. So, and of course, the rust formation is superimposed to this transformation of the cement hydrates. The sulfur content of the aggregates in the 4 houses we have studied was considerably above the limit value of the European standard on aggregates. And the data collection clearly indicates that the 4 studied houses are representative for the situation in Donegal. Muscovite and chloride are not swellable and can cause no stress in the concrete. Mica decrease workability and compressive strength, but mica influence not that much the frost resistance of the concrete. And the frost damage is clearly contradicted by the geographic distribution of affected homes. All sides of the homes are affected. Crack distribution in the walls from bottom to top. And of course, we have heard this before, cracks can widen during summertime, where you don't have frost. And the crack characteristic completely contradict frost damage because they're perpendicular to the surface. And 75% of the inner leaves show cracks, and 27% actually cracks between 1 and 2.5 millimeters. So what we can say, all scientific evidence available at this point indicates that the mica crisis is an internal sulfate attack crisis. And just as the last slide, that's the outlook that Paul has already mentioned. That's the coming project that is supported by the Geological Survey. Thank you for your attention.
I'm not sure if there's a mic on the floor. There was meant to be one roving around, but we've got time for, we're going to have one question each for each speaker, and then we'll have some possibly time at the end. So does anybody have a burning question they'd like to ask? Joe, you got the mic there? Good man. Any questions for Andreas? Somebody there, Joe can.
An engineer is on record there describing the problem as a mica pyrrhotite problem, and that mica is a northwest issue and the rest of the country is a pyrite issue. And that engineer is on IS 465. I just wonder, would you have any comments about that?
I would like to see the evidence for the claim. I haven't seen none so far. Mica being the cause of the problem is, in my eyes, just a pure theory unless evidence is presented, and I haven't seen any so far.
Okay, so that's so if people, one more question, go ahead then. Andreas, you're not off the hook yet.
Okay, sorry.
Just a question in terms of the inner leaf, Andreas. The sulfate attack, when it starts, can it be halted? Or is it something that happens over a long period of time or a short period of time? In other words, if if you intercept the damage early enough, can you, by doing an outer leaf or an external solution, can you then protect the inner walls?
Well, in principle, if you avoid moisture ingress or moisture contact, but you have to really reduce the relative humidity, carbonation takes place and reduces potential. I think some homes don't have to be demolished if the process stops. I don't see it stopping in the outer leaf unless you have really a good solution preventing moisture ingress and providing support for the structure. I think in some cases the inner leaves, after a certain reaction, the process may stop. But this is actually something I would be very interested in, to have a let's say monitoring of crack, how the width develops with time. Because when the process stops, then we more or less know that the inner leaf will stay at this condition. And if we still have sufficient compressive strength, it might be safe to let it stand. But I mean, every object is an individual. Every home is different. The blocks are different. So I can't say in general. Just to say for specific objects, yes, this could be possible.
Okay, thanks very much, Andreas. So up next is Nick Scaglione, who's come across from Ohio. Nick is from concrete research and testing and is going to talk about petrographic analysis of pyrrhotite in Donegal, isn't that right? Or in general?
Connecticut.
In Connecticut and here.
Massachusetts.
Donegal, yeah.
All the above.
Do you need this on a stand?
I think. Thank you, Paul. And then thanks so much for inviting me here to present. I should say Ireland Pyrrhotite Presentation 4. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about my experience with the petrographic examination of pyrrhotite-bearing aggregates in the U.S. and on cores removed from the 4 homes here in County Donegal. So since about 2008, I've been involved with doing petrographic examinations on cores removed from hundreds of these foundations in Connecticut that contain the pyrrhotite-bearing coarse aggregate. These foundations are exhibiting severe cracking distress after about 20 years in service. And these are full-depth foundation walls, poured concrete walls. And we're seeing cracking distress, severe cracking distress through the full depth of the wall, and actually significant expansion of these foundations. That expansion is causing also problems in the homes. So all of this concrete in Connecticut was derived from a single quarry, from a single ready mix producer using concrete from a single quarry in Willington, Connecticut, that was again sourcing this pyrrhotite-bearing reactive coarse aggregate. And then just in more last couple of years, we started getting reports of foundations in Massachusetts. Now the Connecticut company was delivering concrete into southern Massachusetts, but we started seeing cracking foundations more up in central Connecticut. And just more recently, I was able to examine some concrete from those homes, and we've now determined there's another quarry, identified a quarry that's in central Massachusetts that's also delivering reactive pyrrhotite-bearing aggregate. So just a quick summary of how we do this examination. So cores are taken through the full depth of the foundation walls. Those cores are sectioned. Oops. Yeah, they're just sectioned through the full length of the core. And then those sections are prepared by lapping and polishing the surface and initially examined under the stereo microscope. That microscope goes up to about 100x. And then we can take portions of those sections and do further analysis with thin sections. And to look at a concrete thin section, a portion of the concrete is epoxied to a glass slide and cut to a thickness of about 25 microns, ground down, cut and then ground down to about 25 microns. So you can actually let light pass through the sample, which is needed to examine these thin sections under a petrographic microscope. A petrographic microscope is used by geologists to use the optical properties of the minerals to be able to identify what minerals you're looking at and therefore identify the rocks. This microscope also has reflected light. So the light, it's a transmitted light microscope, so the light actually transmits through the glass slide, but it also has reflected light. And you need reflected light to look at metallic minerals like pyrite, pyrrhotite, because the light won't pass through those. And the petrographic microscope goes up about 500x. And as Andreas talked about, also you can examine under the scanning electron microscope at very high magnifications and use the EDS detector to look at the elemental composition of what you're looking at. So this is just some cross sections of the concrete from the of the aggregate that's coming out of the reactive quarry in Connecticut, and it's a very complex rock. There's a lot of different rock types in there, but the reactive rock is a granitic gneiss and a granitic schist. They were also actually producing both crushed stone and crushed gravel out of that quarry. So this slide just shows one of these sections where the cracks have been highlighted with black ink to show the cracking throughout the concrete. The amount of reactive aggregate in these different concrete samples we're looking at would range anywhere from about 25 to 45%. All the reactive aggregate particles are marked with the yellow X's. And you can see typically the cracks extending from those particles due to the expansion. So the distress mechanisms, I mean, Andreas already talked about this. Of course, the exposure to moisture is very important in these foundations. You got all the groundwater they're exposed to, so you have a continuous source of moisture against these walls. But also the mineralogy and texture of the rock is very important because it needs to have a certain type of mineralogy and texture that allows moisture to get into the rock to expose the pyrrhotite. And mica does play a role there. It does allow water in, some other types of minerals, and just the way the texture is will allow moisture into these reactive rocks. And then, of course, you've got the expansion due to the pyrrhotite oxidation and the sulfate attack. And again, Andreas already kind of covered all that. And we definitely do see an acceleration of the cracking distress over time in these foundations with severe distress at about 20 years. So it just shows one of these particles with the cracks extending from them. This is just a photograph under the stereo microscope. So this is one of these typical aggregate particles. The pyrrhotite content is typically around 3 to 5% in these aggregate particles. So again, this is granitic gneiss. It's got feldspar, quartz, and mica. In this case, the mica is biotite. You also have the silver mineral here, which is graphite. You got some slimonite. That's just the they all have a relatively high garnet content. That's the pink mineral. So, and this is just like I said, typically 3 to 5%, but we see particles that have very often higher amounts, 10%, and sometimes above 25%. This is kind of an extreme case where it's about 75% pyrrhotite. But I just like showing this slide because it just shows the gold color of the pyrrhotite. If we zoom in, Andreas talked about the oxidation and the striations. So you can see all these striations in the pyrrhotite there on the exterior portion of the particle, indicating it's oxidizing. And this is just a really good slide to show the different steps of the oxidation process, where you got the gold striated pyrrhotite here. Here, you're starting to lose that gold color, but you can still see it. And then the stuff on the outside is just brown, rusty colored, very highly oxidized. But typically they look more like this, with the pyrrhotite kind of shown by the red arrows interspersed throughout the particles. And also you see there's some individual pyrrhotite particles in the sand. Just another one of these examples with of one of these reactive rock particles with the pyrrhotite pointed out there. So the Massachusetts aggregate, it is also granitic gneiss and schist, and also in the quarry there's a number of different rock types in there. The amount of reactive rock on the ones that I looked at was about 40% of the aggregate particles were reactive aggregate particles. So it's Similar mineralogy, except we don't see any of the garnet. So you don't see any of the garnet in these. And the mica, instead of being biotite, is mostly muscovite and chlorite. And there's the close-up kind of showing the oxidized pyrrhotite of that particle and the crack coming out. So what's interesting, though, is a small portion of these rocks in Massachusetts have a similar composition to what we're seeing here in County Donegal, with it being a phyllite rock composition. Okay, so same picture that Andreas showed. So again, the cores, some of these cores were taken from these areas where there's not as distressed. It's still intact, and then other cores were taken in these areas that were just severely distressed. And what we got is in the good area, better areas, we got intact cores. In these severely distressed areas, we just got rubble. So those samples, here's a core that's the section is cut and lapped, and then the rubble is just cast into epoxy and a bunch of sections taken through those. So again, analyzing the rock here that's in this concrete. Again, as it's been discussed, it's mostly a phyllite. A phyllite is comprised predominantly of mica. In this case, again, muscovite and chlorite. There's varying amounts of quartz in these phyllite particles. And we also have individual quartzite particles in there, and some of the particles are partially phyllite, partially quartzite. And the analysis I did on this particular sample, about 85% of the particles contained pyrrhotite. I think another one I did was about 80%, so somewhere in that range. Now some have very small amounts. Some of them may just have 1 or 2 particles, and other ones have higher amounts. But overall, probably around that 1% or so or less. So just an example of the pyrrhotite in one of these phyllite particles. You typically see these thin elongate particles. You can see by the scale bar there, they're relatively small. And these first pictures I'm going to show you were taken in the better area of the house where there's not as much distress. And what you'll see is most of the pyrrhotite is still gold colored, not as oxidized. We do see some oxidation, but for the most part, there's not a lot of oxidation in these particles. Just another one of the examples, more of these little more blocky type pyrrhotite particles. This particle is actually, the top portion is actually phyllite, the bottom portion is quartzite. You can see a relatively high amount of pyrrhotite there. Another similar rock particle with high amounts of pyrrhotite. And we do see some pyrite, but not a lot. A small amount of pyrite. When we do see the pyrite, it's typically in larger particles. So you can see this particle here has a little bit different color. That's the pyrite compared to the different color of the pyrrhotite. And of course, all of the aggregate is from the same source. So the coarse aggregate and the fine aggregate. The fine aggregate is just crushed finer. And of course, when they're crushing that down to sand sizes, they're releasing all that mica from the phyllite, which Andreas kind of showed. But they're also releasing individual pyrrhotite particles into the sand. So this is just a pyrrhotite particle, and some relatively small ones. And typically, this is still the concrete taken in the better area. We do tend to see more of oxidation of these smaller pyrrhotite particles. And again, you can see quite a few of them kind of scattered throughout. So now these next slides are showing the concrete taken from the rubble samples. And what we see is now, instead of that pyrrhotite having that gold color, you see the kind of the rusty brown color and cracking, more cracking in the particles. Just another one of these examples showing you can actually see some rust staining around these pyrrhotite particles. And if you zoom in, you can see the striations typical of the oxidation. And so now when we look at these individual pyrrhotite particles in the cement paste, instead of them being gold, again, they're just brown, highly oxidized particles. Okay, so looking at the thin sections. So these first couple slides are just showing the thin sections actually under the stereo microscope. And that just allows us to kind of look at a lower magnification. Plus you can really see the gold color of the pyrrhotite, and you can see the rust staining around these particles. So just another one of those. If we zoom in up top here, you can see the highly oxidized pyrrhotite there. And again, just another one of these particles showing higher amounts. So occasionally you see these ones with higher amounts, but again, typically they're pretty small amounts. So looking at that under the petrographic microscope, again, since pyrrhotite is a metallic mineral. If you look at it in transmitted light, it just comes out opaque, so it kind of looks like this. When you look at it under the reflected light with the petrographic microscope, you get this white color. That's what the pyrrhotite looks like. And then we can also look at both reflected light and transmitted light, in this case polarized light. And it has more of that gray color. So here's one of these samples under reflected light. You can definitely see the oxidation going on here. You can see cracking in the individual pyrrhotite particle. And looking at under both reflected light and transmitted light, you can see the cracking in that aggregate particle. If we look at it under polarized light, we can see, obviously see that the upper portion of this particle is all phyllite. It's all mostly mica. And then the bottom portion is quartzite. So it's another one of these oxidized pyrrhotite particles with a crack extending from it. And we often see more oxidation towards the exterior portion of the particle. So this is the exterior portion of the particle. And you see this one is highly oxidized. This one's oxidized also, but not as much. I mean, we do see pyrrhotite oxidation throughout in some of these particles, but this is kind of just a typical thing, seeing more highly oxidized in the exterior versus the interior. Now, some of these particles are so highly oxidized, when you look at them under both reflected and transmitted light, you can actually see the colors of the oxidation products here, the red and orange colors. And then just a couple images showing these particles under this scanning electron microscope, which really just kind of shows the cracking really well. And you can see you have oxidized particles here, and you see the cracks extending from them, all these particles. This crack here with all the oxidized particles. And just a close-up, again, showing the oxidized pyrrhotite with the cracking in the particle. So, excuse me, one thing this analysis shows clearly is when we look at the concrete from the better area versus the very highly deteriorated area, we see a significant difference in the amount of oxidation in the pyrrhotite. And that definitely tells us, the pyrrhotite in these blocks are oxidizing in situ, in place. I know because there's some reports that I read from local reports, and I think some from UK possibly, that talked about the oxidation that they did see in the pyrrhotite. They were assuming that most of that occurred prior to the aggregate being used in the blocks, and it's not the case. It's definitely getting oxidizing in place. And then there's been some talk about the foundations. Of course, these foundations are going to be exposed to significant moisture, and I think I think it's known that there's definitely some of the same aggregate was used in these foundations. Of course, through looking at all these foundations in Connecticut and Massachusetts, we know that even poured concrete, that's probably better quality than the blocks, we can still get significant pyrrhotite oxidation and cracking distress. And based on from some of the earlier presentations about the homeowners, you're talking about water coming through the light fixtures on the inner leaf. I mean, I was surprised to hear that you're getting that much moisture in the inner leaf, that you have actually some water coming out at the some of these places. So or outlets, I think they said. But so yeah, so I mean, even the water is definitely getting to the inner leaf also. So I think we definitely need to look at doing petrographic examinations of the foundations, and just to get a good handle on what's going on with those also. That ends my presentation. Thank you.
So we've got time for a question from Nick. Somebody down here. Is the mic going again, Joe? Hey. Keep you fit today, dude. Unity.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I did a survey today on a house from a health and safety risk assessment point of view, and I just noticed, it's the first time I've seen it, there's like a white powder similar to the slide that you showed there, which I think you described as pyrrhotite, an example of pyrrhotite, a vivid white powder along the plaster of a wall where there is a lot of dampness coming through other parts
the one
of
at the site,
Would that be pyrrhotite?
It's It's sodium sulfate. When we see, in a lot of these foundations in the U.S., we see white secondary deposits on the interior surface. And that's, when we've analyzed them, it's been in sodium sulfate. And again, it's from the sulfates and that are in there. It's definitely indication of moisture moving, through that foundation wall. When that moisture goes through, it's pulling out, it's dissolving solid components. And when that moisture evaporates then at that interior surface, those solid components then are formed when that water evaporates. So it's something we very commonly see on these foundations in the U.S.
Hi, sorry, you mentioned there that it takes about 20 years for the damage to show on foundations. Is that an average, or can it happen before then? Yeah, very good question. It's not 20 years for the damage to show. I was saying it was 20 years to have very severe cracking distress. They've seen cracking as early as probably 10 years, and sometimes not until as much as 15 years. But like I said, it really kind of accelerates over time. And so you might start seeing some really tight cracking, pattern cracking at 10 years, and 15 years, it's starting to get a little wider. Then, by 18 years, maybe you could almost stick your finger through these cracks. So it kind of just accelerates over time. And that reason that's accelerating is because you're getting, as the cracks form, you're getting more exposure of the pyrrhotite in the aggregate particles and more oxidation and more sulfate release. So it all just kind of compounds over time, and it gets worse and worse as you go.
Hi. You said there about the quarries in the US, right? And okay, we don't have kind of perceived regulation on quarries here, but what is the testing that should be done on quarries when people start to look to rebuild their houses and look to get concrete products? Like, what is the aggregate testing that needs to be carried out?
Well, again, you have the testing in place already for the sulfur content. And that would just be a great start if all the quarries are actually, tested for that. So you can just get determine, what is the sulfur level? And as a starting point, if you do see an elevated sulfur level, do the petrographic work to see, is that coming from pyrrhotite, or is it coming from pyrite, or whatever. And if it's coming from, if you see significant amounts of pyrrhotite in there and you're above that 0.1%, then you have a problem. So yeah, I think it's the sulfur content testing, along with petrographic examination to see what the sulfur is coming from.
Okay, so thanks very much, Nick. So up next we've got Dr. Robbie Good. Robbie's been doing research on this defective concrete for a while, and he's going to talk today about water and concrete masonry. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. Sorry, just finding the file now. So thanks very much. Well, I'll get my thanks out of the way. Thank you for coming to listen to me and everyone. I also want to acknowledge the co-author, Paul Quigley, and Testall, who have helped provide some data, and also Michael Robinson, Smart Test Solutions. Now I'm going to talk about water in concrete. Hopefully this will complement some of the things that I've discussed about pyrrhotite and the impact of moisture on pyrrhotite. But I'm first going to pose a fundamental question, which I suppose is what everyone really wants to know at the end of it all, and that is are my building materials durable? It's quite a simple, straightforward question. And I suppose durable I would define as something that is lasts and does not change with variable or with depending on the environmental conditions. And that's a very important point, that you can't predict whether building material will be durable or not unless you understand the environmental conditions in which it's exposed to. So that's my first point. We'll eventually get a slide that will demonstrate that. My second point is that we have, unfortunately, a really partitioned way of looking at our concrete. That as a geologist, I'm asked to look for deleterious materials in aggregates. They're only one of the components of concrete. So we have cement, and we have water, and we may have other additives. We then have a second set of standards that they dictate how those components are put together, the so-called design mix, and also how they're compacted. And then we have a third set of standards that look at their use. And the three are quite separate in their development, and there's not, in my opinion, enough crossover between the different committees that have the standards. Because if you're asked as a geologist to predict the durability of material, and you don't know where that material is going to end up, what environmental conditions, you're really in very thin ice at all. So they're my opening comments. Yeah, we might have some joy here. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, it's a big file. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if we have that. Okay. So we can fly through the first few slides. So that's my comment about durable environmental conditions. Yeah, so this is my thing. So someone asks you, is standard plasterboard dry? Or durable? Well, you can't say if it's durable or not unless you know the conditions. So yes, once it remains dry, and no once it gets saturated. Okay, quite straightforward. Water is a factor in reactivity which can significantly influence the durability of materials. I just threw this in. This is actually, I'm going to call them blocks, but the industry goes mad when you don't refer to them as aggregate concrete masonry units. So that's what it is. I make a point that masonry concrete or concrete blocks are not the same animals as ready-mix or precast concrete. They have way lower cement contents, and they have very, very different properties. So some of our information that's brought from hardened concrete isn't directly appropriate to masonry concrete. Here's my raw materials, here's my manufacturing, here's the use. And here's where I play a part as the geologist. Oh, sorry, the laser isn't working on that one. Oh no, press that. This is not going well. Middle one, there we go. Okay, excellent, thanks. Loads of buttons now. Right, here's the standards that sort of underpin them. So we're talking for aggregates for concrete, SR16. There's more, there's the EN standards. This is our Irish one. Aggregate, the manufacturing and design. But there are sort of partitions in a way between the committees that put these together. Okay, so I'll move on to the main bit. Why consider water? Well, it's abundant. It's a universal solvent. It readily dissolves things, and this makes it conductive and prone to participating in many chemical reactions. It can react in various ways as an acid and a base. And another thing that is not lost on anyone is that it can expand when it freezes. Now, if we look at IS 465, the much battered standard, it suggests, well, it requires that the visual inspection shall, as a minimum, note the moisture condition of each sample. But it doesn't tell us how to do that. It makes no further reference. So are people asked, or geologists or engineers asked to record it as dry or damp or wet or saturated? And what does that mean? Early on, when I was looking at cores, I noticed that a lot of them were really wringing wet. So I started actually measuring the amount of water, not just describing it, but measuring it. It's really easy to do. You weigh it, you dry it, you weigh it again, and you can calculate how much water is in it. And here's a rather large amount of data, 498 determinations of water content from Donegal cores. And I've subdivided them into 3 different colors. So yellow is the inner leaf, red is the sub-DBC, the rising blockwork, and blue is the outer leaf. And on this axis, it's probably very difficult for some of you to read, we have the mass percent water. So dry, 0%, and up here we've 6%. And what I want to draw your attention to is really for the outer leaf that we have a very big range in moisture contents. And a lot of them are wet or saturated. They're sitting there all the time. Now, more recently, I've become interested in knowing, well, are they just wet? Are they sitting wet all the time? Or are they cycling? Because if they're cycling, water's coming in and out. And of course, that could have an added complication. So I have a smaller amount of data. It's just 87 data points from cores. This time located the moistures on the y-axis, percent water, up to 6%, and the time that the core was taken. There's a lot of variables at play here, so this is not perfect data. We need a lot of data to make this better. But if you just took the kind of these values and put them in, randomized them in Excel, you wouldn't get a pattern that looks quite like this. So I was thinking, well, what can I tie this to? And if you look at the met air and rainfall data for Malin Head, there's some correlation, I think. You can see particularly wet months with high, drier months with low. Okay, it's imperfect, but I think there is moisture coming in and going out of the walls, and that has a very big bearing on everything. Okay, I have data as well. I'm not going to really go into it, but I've data from County Mayo, rather less, 159. You will notice that for the Mayo stuff, bizarrely, the moisture content of the outer and inner leaf compared to the Donegal stuff is lower. So there's a propensity for the Donegal masonry, if you like, or concrete blocks, to absorb more water than other parts. And I've data from many different areas in Ireland. How much water will a concrete block hold when it's saturated? Well, it ranges. This is a small amount of data from brand new blocks, so not cores, because I wanted to look at brand new blocks from all around Ireland. And you can see that the average is from, well, there's 2% to 9%. Some of them will hold more. The average is 5.4. And if we look at the average of core samples in Donegal, which I've dried and then re-submerged and calculated the water content, you can see that it's 5.9. It's quite high. This photograph shows what happens sometimes on sites, or very often on sites. You have rainfall, you have the top of the blocks getting wet, you have the bottom of the blocks of the bale getting wet, they're sitting on the ground, and in between you have less wetting. So imagine now we leave these out over winter, we have freeze-thaw cycles, wetting, drying cycles. We have created a kind of a weird preconditioning of our blocks before they're put into the wall that may account for some of the variability we're seeing. So there is actually a standard method for determining the water absorption of concrete blocks. Again, very simple. You take a sample, you dry it, you measure the area of the face you're going to immerse, you support it on, well, in my case, just little washers, and then you immerse it for 10 minutes. You wipe off the surface water and you weigh it. And I have here 6 little time-lapse videos. So each of these tests, the standard tests, takes 10 minutes. Each of these is condensed into 4 seconds. So you're going to see the water going up the blocks. I'll start them running. So it'll move up the first one. Second one, you can see it jump very early on. The third one, not a whole lot. Fourth one, this is actually from the Inishowen. This is a used block. The others are well, that is a used block. It's disappeared. This one's really saturated, and this one. Okay, so in no time at all, 10 minutes exposed to liquid water, these blocks will soak up huge amounts of water. You don't need to immerse them for 7 days. They do it very quickly. And this is the equivalent, the mass percent of water that they're holding after 10 minutes. Look at this one, 6.3% by mass of water. This is interesting. This is hardened concrete. So this is a precast that has been cut out, and this is much lower. So you can see the water absorption propensity is lower in higher cement, stronger concrete, okay? Now, this is a statement in SR 325, which says that it's essential to fully protect masonry units, mortar and masonry under construction from saturation and freezing. This is a building site I saw earlier this year near my house. So you can see there's things that are in standards that are not in practice. Sorry, I meant to say if we scale up the amount of water that I've calculated, an average amount for a block, it means that you have about 1.45 kilograms per block potentially. Now, okay, not every block in a house is going to have the same saturation, but if it were, your gable of a standard house, 650 blocks, would hold nearly a ton of water. And what we have noticed, and this is work with Paul Quigley, is that many of the cores that are taken out of various places in Ireland are highly susceptible to just wetting, drying cycles. They fall apart. So we have from County Louth, County Carlow. I think you can get your colouring pencil out and add Carlow onto the map. And County Dublin, you can see within 30 cycles, 18 cycles, 30 cycles, it's really falling to bits. So this is a real concern. Water, and some of these are in concrete blocks that are not known to contain any deleterious materials. So you may not need peritite. You may just be able to do it with water in some cases. Are concrete blocks expected to be dry in use? Well, this is probably going to be debated a lot, but in my opinion, no, because SR 325 says some water will inevitably penetrate the outer masonry leaf in prolonged periods of wind-driven rain. And it goes on to say that the designer should select a construction appropriate to local wind-driven rain index. We'll come to that in a second. Is this inconsistent with the term not to be left exposed, which appears on some manufacturer's declaration of performance, the piece of paper you should be able to get with the block? Again, no, in my opinion, because actually exposed masonry is defined as masonry that doesn't have render on it. So the two aren't mutually exclusive. Okay, so this is a new publication, really super, by Met Éireann. It's taking a very large amount of data from 1991 to 2020 and looking at the driving rain index for vertical surfaces. And it is classified from extreme down to sheltered. You can see really all of the west of Ireland is very severe or extreme. It means there's a very, very high propensity for the rain to get into masonry. Now, how do you relate this to what your specifications for your block work? Well, that's a little bit of more of a struggle because there isn't a direct relationship yet. This needs to be brought into the standards and sort of values put next to it. At the moment, you have to go to the EN 19962 Eurocode 6, and in there they have design or classifications of micro conditions. They're called MX, and there's 7 subdivisions in 1 to 5. This is it. You really won't be able to read this, but what we have is our MX classes 1, 2, which is subdivided, 3, which is subdivided, 4, and 5. And 1 is dry, 2 is exposed to moisture wetting, 3 is exposed to wetting plus freeze thaw, 4 saturated salt air, and 5 an aggressive chemical environment. There's a really good review of this in the building research establishment, and they make, I think, a fundamentally good point that whenever we see tables like this, our nature is to start at the top and work down. But in this case, we should start at the bottom and work up. And we should start at the bottom and assume that all buildings have the highest exposure conditions, and then the designer would determine if a lower exposure zone is appropriate. So you move up and you say, okay, well, it's in a situation where it's protected from freeze thaw, you can move up. Okay. Here's, I've taken our SR325, our own standard recommendation, table 14, looking at the durability of finished masonry and construction. And this translates these MX classes into compressive strengths for blocks. I just make the point that for A1 and A2, so in conditions where you have low risk of saturation with or without freezing, or high risk of saturation without freezing, the minimum requirement is a 7.5 Newton block. I question that, actually. I think that should be increased, certainly in exposed, where there's high risk of saturation. And then for high risk of saturation with freezing, the minimum requirement is 13 Newton. And like it or not, we have both of these conditions in most of Ireland. So I would be recommending that 13 Newton is the minimum strength for outer leaf masonry blocks. The only thing is that saturation, like many of these things, saturation is not defined in the standard, but generally, I suppose if you look up a dictionary, it's considered as holding as much water as can be absorbed. You might argue that some of the blocks are not saturated, they're just wet. Okay, so conclusions then. So concrete blocks are a highly absorbent material. You can demonstrate that with lab experiments. You can do it at home. Current EU and Irish standards imply that water ingress into masonry is inevitable, and this is supported by the data we have from hundreds of cores at this stage. Water ingress is really unsurprising if you have very severe or extreme driving rain index. The rain goes onto the walls, the wind blows it along, and it will eventually find a crack that it'll get in around windows, doors, all sorts of places. And water is in itself an agent of degradation, and concrete blocks to concrete blocks, and this is rarely considered yet highly important in my opinion. The observation is that most of the most degraded areas of masonry in many houses is wet, and that's not just in Donegal. That's around the place, and we have the evidence from simple wetting drying cycles. Thanks very much.
Time for a couple of questions for Robbie, if anyone. Eileen has a quick hand up there. Where's this microphone?
Thanks, Robbie. One of the things you were saying is that, in your opinion, the Newton strength should be 13, obviously 7.5 at the minute, and that the rain penetration obviously is a driving factor in degradation, even at 7.5. So are you saying that the lab results that come back showing compressive strength, that if they're not above 7.5, they should be removed? Because at the minute, that is not the threshold that the council uses to remove blocks?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that for anything that is newly built or remediated, that higher strength blocks are used.
Yes, but if you're saying 7.5 a minimum, will mean that there's further degradation due to rain.
Well,
Then obviously, if we have less than 7.5, what you're also saying is that anything that is less than 7.5 strength Newton should be removed because it is liable to further deteriorate.
Yeah, I mean, this is my opinion. I understand your point completely, but I think if we can find a way of protecting the blocks that are not damaged, I know there's, there's some cases out there that set weaker blocks that are not damaged, and find a method of adequately protecting them from saturation. That would be acceptable long-term solution, but that's only my opinion.
Okay, I suppose I'm just keen to also hear maybe Andreas, or maybe a different viewpoint on, because I know that obviously your research would suggest maybe other ways. Andreas, maybe if we could ask you to maybe comment on this viewpoint.
Well, sorry to jump in here. Well, moisture is a driving force for pyrrhotite oxidation. So clearly there must be a relation. And I'm eager to discuss some points with Robbie, but I can't do this here because we don't have the time.
Hi, Robbie. Lisa Hun, my correction group. What I'm struggling with the whole kind of wet scenario is why now? Because Donegal is infamous for its weather. The weather patterns haven't changed, but something in the blocks did. So why have we got structures that have been standing in Donegal in the same weather for decades, for centuries even, yet now we have a block crisis?
Yeah.
To me, it's a change in the block, not the weather.
Yeah, well, I think it's an excellent question. And the answer to that, I'm afraid, lies in looking at undamaged properties, older properties, which we need to do, but we haven't done. There hasn't been sufficient funding and researching it in this. We need to look at that as well. I think in terms of the weather, that we understand that it's more severe. Whether or not it is more severe than, we understand that it is severe, whether or not it is more severe, and also going to get more severe with climate change. We don't really know yet, but we need to look at other older and undamaged houses as well. Thank you.
Question. I have 3 houses that never were rendered, and the blocks are as good today as when they were put up 15 years ago. And they've never been rendered at all. And I've been told that the danger with frost and everything else is going to cause problems. There's not a crack in the buildings. No evidence of any problem. How do you explain that? I don't know.
Probably a much higher cement content and higher compressive strength from the start. Be interesting to core your building and have a look. These are the, I know, you know, it's like the doctor saying, well, we need to look at the healthy to really understand the sick. We need to look at both. So it's very interesting, though. Thank you.
Well, one final question. Go
back to table 14. If we can justify the need for a 13.5 Newton block and for the outer leaf, is it not very dangerous to allow both 7.5 and 13.5 onto a site, given the way that a cavity walled house is built, where the outer leaf is built with one block and the next block goes onto the inner leaf?
I think you're right. There's strong concerns about that. One way around it is to put dye in the stronger blocks, which some manufacturers do, and train people to, you know, use the right block in the right place. But it is a concern, certainly. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So up next is Josita Chesney. She's going to talk about a problem with
pyrrhotite and concrete in Canada.
Okay. Good evening. It's a pleasure for me to share the Canadian experience with you tonight. But first, I would like to thank Paul, Eileen, Joe, all the team for inviting us today. I will just wait my presentation because I have some nice picture to show you. Okay, that's it. And our presentation tonight will focus on the Trois-Rivières pyrrhotite issue, including the background, the research initiative, and also on the Canadian standard. To begin here, it's the outline of the presentation. We will show you some example of deterioration and the observation that led to the statement that pyrrhotite is the sole and only culprit of the deterioration. We will continue by presenting our research initiative that led to the development of a quality control protocol containing 3 steps. First, we measure total sulfur and petrography. After that, we have an oxygen consumption test, followed by a mortar bar expansion test. We will see more detail later. Finally, I will present the result obtained of the monitoring of blocks on outdoor exposure site, the Canadian standardization process, and finally, the ongoing RD initiative. First, the background. Trois-Rivières, it's a city between Quebec and Montreal in the eastern part of Canada. What is important here, it's in area, more than 1,500 homeowners have experienced very serious problem with their concrete foundation. All the case of deterioration has one thing in common, that's the aggregate used for the manufacture of concrete. The aggregate come from 2 quarries very close at 200 meters apart, one from the others. In Trois-Rivières, the deterioration was really rapid. We speak about 3 to 5 years after the construction. We have a lot of deterioration, cracking, map cracking with huge crack on the corner, and we have a lot of homeowner with problem, but also commercial and industrial building. Here you can see that the deterioration is really important, and some of the cracks were sealed just to avoid the water infiltration. Deterioration is really important. After 3 to 5 years, some quartz was very large opening, till 40 millimeters, and it was really important. And in Canada, with a lot of freeze-thaw, very cold temperature, a lot of snow, it was important to replace the foundation. And the deterioration was so important that it was really important to completely demolish and replace the foundation. For this, the stone and bricks that stand on the foundation have to be removed. Houses were lifted up, and the foundation were demolished and replaced. And during that time, people were still living in their home. The study of a significant numbers of cases by petrographic analysis of aggregate, but also of concrete sample, take it possible to determine the role of the oxidation of pyrrhotite at the origin of the deterioration. We've done a lot of petrography on aggregate sample with transmitted and reflected light. Here you can see sulfide minerals, the pyrrhotite, which is brownish and the pyrite. These are the main two sulfide minerals in the case of Trois-Rivières, but we have also some chalcopyrite and pentlandite, but in minor content. If you have a look at the concrete sample, you can see that most of the aggregate particles are completely rusted at the surface, and you can see in thin section that you have a lot of cracking passing through the aggregate particle, and some of the aggregate particles are completely disintegrate. You can see here a pyrrhotite crystal in reflected light microscopy, and the gray zone are the oxidation product. And we can see that pyrrhotite oxidize near the cracking of the materials. Observation of the reaction product with a scanning electron microscope allow to elucidate the reaction mechanisms. In short, the pyrrhotite in presence of oxygen and water will transform to form ferrihydrite or iron oxyhydroxide, that's different type of rust. But the most important is the reaction generates sulfuric acid. And the sulfuric acid in a concrete will produce the internal sulfate attack, because concrete is a basic material with a high pH. And you have the acid and base that produce different products. And we can see that most of the products are gypsum, ettringite, and thomasite. These three minerals will expand and cause the cracking of the concrete. But the worst, that's the last one, the thomasite. Because to form the thomasite, it will react with the CSH. The CSH, that's the binding phase of the concrete. And then when you destroy the CSH, you destroy the bond of the concrete, and you can have a mushy concrete. And then in 2010, our research group was mandated to do a research program to try to find a way to analyze the aggregate prior to their use in concrete to be sure that the quality of the aggregate will be accurate. For that, we run a test protocol including 3 tests. The first one, it's the measurement of the sulfur of the aggregate. Why this measurement? It's just because it's really simple, it's low cost, and can give us an idea of the presence of sulfide mineral into the aggregate. But there are different sulfides, and we need the petrography examination to identify the sulfide and to see if you have the pyrrhotite. Why the pyrrhotite? Because it reacts really fastly. It will oxidize very fastly. Pyrite can oxidize too, but it will be more slower. And other sulfide will also oxidize, but their kinetics is more slow. That's why we are really interested in the pyrrhotite. And after that, we have to develop 2 tests, the oxygen consumption test and an expansion test. The performance testing, it's a protocol, and we analyze step by step the aggregate. If the aggregate pass one test, you can use the aggregate. If not, we continue to the second step. If it passes, we can use, and then we go further. I will show you the different tests developed. The first step, that's the total sulfur with the petrography. In Canada, we change this limit. We put the limit, if your aggregate has more than 1% total sulfur, we reject the aggregate. If it's lower than 0.15, the aggregate is accepted. If you are between two, you have to continue to step 2. In step 2, that's what we call an oxygen consumption test. This is a closed cell. We grind the material, the aggregate material. We put some water with the material to have 40% saturation. The material is compact in the cell, and we leave air. In the headspace, you have air. And the reaction of the oxidation is that pyrrhotite react with water and oxygen to produce the sulfuric acid. Then we monitor the amount of oxygen in the headspace. And if it's decreased, it's because we have something that react with the oxygen. And in that case, it's the sulfide minerals. Here you can see the result for control aggregate. We test different control aggregate without any sulfide minerals. And you can see that the amount of oxygen consumed is really low. But in the case of sulfide-bearing aggregate, in the case of the Trois-Rivières aggregate, you can see that the amount of oxygen consumed is high. This test is interesting because we monitor the oxygen just for 2 hours. Then in one day, we can have the result with that test. If we pass the test, we can accept the aggregate. If not, we continue. The third test, it's a mortar bar expansion test. We are making a mortar bar that's a mixture with cement, water, and sand. We make the bar, and we put the bar in a 2-step process. The first step, with the condition here, is to oxidize the pyrrhotite. For that, we soak the bar during 3 hours, 2 times a week in bleach. Bleach is a strong oxidation agent. And the bar are kept at 80 degrees and 80% relative humidity during the rest of the time. After 90 days, we change the condition to promote the production of thomasite. Thomasite need low temperature and high humidity to be produced. And then the bar put at 4 degrees at 100% relative humidity, and then we measure the expansion. Here are the results, where you can see the expansion according to times. I show you just 2 examples. In green, you have the control sample, the sample without sulfide. We run the test, and the control did not expand. And the control is still in good shape after the test. But for sulfide-bearing aggregate, the reactive one, the one from Trois-Rivières, you can see that it expands with some crack after the first step in the oxidizing condition. And then in step 2, you can see rusted, large cracking, till the complete destruction of the sample because of the production of thomasite. And as I say, thomasite will react with the CSH, and there is no more glue to stand the mortar bar. We also add 2 outdoor exposure sites to follow the behavior of the concrete in normal condition. The first site was in Trois-Rivières. You can see here that we add some blocks, large block that was extract just before the demolition of the foundation. And we put this on site, and we measure the expansion, the crack index, the cracking mapping of the different blocks. And we have another site where we manufacture our concrete blocks with the reactive aggregate, but testing different concrete mixture. Then we test different mix design, and we have high strength concrete, lower strength concrete, different type of concrete. And we follow the expansion and everything. And for the new blocks, this one, after 6 years, they began to have cracks inside the block. These are some data on the exposure site in Trois-Rivières. In the left, you have the expansion according to time. Here you have the cracking index. And we can see that the expansion and the development of crack is still increasing. What is interesting is we have different series of blocks. Here you have the series A. At the beginning, these blocks were not deteriorated. They were from a party wall in houses, and they didn't have no expansion, no cracks, nothing. But you can see that with time, with outdoor exposing condition, the expansion increased and the crack increased too. They were not deteriorated because the condition was not there for the deterioration. And now I will leave the floor to my colleague. Benoit will continue with the standardization.
Thank you. So as my colleague José was mentioning, a big part of the study that we conducted with our group was with the objective of making sure that we would develop test methods, a testing protocol that would, in the future, make sure that we would not have any problems anymore with our aggregates in Canada. So basically, the results of research were implemented in the national standard, as members of our group are also involved in standards committee in Canada. So back in 2012, 2014, during that cycle of the Canadian standard development, we actually introduced the Annex P, which was informative at that time, so a non-mandatory part of the standard, which is called Impact of Sulfides in Concrete Aggregate on Concrete Behavior. So basically, that was the first time that this kind of information was introduced in national standard in Canada. Before that, we had some statements saying that if you have an aggregate incorporating some deleterious minerals such as pyrite, pyritite, marcasite, then you have to be careful because those minerals, when appropriate conditions are present, can generate some deterioration in concrete. Then in the second phase of the cycle, because the Canadian standards on concrete are actually in 5-year cycles, so every 5 years they are revised and new standards are produced, are published. So in that new version in 2019, actually, we actually implemented the results of the research at the next level, which means that we actually add some standard sections there, discussing about iron sulfide oxidation process, case studies from different studies around the world, standards around the world also. This is the Annex P. And then we introduce actually the performance protocol that we had developed, that our team had developed as part of the research. So basically, in that testing protocol, we also have the three methods that José has described, and we have a step-by-step approach saying, as José was explaining, if an aggregate passes the one test, it can be accepted. If it fails, then you go to the next step. So the idea is to make sure that we do, with this testing protocol, that we do reject bad aggregates, if you like, but we can accept aggregates that will perform in a proper way in concrete, because we don't want to reject good aggregates neither. The industry needs aggregates for construction. So those are the different test methods that are described in the protocol. And more recently, the Canadian government actually funded a study that started in 2019 for 5 years.
And for this study, we actually have put together a project team with the National Research Council of Canada, 2 universities, and the Geological Survey of Canada. And the sponsors, as I mentioned, were the Government of Canada and the Government of Quebec. So basically, as part of this initiative, the idea is that we organize a number of stakeholder workshops across the country in order to raise awareness amongst the population about this problem, explaining what the problem is and how we can try to resolve the issue so in the future that problem will not occur again. Because in some cases, you know, that problem was kind of isolated in one part of the country. So our colleagues on the committee from other parts of Canada, they were saying, why changing the Canadian standard for a problem that occurs only in one part of the country? So this is something that we needed to explain to them, that the geology of the country is actually very complex. But then the Geological Survey of Canada actually made some mapping of the pyrite occurrences in the country. This is the basic geology of Canada. As you can see, different colors relating to different large rock types, if you like, or rock families. And then the dots, the black dots there, represent actually occurrences of pyrite across the country. So it means that you're not necessarily going to have a problem everywhere, but there is a potential to have some problems because the geology shows that pyrite occurs all across the country. And then we, in order to implement in a more definite way the testing protocol that we had developed, we're organizing right now a multi-lab variability study across the country, meaning that we want to make sure that each lab running those tests across the country will actually be able to develop good results with those tests. Because it's important that if you are running a test, you actually get proper results with the good variability or low variability between the laboratory. So it is a very important part of standardization process, is to develop what we call precision and bias statement to make sure that we know what we're doing. And then other activities that we have some mechanistic studies. We have a PhD student who works on pyrite reaction. We're testing aggregates across the country for pyrite reactions, so we have samples of aggregates from different parts of the country. We are actually developing an expansion test on concrete specimens, because in the test program so far, the end part of the test program is actually a mortar bar expansion test. So we also want to develop a concrete expansion test, and that concrete test has the potential also of evaluating the future potential expansion of existing concrete structure. So if you take a core, you can subject that core to a concrete expansion test to have an idea whether the existing concrete has the potential of developing issues in the future. And this is very, very critical for a number of families and homeowners. And the target within the mid-2020s is actually to take the Annex P from the informative part of the standard into the mandatory part of the standard, meaning that every aggregate producers will need to actually make sure that they run the testing protocol for evaluating potential risk of pyrite oxidation for their aggregates. So in conclusion, sulfide-bearing aggregates have shown to be deleteriously reactive in different parts of the world. Such reaction can cause damage to affected concrete elements. Here you have an example of a concrete house where the owner is a self-constructor contractor, and the problem is that he had some issues with his concrete foundation, demolished it, and reconstructed, unfortunately, with the same aggregate. So problems happen sometimes when there is no proper quality control of aggregates. And finally, we have R&D programs and standardization process that we're conducting right now in Canada in order to make this process of evaluating aggregates as a mandatory part of our standard. Thank you.
So we're running behind time, so if anybody has any questions for Josie and Benoit, you can catch up with them after the session ends. Is that okay? We need to move on. So Kurt, you're up next, is that right? So Kurt's come across from Norway, and he's going to give us some insights into testing aggregates for sulfide and sulfurs, isn't that right? Yeah, okay. Do you need this? I'll try. Do you need this in here, or just hold it?
Thank you, Paul, and good afternoon to all of you, or good evening, I guess it is now. First of all, I'd just like to say that I'm going to give you a bit of different presentation. I haven't looked at concrete specimens. I've looked only at, or we have looked only at aggregate specimens. Also, I have to say I haven't looked at aggregates from Ireland. These are different aggregates, just as that said. First of all, I'd like to also acknowledge my co-workers, which is Nicolas Oberhardt, which is a PhD student, Børge Vigum, Bård Magne Pedersen, and Per Hagelia, who are industrial cooperators in this project. We also have a parallel work package that works on the concrete side and understanding the concrete side of using these deleterious aggregates. So a little bit of background. Why are we in Norway working on these issues? We have been very fortunate. We haven't seen any pyrrhotite-related deleterious problems in Norway. Not in domestic houses or not in industrial sites. But I've been told by my co-authors to say that we have had problems with alum shale in Norway and has been doing a lot of research on that, but that's a different story. Traditionally, Norwegian aggregates have been sourced from fluvial deposits, so rivers and glacial deposits. They have been thought of being kind of pure, not containing sulfides, because the sulfides have been washed out naturally from the erosion, or they have been naturally empty, not containing these sulfides. But in Norway, we have recently also, as many other places, starting to source more crushed rocks into aggregates in concretes. And with that, there's also a risk of seeing problems as you have in Ireland, Canada, and the US. So we have a big focus on avoiding these issues. There is a thought in Norway that we have strict regulations, strict criteria to certify aggregates. That might have helped us with avoiding the issues. And also follow-up of these certifications, that they have been very strict, and some, the authorities have followed up on doing these certifications. But the standards, they are more or less the same as in Ireland and Canada. 1% sulfur is the upper limit. And if you have pyrrhotite, you're restricted to 0.1 weight percent sulfur, which is rounded to 0.144, just because it's easy for the aggregate producers. So these are the initial requirements to qualify your aggregate deposit for using concrete, as many other places. Let's see, follow up with my notes. I will come back to talk about how we analyze these values for the aggregates, both chemically, the sulfur content, and also the mineralogical analysis to determine if you have pyrrhotite in the aggregate. Another issue is that the standards, they don't tell you how to collect the samples. So that's a big uncertainty. If the aggregate producer collects one sample from the quarry every year, because it's an annual requirement to test one sample each year, that's also a big uncertainty. Because if you collect the right sample, you can be qualified. If you know that you can't collect there, but collect there, that's easy. You can come across this. But one of the reasons that we in Norway started looking into this issue was something that happened in tunnel construction. There's a huge project in Norway that is, I think it's finished right about now, that the tunnel has been handed over, or will be quite soon. It's a 20-kilometer long double trace tunnel, so 2 tunnels parallel for railroad, railroad and road. When they excavated this tunnel, they used tunnel boring machines, or TBMs, to drive the entire length in both tunnels. And they plan to use all the crushed rock coming out of the tunnel as aggregates to produce these elements, so tunnel lining elements. These are used to support or aid in the support of the tunnel in the tunnels. Yeah, that was a good plan. They had unfortunately not mapped the tunnel good enough. So when they started excavating and analyzing this crushed rock, they discovered that 60% of all the samples they collected contained pyrrhotite. I haven't heard the number of pyrrhotite, but it's not much. And the sulfur content was not that high, but enough to disqualify these rock mass for use in the concrete. They had to dispose all these rocks in nearby the tunnel opening, and they went to the aggregate producer located just across the road to buy qualified aggregates, probably in the same lithologies. So this is not a big catastrophic problem as you see here, but economically for projects, when you see this in several tunnel projects, or if you see this in several tunnel projects, it will sum up to a lot of money. And in this case, we don't have any exact numbers, but it's said to be tens of millions of euros. Let's see. Just get my notes up and running again. Yeah, so what are the challenges related to meeting these requirements? So what we have seen examples from here, from this devastating aggregates or issues, is extremes. Lots of sulfur and sulfides, lots of pyrrhotite. Typically, when you try to qualify aggregates that are just around the threshold, it's a very low content of sulfides and even more lower content of pyrrhotites. And discovering these amounts of sulfides using the traditional tools is difficult. So you need to do this correctly. And you need to use tools that are meant to or suited for this task. The most of the sulfide analysis that are done around the world is done for sulfide mines, which have much higher content of sulfides, much more simple to analyze. With lower content, there's also more difficult to be precise in your analysis. We also need to find out what are the basics behind the reactions leading to ISA. Yes, the sulfur content is important, but we also need to see if what really happens in the concrete when you have these reactions. Does the pyrrhotite species play a role? Because pyrrhotite comes in very different polytypes with different iron content, magnetic and non-magnetic types. Which of these are most reactive? And what are the actual correct threshold limits for sulfur and pyrrhotite? Are the current limits the right ones? It's important for homeowners that want to make sure that they have proper concrete, and it's also important for those that are producing aggregates that they are able to deliver good qualities. Yeah, I'll jump forward. So just short about sulfur in rocks, because you've heard a little bit of these minerals. Sulfur can actually exist as native sulfur, but rarely. Mostly they are present as sulfide minerals, and some of them are listed here: pyrrhotite, pyrite, you heard them before, bornite, galena, etc. And that's just a short list out of a lot of different sulfide minerals. They can also occur as sulfate minerals like barite, anhydrite, gypsum, and gyrosite. So sulfur occurs in different ways in rocks. And to be able to analyze sulfur and sulfide minerals in the rocks, you need good tools to do this analysis. The standards that we have talked about today, they specify for sulfur analysis that you're going to use wet chemical analysis. That means you have to dissolve the rocks, make sure you dissolve all the sulfides as well, or sulfates, and then analyze with specific tools the amount of sulfur in this liquid that you have dissolved. The alternative is to use a Leco furnace. That's a combustion of combust the sulfur rock sample, and the resulting gas can be read by an infrared detector, and you can look at and read how much read how much sulfur there is in the sample. Sorry. The question then is, are these analysis methods the right methods? So there's a lot of different methods that can be used. These are examples that we have at our university, and I will just talk briefly about some of them. So we have seen some photomicrographs of rocks. This is a reflected light image. We can see a rather large pyrite grain up here, and something that looks like pyrite down here. If you enlarge this central grain, we can see that it consists of 3 phases: chalcopyrite, pyrite, and pyrrhotite. So the pyrrhotite is the left part, and you see that this scale bar is 50 microns. So they are very small, difficult to see. But in order to qualify your sample, you need to use the DTA method, differential thermal analysis. That means you heat up samples up to 600 degrees. Along this heating cycle, you read the energy level in the chamber, and you can see if you have exothermic, endothermic reactions. And pyrrhotite, pyrite, chalcopyrite, they have overlapping temperatures when this happens. So what we see here, this blue dot, that's actually sulfides that combust and release energy. And within here, there's probably a signature for pyrrhotite among pyrite and chalcopyrite, but it's difficult to determine. So the operator will say, yes, you probably have pyrrhotite, to make sure that you have pyrrhotite. He's on the safe side. We have suggested to use SEM, as has been mentioned before, but we use an automated system that can analyze with this EDS system that Andreas mentioned, and interpret what type of mineral you have for each pixel in the image. So this picture is a different picture from what we saw in the last slide, but it's a combination of pyrite, chalcopyrite, pyrrhotite, and this black stuff, which is altered pyrrhotite, naturally altered pyrrhotite. In the SEM, we collect overview image. We see that the yellow stuff is sulfides. And we have values for each pixel, so we can actually put a number on the amount of sulfides in the sample this way. And more detailed analysis shows that we recognize the image from the optical microscope here. So I'm not sure if all of you see it, but there's a different yellow shade here than here and there. So that means you see the pyrite, chalcopyrite, and the pyrrhotite. And you can also see the altered pyrrhotite. This picture, or these two pictures, shows the same in another sample, and it shows different textures on the pyrrhotite. How many minutes? So we think that this method is a very good method for defining if you have pyrrhotite in your samples and different type of sulfides, but it still is not possible to determine which types of pyrrhotite you have. So we saw that earlier that pyrrhotite has a chemical formula that says that you have a variation in the iron content. The iron content will determine if it's magnetic or non-magnetic, together with the crystallography of the sample, of the species, if you measure that. But analyzing these chemical variations is very difficult because they are so small. So we have suggested to use a magnetic method, and not this one, this is just an illustration. But we measure the susceptibility of the sample, and the susceptibility will tell us if you have a magnetic or non-magnetic species of pyrrhotite. And it can also, probably, we are working on that part, say something about the ratio between the two different species. So how much magnetic, how much non-magnetic pyrrhotite you have in your sample. So this is important in the work further to understand the ISA effect as well. So we do not have a problem yet when it comes to deleterious reactions because of pyrrhotite in Norway. We hope not to see it. We are actually looking for it because we want to see in structures with low content of pyrrhotite what actually happens. But we are working on the determination to make sure that we can avoid this in the future. So our contribution in this case, in this work, is these analytical tools, and hopefully we can also say something for the standards in the future, how you can improve analytical methods and analytical results. So, thank you.
Of Connecticut, and he's going to be talking about the pyrrhotite issue in Connecticut, looking at sort of field testing and laboratory analysis.
Yes, I do have a PowerPoint. Yeah, thanks, Paul, for the kind introduction. And thank you for having us here. Thanks to all of you too to be patient with us here and still be here and interested in what we like to share. So we are from Connecticut. We are a team of 3 PIs with expertise in concrete materials, concrete design, characterization, simulations on my part, then environmental chemistry, spectroscopy, earth material minerals. So this is Marissa over there. She might want to wave. She's here with me. And then we have Jim, expertise in hot asphalt and concrete aggregate laboratory. He's in charge of the field testing and also technician oversight and training. Then we have several graduate students working with us, master and PhD student, and also help from our undergrad students. So special thanks to all of them for their time and effort in this project. This is how it looks in Connecticut. You have seen those pictures. Currently, it's estimated more than 40,000 homes are potentially affected in Connecticut and Massachusetts together. So what are the main questions for us to solve, or we are working on this, is at what risk is this concrete foundation? Right. So risk means, and when does it become structurally deficient due to peritite oxidation? How long does it take? And with what certainty? Right. So we could, for example, take a criterion and say the compressive strength, and say, well, at construction time we have this amount of compressive strength, and then over time, if it degrades due to deterioration effects, right, then the compressive strength goes down. At some point, we want to define what is the minimum, so that we define that it's still structurally sound, and when it then undergoes that one, then we say, well, that's the critical time when we say this becomes now structurally deficient. And you can think of different scenarios, right? The first one, for example, if the concrete is sound and doesn't show any deterioration over time, usually we even see that it gains further strength, then it could be risk category 1. No risk, no action is required. So to the gentleman who shared the house with us, for example, right? No risk thing. The scenario number 2, we might have some deterioration going on, but maybe the amount of peritite is so low that the reaction at some point is consumed, or it doesn't go further, or it doesn't deteriorate further. So maybe we have a limit value reached there, which is still above the necessary strength value, so then we are fine too. There might be some recommendation which need to be followed to not exaggerate this to the other durability concerns. But then there's risk category 3, medium to high risk, where the amount of reaction products and conditions present lead to a lower strength below the threshold. And then there's the high risk category 4, where there's not even slowing down of the reaction, it just accelerates then further, right? Those are of most risk. So the question is, why would you look at those kind of scenarios? And if we can identify those and can categorize those, then the spending money to help people in terms of repairing those homes or replacing the foundation, as Jose has shared with us, is just limited. And so you want to make smart decisions how to allocate the money, help those who need it first, right? And so on. You could also save money by eventually maybe slowing down the reaction of category risk 3, right? So that you do not get into this too quickly. And maybe it then happens, might be here below 100, 200 years, where it's not of interest anymore, whether you need further life span for this foundation. So those are the main motivations. So then the main driving factor of this research is a risk assessment, right? When does it deteriorate, whether it deteriorates, and with what certainty. And it's a really complex issue. So I just list several of items. What fair criterion do we start with? Well, you have seen something related to compressive strength. We could also change along our way this. What are the deterioration mechanisms? You have heard today: expansion to the peritite, oxidation itself, the particle expansion to adrengite, to tormosite formation, acid attack, cracking due to constrained condition. Right? Every expansion is fine as long as it's not constrained. When you constrain expansion, then it leads then to cracking and deterioration. What are the influential parameters, or the most one? Or are they somehow rated or more influential than others? So of course, one of the obvious ones, do we have peritite, for example, available or not? Right? It relates to the available of the reactants in those chemical equations. What is the reactivity of the mineral form? Right? We speak about peritite, but we might have monoclinic or hexagonal peritite, and they react differently. What is what kind of effect has the temperature on our reactivity? And you have seen today humidity, exposure to humidity, and different percentages there, including exposure to oxygen too. And this then relates to, usually Nick talks about this, whether the peritite is, whether the peritite is reactive or not. Is it shielded within an aggregate and then it's not exposed to oxygen and water, right? Or the pore structure of the concrete, is the pore structure so dense that the likelihood of getting this exposed, the prototype, to oxygen and water is very much reduced, and the transport mechanisms are so slowed down that it doesn't happen in a reasonable time. Exposure to catalysts, are there any influences by the pH? We know that higher pH accelerates this, or any chloride or ion presence. Right? Then another parameter is like, how do we test appropriately? And then there was the question today too, like what should we do? Right? One is like, how do we test for the amount of prototype? How do we quantify this? Is there one test method available? Should we test multiple ones? Should we have like a sequence? And you heard from Jose today, those different test methods suggested. What is the accuracy? What is the time involvement in this? Right? We have heard of petrographic analysis. It is also time consuming. It's a great method, but are there any other methods if you are interested in some other quantity of test results? And then the same thing too, how to test for reactivity. And then you go down here, how to test for temperature, exposure, and so on. We know that this can be done easily. But the most important thing, because there are no test methods available, standardized ones, are this one. Then if you think about the risk approach, do we want to go down the road of a mechanistic approach? Like, do we want to understand every parameter influencing this? So then we would need to isolate parameters, right, into not only the parameters, but also the mechanisms, for example, I have listed here. And then we want to quantify the effect, the time-dependent effect, right, on the effect of failure. So this is challenging. Then you would need to do controlled lab experiments, what we do. Then we need to do a time-dependent analysis, and there we have a problem, right? If you hear about 3-5 years in Canada, 10 to 20 years in Connecticut, we cannot wait as long in the lab. So Marissa and I are still young, but some people that might not be then here anymore after the 20 or 30 years. So we don't have the time. And how to relate in the lab results, what we even if you accelerate this to then the lab results in the field testing. And there's great work in Canada going on with putting the blocks outside and exposure this to like field conditions. And there's more. Maybe this is too complicated, and we are still following this. But how about empirical approach, a forensic approach, where we test like field samples? First, we need to have access to field samples to homeowners. Then we need to collect samples from the field. And here important is to be consistent, representative of the material of the foundation, like how much material to collect and how. And it should be time efficient. Right? We don't have, again, like 10 years to collect all the samples. And then developing a data set with the most influential parameters, and then build up a database, a coherent database, and this is like what we are working on currently. It's one of the most important items. And then you can do empirical analysis. Or maybe we do it in a combination of both, and then this leads to the risk assessment framework. Other items to consider is like what type of metal sulfide. Right now in Connecticut we have pyrrhotite, it's like an iron sulfide, but Canada already mentioned, right, we have the chalcopyrite and the pentlandite present as well too. We have pyrrhotite, pyrite, monoclinic, hexagonal, so it becomes even more complicated if you want to apply then those parameters to all of the other ones. Or then we have heard of testing aggregates. Now we are moving to testing concrete, which becomes even more complicated. And we relate the concrete to the residual strength. But shouldn't we look at the structure? Like how much the concrete then in the end, with the constraint of structural foundation, leads into cracking and to failure. So those are kind of questions if you want to deal with risk assessment framework, we have to answer. Let's take a quicker look at the empirical statistical approach, like how to collect samples in the field. What happens in the field? What we do know, it's just a simulation here, at construction, at the time zero, we have a total amount of sulfur, so you heard about total amount of sulfur testing. We might have an amount of sulfide, that's pyrrhotite present, and also a baseline amount of sulfur present in the gypsum of the cement when it's been added to concrete and then mixed there. So the baseline sulfate can be estimated, and then the pyrrhotite sulfide, like present in the pyrrhotite, for example, and over time, if it reacts, then the sulfide amount decreases, and by the release of sulfate during this process, the sulfate increases. Now, when you take the difference between a baseline sulfates and the sulfates being then measured in the concrete sample. Then those ones are the additional sulfates, which then contribute to secondary reaction expansion, as Andreas and so have pointed out. The problem is that in the field, we only have, like we are at time 1, and this is where we can test taking out our sample, so we can test for total sulfur. And if we have a method, and we do right now, we can further distinguish between sulfide and sulfates from our test sample there. So this is a typical table what we include in our homeowner testing report, like different samples from the wall. You see total sulfur present here in different percentage per weight, and then sulfates, and then it's sulfides, and those sulfides can be translated in amount of pyrrhotite. The question is here, this little factor alpha, like how quickly goes the reaction, and to determine this, you would need and do more testing over time. So with one-time testing, you cannot find this out. You see that the standard deviation, because we always test triplicates, is relatively low from one sample, but from one sample to the other sample, like their sample in the wall and their sample in the wall, there's of course some differences here. So important here is to know that we can distinguish between sulfides and sulfates. This is how it looks in the field sampling process. So we drill 5 holes. Those look like this. We use a vacuum drill. It has a 1-inch diameter, goes 5-inch deep, leaves some inches of concrete undisturbed, so we don't penetrate the water protection on the other side. No damage to waterproofing is done. We drill those. The powder is being collected right during drilling. The particles are ground, then they are like automatically collected with the vacuum. It takes about 60 minutes to be in and out the foundation with those 5 samples being drilled. No water is being used, and this is how it looks from field testing. We also receive homeowner foundation replacement samples, and then we can also drill those and collect samples. And then those samples, they are being bagged, coming back into the lab. They are further processed in terms of grinding finer and specimen preparation so that they are ready for data analysis. This is the process. So far we have tested 120 plus foundations, 40 plus foundation replacements. This is the amount between Connecticut and Massachusetts. And the homeowner testing using the drilling technique, you have seen here over 80 foundations. This is about the percentage in each state. Now, there are other test methods currently available too, where you only drill 2 cores out of the concrete wall and then analyze those, and they'll cost about $2,000 in terms of testing. And if we are offering this for free, then if you take this number times 2,000, you have like cost savings about of $250,000 right now in service what you have done. Element analysis over 1,500 tests in terms of total sulfur and using WXRF to distinguish between sulfates and sulfides, also in this number. So when you take then those test results, for example, and we categorize in this different failure what we visually see. For example, no cracks, no pyrrhotite even detected with our methods. Then the total sulfur, what you see here, this is the average, and then here's the 25 percentile and the 75 percentile, and this is the standard deviation. So then you see like a very total sulfur about this. This represents about the baseline of concrete sulfate in sulfur in there. If you have no cracks, but you measure pyrrhotite, then just based on statistic, it looks like this. You have some cracks detected. You see MEP cracking, so extensive cracking, it looks like this, and the results from the replaced foundations, which had been categorized as category 3, for example, like were in those worst conditions that had to be replaced, they show this amount of total sulfur. So this is just based on empirical, based on statistics. And if you look at it and say, well, let's draw a line, let's say here the minimum value from the standard deviation from the replaced foundation, and you capture this level 3 and level 2 as well too. So then we see 0.3 of total sulfur. This is just the value right now based on the samples, the concrete in Connecticut, the exposure conditions, and what we have tested. Right? Then if you say, okay, this is like, yes, 0.3% of concrete. I thought you had a question. Then the baseline, we estimate 0.17% means there's a leftover of 0.13 coming from the pyrrhotite, just now on this number. And then if you translate this into aggregates, like how much aggregates are in the concrete, then we are that number, 0.25% of total sulfur in aggregates, right? So this right now, for example, we tested for Connecticut the aggregate 0.65. We say like, that's not so good, right? And the core standard, for example, in Connecticut is related to the 0.1% total sulfur content, what we have heard several times today. Then I would like to come back to testing methods, amount of peroxide. So you can see an overview between composition-based method and reactivity-based method. So composition-based ones is what you have heard. You measure the total sulfur content, for example, and you can measure the speciation. And based on your question you ask, like a simple one, do I have a total sulfur question? And you heard Nick saying, well, you should test for total sulfur, and this is a good method because you get an answer about if the aggregates are problematic eventually or not. And also you can use EDXRF as a quick screening tool. You see this, for example, EDX, and you measure like just the sulfur content there on site. Just gives you a rough estimate. This is total sulfur. I skip on this. Then if you want to know, okay, I do have a sulfur problem, is it now sulfate or sulfide? Then we have developed a WXRF method where we use then after sample preparation the intensity of the sulfur species, and they are different from sulfide and sulfate, and then so we can quantify the sulfates and the sulfides in conjunction with the total sulfur coming from an element analyzer, and then we can quantify this. Or you want to say, well, do I have a sulfide problem? Is it actually peroxide? You can even then go the next level and you use like petrographic analysis or SEM or XRD, what you have heard already. This like for XRD, for example, this is for petrographic analysis, and we start with working with Nick Scaglione as well too. This was from advanced testing before. I skipped this. You see here SEM. You have seen today this several times where I can measure this. And on the reactivity side, you heard from Jose the oxygen consumption test. Also, we run currently batch and column tests where you can just measure the release of sulfates and concentrations, for example. The last thing, short, probably takes a minute or two, mechanistic approach. One thing, I highlighted a few here, is accelerated testing. And you have heard from Benoit today that they have an exciting test methods going on, accelerating the concrete material. What else can be done to accelerating the reaction rate or the expansion or the cracking? Right, we cannot wait so long. So increase the temperature. We know for sure, the research shows this. You can accelerate this significantly. Increase the pH, does the same thing too. Increase of the oxygen concentration, does it as well too. Increase of the reaction rate. For example, you can change this with the particle size, the surface area over the volume ratio, for example. Increase of the amount of peroxide, right? You put more peroxide in your sample. We do, since we are limited in the aggregates is available and the amount of peroxide, we do our own synthesis. We also magnetically separate from crushed aggregates, so we can change from 0 to 100% of peroxide. Also using catalysts as chloride ions or an oxidizing agent, you have heard this too, or applying electrical current to speed up the redox reaction. And here we were inspired by the ion corrosion, rapid chloride penetration test, and also saw in March 2022 from your group a presentation about this test setup. So we designed and built then the test setup at our lab, which also takes like concrete samples. We modified like certain things to optimize this, and it shows after a few weeks. You see here, not if I zoom in, you see then here a cracking. This is a concrete sample with, this had Canada 2 aggregates, 0.6% or so total sulfur in there. So you can speed up the deterioration using electric current and enhancing the redox reaction. Well, then other damage evaluation. So once you expose those cylinders and you don't see those crackings right away, you can evaluate the stages in between, saying, well, so we drill cores, 2-inch specimen and test those for strength, on-site crack monitoring. But in the lab, you can use the cylinders, expose this to resonance frequency, or surface resistivity is about the pore density. But the resonance frequency is a nice test method coming from the freeze-thaw test. They evaluate the stiffness of the cylinder, and if you have something inside going on already, deterioration, you can test this. Well, that's the summary of what we are working on. It's those complex mechanisms, and to answer all those three questions, helping making decision process here. And we are very grateful for all the interaction we have and all the supports of different people. Without those, we couldn't do this alone. And we hope that we will be helpful in your crisis as well too with our expertise. Thanks.
Yeah, you're perfect. Thanks, Kay. If anybody's got any questions for Kay and any of the speakers here today, make sure you nab them. But just can you show your appreciation to everyone who spoke today? It's big effort. And we hope you enjoy the next session, which is about what's been happening at the EU level. So sit tight. We're going to just keep moving on.
Okay, guys. First of all, apologies. We are running a little bit behind. We are going to be super efficient, but I think there's some material that you're going to want to hear in this. So can I please ask very quickly, this lady doesn't need any invites. Mrs. Debbie McCoy, could you join us on stage? And MEP Luke, Ming, Flanagan. There he is. Debbie, are you okay?
Yes, I am.
Do you want a mobile mic or do you want this just set up here?
No, I'll take that. I like that, yeah. Need my map.
Do you want to do the clicker, Debbie? Do you want me to?
Debbie McCoy, and I'm better known as the Concrete Queen. I've written out a 4-page speech that I would like to be able to speak upon, but if you want to know anything about Debbie McCoy, you could type it into the computer, and Debbie McCoy or Deborah McCoy -paratype, and you'll see pages and pages of what I've been doing for the last 7 years. Trials in Connecticut. The one thing in closing arguments is we always, to give weight to our argument, repeated something that really was a catchphrase or that really honed in on what we had to say. So, in saying that, Dr. Andres Lehman, Paul Dunlop, and Mr. Campbell, Thomas Campbell, they did a report for NSAIA. And what I do is I take something that's macro and I make it into micro. I've been doing a lot of trials. People pick me up and say, yes, we want you to work with us. So when I read the report from Dr. Andres Lehman et al., I noticed, I'd just like to recap. Mica is a hypothesis. Frost is excluded. Driving rain, not sufficient. Water saturation, no chance. So I'd just like to validate what Dr. Andres Lehman et al. Had to say. I'd also like to say there's a reason the diagnosis is mica, and a bandwagon jumping occurred. No standards, no culpability. Let that sink in. Mica doesn't have a standard here in Ireland. However, pyrite and pyrrhotite does, and it has for 20 years. Okay, let that sink in. Something is going on if you have this many counties, and we've just added a new one. It's coming to a county near you, okay? Just wait, it's your turn next. So I wanted to talk about what we've done in the last 10 years and what Ireland's done in the last 10 years. So in 2011, 2012, Ireland had an informal meeting at a homeowner's table. In 2011, 2012 in Connecticut, we were wondering what is going on with our foundations. And a contractor was contacted by Nick Scaglione, and Nick said, I think I know what it is. It's peritite. In 2013, 2014, emails started circulating about foundations prematurely deteriorating, and they asked the concrete industry, what's the cause? In 2013, the Mica Action Group is formed. Big meeting in Letterkenny held by Damien McKay, and the predominant cause was stated mica. Mica doesn't cause expansive cracking. Just let's get that through our heads right here and now, okay? Peritite, pyrite, marcasite, when it's reactive and it's oxidized and it's caused the second mineral formation, I'm not even going to say the words because I can't pronounce them, integrate and thaumasite, I hope I did it right. But anyways, in 2015, the Department of Housing Minister announces appointment of an expert group to look into the nature of the problem and the scope of the issue in Donegal. In 2015, the Planning and Development Committee with the concrete industry, the state of Connecticut geologists, and the legislators' breaking news story. There was a breaking news story on peritite. In 2016, the governor of Connecticut appointed the Attorney General and the Department of Consumer Protection to look into the cause. They hired UConn, and UConn, looking into the cause, did a site walk at the quarry. And guess what they did? They retrieved aggregate so that they could test it and find out what was the cause. In 2016, the expert panel did a desktop study and literature review. And the panel is to present minister with a report that looks into the nature of the problem. What they did was they looked at test results from homeowners. Well, guess what? You guys sent me your test results, and I'm not a geologist, but I could figure out you had a peritite, pyrite, marcasite, chalcopite. They try to teach me how to pronounce that. I'm not good at that, so let's forget about that. So in 2017, the expert panel publishes a report for recommendations on mica and pyrite in County Donegal and County Mayo. In 2017, the legislators passed a bill for $100 million for financial aid, a remediation scheme. Proceeds with setting up a captive insurance. Okay, let's go over that now. 2012, we've moved on. We're not groundhog. Every day you wake up, we're going to do another study, another this, another. They have perfected delay after delay here in Ireland. Okay, let's do this. We have fixed 644 homes in 3 years. Donegal's fixed 14. At that rate, it's going to take 333 years to fix County Donegal. What the heck? In 2018, NSAI prepared and published IS 465 protocol for testing, assessments, and categorization, and Engineers Island set up a registrant list of engineers trained in the protocols. Now, if you heard me earlier when I spoke with Owen, he stated that when this first came out, there were 38 registrants. When our thing first came out, we had 20 contractors. Now we've got close to 100. So we're rising while you are lowering. So now you've only got 30 Engineer Ireland experts reviewing. 2018, we licensed the captive insurance, and in March selected a superintendent. We have one destination. We have 48 towns that are affected. Okay? Could you imagine if 48 towns had to disperse the money? I mean, come on now. The money goes to DOH, but it gets funneled to this one captive insurance. So they take in all the applications, and they stated, we're going to only fix right now the worst of the worst. So they severe categorize these homes. Class code 3, severity class code 3 is the worst of the worst. And I can report right now, we have taken care of all of our severity class code 3s. Those people that have been waiting since 2015, now of all brand new foundations, the market value has gone back up. We did reassessments in Connecticut. So our town tax base was hit hard, especially in the town I live in. Vernon is the hardest hit town. Talon's the second hardest hit. We had millions taken off our tax base. And so by fixing all those class code 3s, which the reassessment was 80%, the town wasn't collecting any money on those homes. What the captive insurance did was took care of the worst. It helped the homeowner, it helped the market reality, and it helped the towns. Now we're fixing severity class code 2. This is the first tier. So when we looked into it, they asked the Department of Housing to collect the complaints. So we had 806. So we figured out, okay, how much money do we have to put aside to do 806? So we came up with our first mechanism, which was the 100 million. And then when they announced the scheme, though, here's the catch. They excluded condos. Uh-oh. Now you've, excuse my language, you pissed me off. I own a condo. I don't live in a condo. I don't even have a home that's affected. But I bought a condo for my son. And they excluded that condo complex. $10 million to fix one complex, and they had 5 condo complexes that they excluded. Over 500 unit owners. And when they announced it at the meeting that they were excluding them, I mean, you could have heard a pin drop except for me. I took the microphone and I said, are you kidding me right now? So for 2 years I fought. And what I did was I proved that every unit would cost $82,000 to fix. And it was $10 million to fix Ryfield. And I went around to each condo complex, and I had a contractor follow me. Come with me. Come on, we're going to get quotes. And one condo complex, Wellington, had every unit affected. Every building, every unit. Oh, we put up barrier walls. We're protecting ourselves. As soon as they took them down, they were the worst walls I have ever seen. Don't insulate. Don't put barrier walls. Don't put a third wall. Don't put that magic potion. It's not going to work, okay? You got to remove and replace. Because once it's that disasterized, you can't fix it. Not all the glue in the world is going to fix it. 2019, the minister announces the 90-10 scheme. 2019, CIFSIC opens its doors to fixing homes. Within 8 months, we had 1,112 applicants. Well, they only had 800. They figured 806, only 100 million. Now we're going to put condos in the scheme, but we ran out of money. Oh my God, that pissed Debbie off again. I had to go and fight for more funding. We got another 100 million, and the way we did it was we surcharge, we do not levy any industry. Let's get that straight. But we did do a surcharge of $1 per month, $12 per year for 10 years on every homeowner insurance policy. People are like, $1, okay, yeah. I'd rather have that than you tax us up the yin-yang. So that was another 100 million, and that goes for 10 years because we looked at it as how long is it going to take us to fix this many applicants? Because the trending right now is going down, just like with the pyrite scheme. They said, oh, we have the propensity of this many. And then what they realized was they started fixing all the you know, where it was really bad in Fingal and a couple of the other counties there, and they took care of them all. And then they saw the trend was going down. Well, we're seeing the trend going down, but they closed the doors because now 200 million is taken up. And my daughter's home was diagnosed with paratype. We found out on the day we brought my daughter's twin baby girls home from the NICU after 75 days in the NICU. It should have been a day of joy. But after all the fighting I did to get funding, to get condos included, to finally get funding for the condos, my daughter calls and says they passed the test for the car seat. They're coming home. Well, we got to clear out their bedroom. It's got all the shower gifts, so we had to run them down to the basement. The basement's a covered, finished basement, but for some reason that utility door was open. That's not finished. And I took a look, and my husband said, Debbie, oh my God, I see map cracking. I took one look at the wall. I dropped to my knees, and I cried. I was inconsolable. I couldn't work for a week. I was literally, oh my God, no, don't tell me this. I had just taken a deep sigh of relief that my son was included. They finally got the funding. And now, oh my God. What the captive did was they opened the doors for what they called pending claimants. And they opened them for 1 year to prove that there was a second wave of homeowners. And in 1 year, they had 951 homeowners apply. Okay, so that 951, we said, okay, we need another 100 million. And you're thinking to yourself, well, wait, 800 can do 100 million. But what we did was, as we increased the contractors and they're flooded, the market, the prices started to come down. So when we got the original quote for my daughter's home, it was $225,000. Now it's $189,000 to fix. And in January, we raised the cap to $190,000. So they're going to fix it at 100%, and 90% of the homeowners get it fixed at 100%. The other thing is that the insurance industry, which I worked with, the insurance, the banking, the realty, they kicked in, every one of them kicked in $25,000 per homeowner for ancillary costs. So not only do you get the captive, you get the funding from the insurance, and then the banking industry came in with, all right, for 15 years, we'll loan you up to $75,000 at 1%. So now we have that. The captive is a 501c. It can accept donations. Guess who's donating? We didn't levy no concrete industry or insurance industry. Yeah, we have a surcharge, but they're donating because it's a non-profit group. And guess what? They get to write it off. So it's a win-win for everybody. We have to think about how we're going to fix this in County Donegal by thinking out of the box and by getting the industries involved in the solution. Because right now, the concrete industry, the construction industry, the insurance, the banking, they're helping. What are you guys doing here? Is there anybody here from the industry? What are you doing? And the quarry that caused this, I called them, I emailed them, I wrote them letters, I called them, I emailed them, I wrote them letters again. And I said, you know, I have Laval, I have Yukon, I have Trinity, I have Nick Scaglione. They all want some of your aggregate to research. And lo and behold, they donated 2 truckloads. And the other thing they did was they signed an AVC May 2016. Once Yukon figured out the cause, that it was pyrrhotite, an abundance of it, they signed an AVC, an Agreement of Voluntary Compliance, to not sell their aggregate for concrete. I'm not looking to close any industry. I'm not looking to shame any industry. What I'm looking for is for the industries to get involved and help. And how are they going to do that? Hello, can I come and get a truckload or two of your aggregate, please? It's not mica, it's peritite. It's pyrite. Ireland has an iron sulfide mineral crisis, and this all could have been avoided 20 years ago if they just followed EN 1612620. And I had a nice speech written. Like I said, you can go on the internet and see everything that I've done. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. This is my Bible, Implications of Pyrite Oxidation for Engineering Works. Page 5, it says 24 locations in Ireland have a peritite problem. 24 locations.
I think the message is don't mess with Debbie. One of my biggest fears in life after today is I'll walk into a meeting and someone will hold up a folder this width and say, Luke, Ming, Flanagan, I've compiled this much information on you. But that's what Debbie did earlier, so well done. I'm here to talk about what's been happening in the European Parliament on this issue, how I have got in contact with the group, or rather the group got in contact with me. But first off, I want to say a few words that I normally never do. I'm useless at saying thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls and all that stuff. I usually make a mess of it, but I have to say it tonight. The aim of this event was to bring homeowners together, to bring researchers, engineers and experts. And I'll be honest with you, when we were organising it, one of the main things that was going through my head is, will people say, what's the point? What is the point in it? But I have to say, after watching this for the whole day, whether it be here in the room or in another room, taking notes on it, I think there has been lots of good reasons to do this. I think it's been a really educational event. I think it has brought together an awful lot of things that have been said all into the one forum, and it's helped people recap on exactly what's happening and what potentially could happen. But I think one of the most important things it's achieved is it continues to give oxygen to this issue. Now, you shouldn't have to create situations to give oxygen to this issue, but when you're dealing with the media, they come and they go, they lose interest. So you've got to keep them interested. So from that point of view, this was important because we need to keep this in the news. Now, when I just want to thank in particular Eileen, Joe and Paul from the group, and also Mark, who works in my office, who has basically done nothing else for the last 6 weeks, and to Emma, who has helped me with the research on it, because I cover a lot of issues. There's no point me lying to you, saying I'm an expert on so many different issues. I know a bit about quite a lot of issues because of people like them, and they've helped me here today. So, when I was contacted by the MICA group, my first thought was, this is really, really important. I have a Donegal man from the Inishowen Peninsula working with me. I was listening to it all the time, and my biggest fear when they contacted me was, how am I going to break the news to these people that I will not be able to solve this? I would love if I was. I'd love if the lever was there now. I'd jump off the ceiling, I'd grab it and I'd pull the lever. But I knew I didn't have that lever. But my attitude as an MEP is when people contact me, I see what I can do to nibble away at the elephant. And anything that my office could do, we tried to do it. So my first thought was, how can we get this heard within the European Parliament? And I thought to myself about the Petitions Committee. And previous to dealing with the MICA group, I was dealing with a lady called Julie Grace in Galway. She's a whistleblower, and she had a really important issue that she had to deal with on bullying. Someone ended up killing themselves over the bullying incident. So we ended up bringing it into the Petitions Committee. She got a really good reaction, so it gave me a bit of hope. I got elected as a Eurosceptic, that maybe it might be a forum for other things. So when they contacted me, I said to myself, well, let's try to get them into the Petitions Committee. I know it wasn't going to bring you 100% redress, but I knew it would bring it onto the European stage. So in 2021, we sat down in, I think, about September or August. We put together what needed to be done. Emma basically got the information on what was required to make a submission, and really brilliant submissions were put together by the MICA committee. And in December 2021, with a little bit of help from my group, we're the smallest group. You could say we're the most irrelevant group, but we can make ourselves relevant every now and then. So we got it into that committee. And we brought it in there under regulation number 305/2011, the Constructions Products Regulation, and we saw that was our little thread in the jumper to get in there. At the committee, I think it went very well, and of course I was going to support it. Of course people from my group were going to support it, pushing it an open door there. But an interesting character who I've got to know since I went over there, Peter Yar, he would probably be one of the most important MEPs on the Agriculture Committee. He was also on that committee. And I think he made a very good statement. It's not verbatim, but this is roundabout way what he said. What's the point in a law if it's not implemented? And once he said that, will the others start to follow? Because he's from the biggest group on the committee. And what happened was the committee agreed that the Petty Committee write to Ireland and look for clarification on the overseeing of the regulations about and also about the defective block scheme. And the committee also agreed, but it was a dead end, to write to the Internal Market Committee, the IMCO Committee, and the ITRA Committee, the Industry, Research and Energy Committee, but they weren't very responsive. But at least the Petty Committee got wrote to Ireland and basically asked them what they were doing. And basically, disappointing what came back from Ireland, but at least it was some semblance of the truth. What they wrote back and said was, given the limited resources available, enforcement action relating to the Constructions Product Directive was generally carried out on a reactive basis. Typically, market surveillance activity was triggered on foot of acting on information received from complaints. Now, you know this. This isn't news to ye. But to see them write it down on paper, basically, we're useless, we're idiots, we didn't do what we were meant to do. So you would think from this then that we would get the Commission interested, but the Commission haven't been mad interested. And Joe has written a phenomenally good letter back to them. We have written pretty much the equivalent letter back to them, asking them what they're going to do. But I won't be holding my breath, but I won't be giving up either. We will keep going back at them. On the regulation itself, that is currently under review. And you might say, how is that going to help people? One thing that I think stands out from this conference is, and it doesn't seem to be Ireland's official position, but it is the position of the people who are here, that this never happens again. Because some people might have said 10 years ago when they were dealing with this, sure, what use is this to me? Well, if they dealt with the bloody thing 10 years ago, we wouldn't have had even the extra problems that we do now. So it's never too late to do the right thing. So a report came out this evening at about 6 o'clock. It's 170 pages long. It's the report to the IMCO committee on what's been suggested by basically the committee to do about this new regulation. So we have until December the 6th to put in amendments. So I've just been talking to Joe. Sorry if I was talking during your speech, Debbie, but we just heard about it. And we're going to go through that, and we're going to try and put in amendments with the help of our group. We're going to try and get other people to sign it. And to make sure that in the future, any flaws in this don't come back to haunt us. But I have to say, though, after listening to this here today, it seems that no matter what regulation, it could be the best one of all time, was in place, A bit like you could have the best horse of all time and the best person at leading it to water, the best person at filling the water trough, the best person at fabricating the trough. But Ireland's job is to drink the water. What do? Do you drown the horse? What do you do? And that's the problem that we have here, because I think Eileen, and everyone made brilliant speeches today. Eileen's speech, Eileen Doherty's speech, was, I knew it already, but you know when you hear these things over and over again about what's happened in the past, you go, oh my God, it was that bad. And the fact that there were warnings there from the pyrite, the fact that, you know, there was clear answers to make sure this never happened again, and the fact that they didn't bother their arses to do anything about it, or they were too incompetent to do anything about it, or it didn't suit someone's pocket to do something about it. They didn't do anything about it. And for me, Europe can do X, Y, and Z, but if they're not going to do it here, well, look, the other side of it is this. Europe shouldn't have to do everything, and we shouldn't have to be forced to do stuff, but we can't give up on the idea that they can kick it to touch. Because I know when I go and cut my turf, I know no one says to me there's nothing can be done about it by Europe, because they take us to court. And they can do something about it. And we're only over talking to them the other day about how we're moving to another bog. Oh, you're not doing it quick enough. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. And we don't want to micromanage, but we're going to micromanage it. So they do it in other areas. So if they're going to do it in that area, however much they try to kick it to touch, we'll keep going back. And I have a big advantage here. And the big advantage I have here is I have a lot of people behind me, these people and the people who organise this, who never tell a lie, always cross their T's and dot their I's. That makes you dangerous when you're dealing with the Commission, because they will then take you serious. And I think the number one thing Ireland wants to do with Europe is to keep them really happy and to make themselves look good. That's grand. But they're bad motivations. It should be for the right reason. So I think the best thing we can do with Europe is to keep embarrassing them over there. Keep bringing it up. And an advantage to being an MEP is they give you loads of resources to hold events. And they gave us resources to hold this event. So we'll use their money to show them up and their money to basically expose what's going on. And in the meantime, we'll just keep fighting for 100% redress, and you keep doing what you're doing, and we will keep working with these people. The biggest thing that sticks out for me today is, and it really does stick out, how many really professional and competent people we have in this county, not alone in the country, like just from the people who spoke specifically from Donegal today. I've heard more professionalism and more excellence than you'd need to run a country, let alone what they do in their own lives. So it isn't a question that we don't have the expertise or the knowledge or the intelligence to do things right in Ireland. Today, you've seen here that the Irish people are smart. The problem is you have the wrong people there pulling the levers and the wrong people who make the decisions. But look, I'll finish there. I was going to say I'm only going to say a few things, but that's not possible for a politician. But we're nibbling away at this elephant. Ideally, we'd have a big gun and we'd take him down in one bang, but that's not going to happen. We're going to keep chewing away at it, and eventually he's going to fall over, and eventually he's gone, and eventually we're going to win because we have to. And the last thing I want to say is, I heard the word entrapment used about kids earlier and how they feel trapped. And when I was coming to the conference, I thought to myself, God, it's hard to keep going. Well, after listening to that, we cannot give up, and we should never give up, because children should never feel trapped. And we're going to win this, because we bloody well have to.
Okay, guys, good evening. Appreciate it's late. The really good news is Luke covered about 70% of what I was going to say, and I'm not repeating it. So this will be quick. Just briefly, guys, like Luke already spoke to the fact we went to the EU, to the Petty Commission back in December last year. Off the back of that, the Petty Committee wrote to the Irish government. The Irish government responded. Luke quoted what they stated in terms of their current efforts to assess or to implement EU 12620, which stipulates that you should assess quarries, right? And subsequent to that, and the piece that I'm going to focus on now, the Irish government passed the bill that is going to dictate the parameters of the new scheme that we're expecting to come into law next year. That happened in July. Everything that we'd done to date up to that point was focused on the regulation of the construction industry in Ireland. When that bill passed and we realised we still had a flawed scheme, we changed tact and started focusing on human rights regulation. The rationale for that was the construction regulation was to make sure that our kids and their kids weren't where we are today, right? Looking at human rights regulation, because we know we have a flawed scheme, is designed to get the EU involved in adjusting the parameters of that scheme to make sure that it doesn't leave people behind. And that's what I want to just quickly focus on. So to Luke's point, we are still going to keep chipping away at that. This next slide, Luke covered the government response, right? I'm not going to quote that. EN 12620, you've heard that referenced many times. Debbie's mentioned it. The scientists have mentioned it as well. It's the regulation that states that you have to assess the aggregate that goes into concrete products. It states ongoing assessment should be carried out to clarify the constitution of aggregates used in concrete block manufacture. The Irish Concrete Federation also says something similar in terms of regular ongoing assessment. The fact that that is not happening, so there's a gap there between what the written response from the government stated in terms of what they're doing and what EU regulation states they should be doing, right? So that would suggest to me, or I would argue, that I'm at the receiving end of poor administration, if you like, on behalf of a member state government. Human rights regulation comes into play off the back of that. And the four examples that I'm just going to go through quickly with you: EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, Title 5, Article 41, the right to good administration. And here's what it says, paraphrased. Every person has the right to have the union make good any damage caused by its institutions or by its servants in the performance of their duties. I would say there's an ask there to put something good due to poor administration on behalf of the Irish government. Next, European Convention on Human Rights, Protocol Article 1, protection of property. Very relevant given the situation we're talking about, guys. Every natural or legal person is entitled to the peaceful enjoyment of their property. Anybody that's living in a mica house today, guys, no matter what state it's in, is not experiencing peaceful enjoyment of that property because they're either living the nightmare or they know what's coming. Another infringement. The EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, Title 6 this time, goes on. The right to an effective remedy and to a fair trial. Effective remedy. Again, we would argue we haven't experienced good administration. We're entitled to an effective remedy. We know the remedy that is coming next year is not effective. It may work for a very small proportion of people that have got money. It's not going to work for the majority of people that don't have money to contribute to remedying their homes themselves. That particular regulation states everyone's whose rights and freedoms guaranteed by the law of the Union are or violated, has the right to an effective remedy before a tribunal. And we're going to ask for that, guys, because if we get a tribunal, guess what? We get to a point where we understand root cause. And with root cause comes accountability. And finally, the European Convention on Human Rights, Protocol number 12, Article 1, general prohibition of discrimination, right? And it cites this: the enjoyment of any right set forth by law shall be secured without discrimination on any grounds such as national or social origin. We have a precedent in this country in terms of dealing with defective materials in concrete products. And it's the pyrite scandal in Leinster, right? A very densely populated, probably the most densely populated province in this country, Compare Dublin to the northwest of Ireland, a sparsely populated area of the country which does not have the same population and therefore doesn't attract the same density of electoral votes. We're calling that out as discrimination based on social and national identity. That's the end of the presentation, guys, because Luke covered it for me. In summary, we are fully engaged with the EU. Luke and his team have worked with us tirelessly to open the door, help us navigate the corridors of the EU Parliament, and get us into the EU Commission, which is where the power sits. And we've work to do on both fronts, on concrete regulation and on human rights regulation. But we are fighting that fight, and we will take it as far as we can. And at a minimum, to Luke's point, we will be keeping the conversation going in Europe until the Irish government gets us a scheme that works for everybody. Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate you staying on late.
So we just want to say thank you very much just to everyone for, I suppose, attending today, for enduring. It was a very long session for everybody, so really appreciate your time, your energy, your attention, because I know it was an awful lot to get through. When we were planning this conference, we could have done it over 3 days. We easily could have. There were so many people and representatives from the community that we could have included, which we didn't, because we just didn't have time, and that was even with doing it over 8.5 hours. So I have to say thank you all so much, particularly for those people who travelled internationally, for Debbie and her husband, to the people who travelled from Canada, other parts of the US, Norway, Switzerland, and other people who travelled just from anywhere else in the country. Thank you so much. We hope that it was informative, and hopefully this is another step in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Just a big thanks to Luke's team for sponsoring this. Without Luke, this wouldn't have happened. And Luke's team in the LEFT group in the EU have been just such great supporters of victims of what's happening here. And he also, and the LEFT groups, sponsored a really brilliant event in March too at the European Parliament. So it's great to have your MEPs have your back. I just wish everybody else was here.
Listen, we'll stick with it. We'll keep doing this, and I'll say it again. We've got to win this. You have absolutely no choice, and I'm here to help you as much as I can, as much as is humanly possible. And whether they were paying me for it or not, this is what I should be bloody well doing. So thank you for what you do.